Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The moonlit fortress. The winds howled through the narrow mountain pass, carrying with them the chill of an ancient, forgotten place. Snow flurried in the air, thick and heavy, as though the very sky itself had surrendered to the grip of winter. The path ahead was treacherous, the jagged rocks of the cliffs on either side looming like silent sentinels. But despite the cold and the darkness, there was an undeniable pull, a beckoning, as if something awaited them at the end of this perilous journey. At the front of the group, Kalen's steps were sure, his breath visible in the crisp air, but his mind was far from the biting cold. He was thinking of the fortress, the place he had heard only whispers of, a legend. A myth that had been passed down through generations. The moonlit fortress. A place of great power and terrible secrets, hidden away in the heart of the mountains, beyond the reach of men. It had been lost to history, erased from the maps, and yet here they were, moving closer to its location with each passing step. Kalen glanced over his shoulder at Lyra, her figure a silhouette against the swirling snow. The flickering light of their torches cast shadows over her face, softening the intensity of her expression. She was still quiet, lost in her thoughts, but he could see the determination in her eyes. She shared his curiosity, his drive to discover the truth behind this legendary fortress. Together, they had faced many trials, none more daunting than the one that awaited them now. The journey had not been easy. Weeks of travel had taken them from the plains to the mountains, and the road had grown increasingly treacherous. But there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the secrets of the moonlit fortress were within their grasp. The sound of their footsteps on the frozen ground was the only noise that dared break the stillness, their breaths forming clouds in the icy air. Kalen felt the weight of the silence pressing on him. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The mountain pass seemed to stretch on endlessly. And the fortress, though it should have been near, felt like a distant dream. Kalen, Lyra's voice broke through the quiet, soft but steady. Do you think we're ready for what we'll find there? Kalen didn't answer right away. He had asked himself the same question countless times in the days leading up to this moment. Was anyone ever truly ready for the unknown? The legends surrounding the moonlit fortress were filled with warnings, with tales of powerful magics and strange creatures that had once inhabited its halls. But there were also stories of incredible treasures, of knowledge lost to time, and of an ancient force that could change the course of the world itself. I don't know. He finally said, his voice low. But we don't have a choice. We've come this far. If the fortress holds the answers we seek, then we must face whatever comes. Lyra nodded, her breath fogging in the cold air. Then let's make sure we're prepared for whatever lies ahead. The wind picked up, whipping around them with a sudden ferocity, as if the mountain itself was warning them to turn back. The shadows of the cliffs grew longer, darker, and in the distance, Kalen could just make out the faint outline of the fortress. It loomed in the distance, a massive structure, ancient and imposing, its silhouette stark against the pale moonlight. There it was, the moonlit fortress. The journey had led them to this moment. To the threshold of a place long forgotten, and yet, for all its grandeur, it was somehow empty. The fortress stood silent, its once majestic stone walls now weathered and cracked, as if the passage of time had taken its toll. The moonlight glinted off the surface of the stone, casting an eerie glow across the entrance, a massive, arching doorway that seemed to swallow the light around it. "We're here," Kalen said, his voice almost lost to the howling wind. He stood still for a moment, staring at the entrance, feeling a strange sense of unease settle in his chest. It was as if the very air around them had thickened, weighed down by the history of this place. There was something about it that felt wrong. As though the fortress itself was alive, watching them, waiting for them, Lyra stepped forward, her staff crackling with magic, the light from it flickering like a fragile flame in the wind. "What do you think it's hiding?" "I don't know," Kalen replied, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the fortress. "But we'll find out soon enough." Together, they approached the entrance, the stone cold beneath their feet, each step echoing through the silent night. The closer they got, the more oppressive the air became. It was as if the weight of centuries of secrets and lost history was pressing down on them, making each step feel heavier than the last. The door of the fortress was immense, carved with intricate symbols and designs that seemed to twist and writhe as though alive. They were runes, ancient and powerful, but their meaning was lost to time. Lyra reached out, her hand brushing against the door. The moment her fingers made contact with the stone, a pulse of magic surged through the air, a tremor that rattled the ground beneath their feet. The runes on the door began to glow faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the beat of Kalen's heart. The fortress seemed to stir, as though awakening from a long slumber. "This is it," Lyra whispered. "This is the magic we've been searching for." Kalen's grip tightened on his sword. He didn't know what lay behind that door. But he knew one thing for certain: whatever it was, it would change everything. The world was full of mysteries, and the moonlit fortress held the key to unraveling them all. But that knowledge came at a cost. The dangers that awaited them here were unknown, and the secrets within the fortress might be far darker than they could imagine. With a deep breath, Kalen nodded. "Let's go." Together. Lyra raised her staff, and with a crackling surge of energy, the door slowly creaked open, revealing the darkened interior beyond. The air inside was thick with dust and the scent of forgotten ages. As the door swung open, a gust of wind rushed out from within, carrying with it the cold breath of the mountain's heart. And with that, the two adventurers stepped into the moonlit fortress, ready to face whatever lay in the shadows. The door groaned as it swung open, revealing the vast, empty halls of the moonlit fortress. The light from Lyra's staff flickered weakly in the oppressive darkness, casting long, eerie shadows across the stone floors. The air inside was still, almost suffocating, as if the fortress had not seen a soul in centuries. Yet, despite its silence, there was a palpable sense of presence here, a feeling of being watched from the farthest reaches of the darkened hallways. Kalen stepped forward cautiously, his boots echoing against the cold stone beneath him. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as his senses sharpened. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was waiting for them. Lyra followed close behind, her staff glowing faintly, casting flickering light over the carvings etched into the walls. The intricate symbols were unlike any Kalen had ever seen, twisting and coiling in a language he couldn't decipher. Yet something about them seemed familiar, like they had once been part of a dream long ago, just out of reach, this place. "It feels alive," Lyra whispered, her voice echoing slightly in the vast, empty space. "I know what you mean," Kalen said, his voice low. "There's something here. Something watching." They moved deeper into the fortress, passing through a grand archway and into a long corridor. The stone walls, though weathered and cracked, still carried a faint, ethereal glow, as if the building itself was infused with a magic older than the stars. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the pull Kalen felt in his chest, a strange, magnetic force that seemed to call to him, drawing him further into the heart of the fortress. After what felt like an eternity of walking through the labyrinthine halls, they reached a large chamber at the center of the fortress. It was circular in shape, the walls adorned with more of the mysterious symbols that seemed to pulsate with energy. At the center of the room was a raised platform, upon which stood a massive stone pedestal, its surface covered in a layer of dust. The air grew colder as they approached the pedestal, and Kalen's breath became visible, the mist swirling in the air like specters. Lyra stepped forward first, her eyes scanning the pedestal with an intense focus. She raised her staff, and the faint glow from it illuminated the carvings on the pedestal's surface, these symbols. "They're the same," Lyra murmured. "But there's something different about them now. I can feel the power here." Kalen stepped up beside her, his eyes drawn to the pedestal's surface. Carved into the stone was a large, circular symbol, a crescent moon surrounded by intricate, twisting lines. The symbol seemed to shimmer with a faint light, and Kalen felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to touch it. "Do you think?" Kalen began, but he was interrupted as the ground beneath them trembled, a low rumble filled the chamber, and the walls around them began to shift. The symbols carved into the stone began to glow brighter, their energy pulsing like the beating of a heart. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber, though it did not come from anywhere around them. "Who dares to awaken the fortress of the moon?" The voice was ancient, filled with a power that shook Kalen to his core. He stumbled back, his heart racing, but Lyra stood firm beside him, her staff raised as if to ward off whatever entity had spoken. The air in the chamber crackled with energy, and Kalen could feel the very fabric of reality bending around them. "We seek answers," Lyra called out, her voice steady despite the overwhelming presence. "We are not here to disturb you, but to understand." A silence followed her words, as though the fortress itself was considering her plea. Then, the voice spoke again, this time with a hint of amusement. "Answers? In this place? Very well. You shall have your answers. But know this, Seeker, what you uncover here may change everything you know about the world. And yourself." The ground trembled again, and with a deafening roar, a portion of the floor before them shifted, revealing a hidden staircase descending into darkness. The staircase was steep and narrow, carved into the stone itself, spiraling down into the depths of the fortress. The light from Lyra's staff barely reached the bottom, and a chill radiated from the darkness below, as though it was calling to them. "This is it," Kalen said, his voice tight with anticipation and fear. "The heart of the fortress." Lyra nodded, her expression unreadable. "We have no choice but to go down. Whatever it is, we must face it." Without another word, they descended into the darkness. The staircase seemed endless, winding downward into the depths of the earth. The further they went, the colder it became, the air growing thick and heavy. The silence pressed in around them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps on the stone. The walls were lined with strange symbols, some of which glowed faintly, while others seemed to shift and change as they passed by. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the bottom of the staircase. They stepped into a vast, cavernous chamber, the size of which defied comprehension. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into the shadows above, and the walls stretched out in all directions, seemingly endless. At the center of the room was a massive, glowing crystal, its light pulsing with an unnatural energy. The air hummed with power, and Kalen could feel the very ground beneath his feet vibrate. This was the heart of the fortress, and it was alive with magic older than time itself. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes wide in awe. "This is incredible." Kalen's eyes were drawn to the crystal, but there was something else in the room, something lurking in the shadows, something that had been waiting for them. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as a cold, malevolent presence washed over him, and then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. It was tall, draped in tattered robes that shimmered with a dark energy. Its face was obscured by a hood, but Kalen could feel its eyes on him, eyes filled with ancient knowledge and power. "You have come, at last," the figure intoned, its voice echoing in the chamber. "The time is upon us. The moon has risen, and with it, the past shall awaken." Kalen stepped forward, sword raised, his heart pounding in his chest. This was no ordinary being. This was something far older, far more dangerous. And it was clear that their journey into the moonlit fortress had only just begun. The figure in the shadows moved with a fluid grace, its robes trailing silently over the stone floor. The chamber seemed to grow colder with every step it took, and the strange humming from the crystal grew louder, as if responding to its presence. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the figure, trying to discern whether it was friend or foe. Lyra stood beside him, her staff glowing faintly, casting a soft light on the surroundings, but even that seemed to struggle against the darkness of the room. "You've come to seek the truth," the figure said, its voice as cold as the stone around them. It was not a question, but a statement, one that held an unsettling certainty. The words seemed to echo off the walls, vibrating through Kalen's chest. He could feel the weight of them, like an old prophecy whispered on the wind. Kalen took a cautious step forward. "Who are you? What is this place?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if amused by the question. "I am the keeper of the moonlit fortress, the guardian of its secrets." The voice carried an ancient, almost otherworldly resonance, as though it belonged to something far beyond mortal understanding. "This place is older than you can comprehend, built upon the ruins of a time lost to all memory. A time when the world was shaped by forces beyond the realm of men." Lyra stepped forward, her staff held firmly in her hands. Why have you remained hidden here? Why guard this fortress? The keeper's hooded face was hidden in shadows, but Kalen could feel its gaze upon him, as though it could see right through him. I guard the past, the figure replied, the lost history of the world and the power it once wielded. This fortress was built to contain the forces of creation and destruction, forces that should never have been unleashed. A chill ran down Kalen's spine. The keeper's words were heavy, laden with a warning he could not yet fully grasp. He exchanged a glance with Lyra, whose expression mirrored his unease. Whatever lay within the heart of this fortress, it was not merely a relic of the past, it was something far more dangerous, something that had been locked away for a reason. Lyra's voice broke through the silence. What is it that you want from us? We've come for answers, not to be pawns in some ancient game. The keeper's laughter, soft and hollow, filled the chamber. You seek answers, yes. But not all answers are meant to be known. Some truths are too dangerous for mortal minds to comprehend. Its voice deepened, becoming more foreboding. What you seek will change the very fabric of the world. And when the moon reaches its zenith, all will be revealed. Kalen's mind raced. The moon. The connection to the moonlit fortress, to the magic that pulsed through the walls and the very air around them. It was as if the fortress itself had been waiting for this moment, waiting for them to uncover what had been hidden for centuries. What is this place truly hiding? Kalen asked, his voice tight with urgency. The keeper's eyes. Kalen was certain it had eyes, even though its face remained hidden, locked onto him, as though weighing his very soul. The moonlit fortress was built as a prison. A sanctuary for a force too powerful to be left unchecked. A power that, if released, could undo the balance of all things. The truth you seek lies within the heart of the crystal. The figure's hand reached out, pointing toward the glowing crystal that pulsed in the center of the chamber. But know this, to touch the crystal is to invite that power into your very being. Are you ready to bear its weight? The words hung in the air like a warning, and for a moment, Kalen felt a deep hesitation. The force contained within the crystal was beyond his understanding, but he had come too far to turn back. The mystery of the moonlit fortress was a thread he could not ignore, and the answers he sought were locked within its heart. Lyra seemed to sense his hesitation. Kalen, she said softly, her gaze fixed on the crystal. We came here for knowledge. We can't turn back now. Kalen took a deep breath, nodding slowly. He had to know. He had to understand what lay at the core of this ancient power. With one last glance at the keeper, he stepped forward, toward the glowing crystal at the center of the room. As he approached the pedestal, the air around him seemed to shift, the temperature plummeting even further. The humming from the crystal grew louder, vibrating through his bones. The runes on the pedestal flared to life, casting harsh shadows across the walls, their glow intensifying as he reached out. For a moment, everything was still, and then, without warning, the crystal flared to life with a blinding light. Kalen's body went rigid as an overwhelming force surged through him, like a torrent of raw energy crashing into his very soul. His vision blurred, and for an instant, he felt as though he were being pulled apart. Memories, images from the past, from places and times he had never known, flashed before his eyes. The rise and fall of civilizations, the clash of ancient powers, the birth of the moon itself, everything he had ever believed was true shattered in an instant. He saw the moonlit fortress as it once was, before it had been sealed away. A sprawling kingdom of unimaginable beauty, built upon the strength of the very forces it sought to contain. He saw its rulers, wise and powerful, and the day they had made the fateful decision to lock away the power that now thrummed within the crystal. They had known the danger it posed, but even they had not understood its true nature. A voice, ancient and filled with sorrow, echoed through his mind. The balance must be maintained. The power that lies within the crystal is not meant for the world of men. You, child of the stars, must decide, will you release it, or will you leave it sealed forever? The vision faded as quickly as it had come, and Kalen collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. His hands trembled, and his heart raced as the weight of what he had just witnessed settled in. Lyra was beside him in an instant, her voice filled with concern. Kalen. What happened? Kalen's eyes were wide, his mind struggling to process the flood of knowledge that had been forced upon him. I saw everything, he whispered, his voice hoarse. The power within the crystal. It's not just magic. It's something far more ancient. Something alive. The keeper's voice echoed once more, its presence filling the chamber. The choice is yours. Will you awaken the past, or leave it buried beneath the earth? Kalen looked up at the crystal, its glow still pulsing softly in the center of the room. The decision was his. The fate of the world rested in his hands. The chamber was eerily silent. The soft glow of the crystal the only light illuminating the vast, cavernous space. Kalen's breath came in shallow gasps, the after-effects of the overwhelming surge of power still lingering in his body. His mind raced, grappling with the weight of the vision he had witnessed. The crystal wasn't just a relic, it was a key, a gateway to something far greater, something that could either save or destroy the world. Lyra's hand rested gently on his shoulder, grounding him as he tried to make sense of the chaos swirling within his mind. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed her concern. Kalen, what did you see? He met her gaze, the words that followed heavy and uncertain. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations. The moon itself. It wasn't always as it is now. And the power in the crystal, it's not just magic. It's the very force that shaped the world, the force that was locked away to keep balance. Lyra's eyes widened in realization. The balance, of what? Of everything, Kalen whispered. Of life and death, of creation and destruction. It's more than just a power, it's the foundation of all things. He stood, wiping the sweat from his brow. But there's something else. I saw a voice. It called me a child of the stars. Lyra frowned, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Child of the stars. Could it be referring to your lineage? Your heritage? Kalen shook his head. I don't know. I don't even remember where I come from. My past has always been a blur, and now it feels like it's all connected somehow. Like my being here was no accident. A soft hum reverberated through the chamber once more, and the keeper's voice echoed again, as if it had been waiting for Kalen's response. You have seen the truth, child. You have felt the power that lies within the crystal. But the choice you make will determine not only your fate, but the fate of all that is. Kalen's eyes widened as the realization hit him. The keeper had been speaking to him, not just as a guardian of this place, but as a guide, a presence that had been watching for eons. The force within the crystal was alive, sentient, and it knew him, knew his potential, his bloodline, his connection to the past. The keeper's voice continued, its tone darkening with each word. The balance has been disrupted. Forces from beyond the stars seek to consume the power you now hold in your hands. The world stands at the edge of ruin, and only one path remains: to awaken the power within and shape the future, or to seal it once more and watch as the world crumbles beneath the weight of what you refuse to acknowledge. Lyra's grip on her staff tightened. Kalen, this isn't just a choice for us to make. This is the world itself. Kalen stood motionless, his heart pounding. The words echoed in his mind, each one a heavy burden. If I awaken the power, I risk everything. But if I don't, what happens then? Will the world fall into darkness anyway? The keeper's voice seemed to sense his indecision. You must decide, child. The forces beyond the veil are moving. Time is not on your side. The moon is rising, and when it reaches its peak, the world will change forever. The hum of the crystal intensified, the vibrations now a deep, resonating pulse that seemed to echo through Kalen's very bones. It was as if the fortress itself was alive, urging him forward. But as he stood there, a deep sense of dread settled over him. He could feel the weight of his decision, the consequences of awakening a force that could either heal or destroy. Was he ready to bear that responsibility? Kalen took a step forward, his hand trembling as it hovered over the crystal. The warmth that emanated from it was almost inviting, promising power, knowledge, and a future shaped by his will. Yet, beneath that warmth, he could feel a coldness, an emptiness that seemed to linger just beyond his reach. The power within the crystal was not just a gift, it was a burden, one that could easily consume him if he was not careful. Lyra's voice cut through his thoughts. Kalen, whatever you choose, I'm with you. We've come this far together. But we must be careful. We don't know what we're dealing with. He looked at her, her face filled with concern but also trust. In that moment, Kalen knew he wasn't alone. No matter what the crystal held, no matter the dangers ahead, Lyra would stand by his side. Together, they had faced countless trials. They could face this one, too. Kalen's hand moved toward the crystal, his fingers brushing its surface. The moment he touched it, a surge of energy coursed through him, flooding his senses with an overwhelming rush of memories, visions, and emotions. The world around him seemed to dissolve, replaced by images of ancient realms, long-forgotten gods, and battles fought in the dark reaches of time. A voice, one that was not the keeper's, whispered in his mind. You are the one. The one who will wield the power of the stars and the earth. You are the key to the future. Kalen's vision blurred, his body trembling as the weight of the power surged within him. But as the light from the crystal intensified, a deep darkness began to creep at the edges of his consciousness, threatening to swallow him whole. He pulled back, gasping for air, his mind reeling from the torrent of power that had almost consumed him. The light from the crystal dimmed slightly, but its pulse remained steady, Like the beating of a heart, Kalen stumbled backward, his legs weak beneath him, and Lyra rushed to his side. "Kalen, are you all right?" I don't know," he muttered, his voice hoarse. His head throbbed, the weight of the vision still pressing on him. It was too much. The power, it's like nothing I've ever felt before. But it's also wrong. There's something about it, something dark. The keeper's voice echoed again, this time more insistent. "You are not yet ready. But the time is coming, when you must choose to embrace what you have seen, or deny it and watch as the world falls into shadow." Kalen clenched his fists, the pressure building in his chest. He knew the decision was upon him. There was no turning back now. The power of the crystal was within his reach, but to wield it came at a great cost. What would it mean to awaken it? And what would he become if he did? He turned to Lyra, her face filled with determination. But also fear. "We have to be ready. Whatever happens next, we face it together." Lyra nodded, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "Together." Kalen stepped back toward the pedestal, his mind made up. He didn't know what the future held, but he would not turn away from the responsibility that lay before him. The world had brought him here for a reason, and he would not let fear decide his fate. Not now. Not when the moon was so close to its zenith, and so, with his heart heavy but resolute, Kalen reached out once more to the crystal, ready to awaken the power that could change everything. The crystal's surface pulsed under Kalen's fingers, each beat a reminder of the weight pressing against him. The power within it was ancient and untamed, stretching beyond time and space, offering both salvation and destruction. His mind buzzed with the echoes of what he had seen, the history of worlds, of gods, of battles fought. Kalen's fingers made contact with the crystal once again, but this time it was different. The light that radiated from it was no longer simply an ethereal glow, it surged through him like a river of fire, coursing through his veins, filling him with a power so vast it threatened to break him. His body trembled under the force of it, and for a moment, he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake, but then, as the crystal's light deepened and merged with the shadows around him, the vision returned. He stood at the edge of the world. Before him stretched an endless horizon, a darkened sky that seemed to crack and pulse with violent energy. The air was thick with the scent of storms, of ancient forces, and somewhere in the distance, Kalen could hear the cry of something ancient, something that had not been heard in eons. There, amidst the chaos, the figure appeared once more. It was him. Yet not him, the face of his ancestor, the one who had wielded the moon's power before him, was now a shadow of what it once was. The figure was surrounded by a flickering flame of moonlight, its eyes cold and filled with regret, as if it had long ago given up on hope. The light that radiated from the figure was like a curse, feeding on the very essence of the world around it. "You do not belong here," the figure's voice echoed through Kalen's mind, sounding both distant and incredibly close at the same time. "You, who are both the child of the stars and the harbinger of the darkness. You have no place in this realm." Kalen's heart pounded as he tried to move, but his body refused to obey. He felt as if he were being pulled into the center of the storm that surrounded the figure, the very air crackling with power. "Why do you seek the power of the moon?" the figure demanded, its voice now sharp with malice. What will you do with it? You cannot escape what you are, Kaylin. You are bound to this fate, and in the end, you will be consumed. The word stung, but Kaylin refused to back down. He clenched his fists, the moonlit power inside him stirring. I'm not here to be consumed. I'm here to save this world. The power that is within me can heal the world, can restore what was lost. I won't let it fall into darkness. The figure's laugh was cold, filled with a bitterness that chilled Kaylin to his core. You do not understand. What you seek is not salvation, but destruction. The power of the moon is not a gift, Kaylin. It is a burden, one that no mortal can bear without losing themselves. The winds around him grew stronger, as if the entire world were pushing against him, trying to drag him into the abyss. But Kaylin stood firm, feeling the pull of the moon's energy resonate deep within his soul. I'm not afraid, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos swirling around him. I've come this far. And I will not turn back. As if in answer, the sky above him cracked open, a bright flash of moonlight streaking down, illuminating the battlefield beneath. The crystal beneath his fingers pulsed once more, its power swirling in tandem with the moon's light. The figure raised its hand, a final warning, but Kaylin's resolve was unshakable. With a cry of defiance, he reached forward, grasping the figure's outstretched hand. In an instant, the world shattered. Kaylin gasped as the vision ended, his heart racing in his chest. The crystal before him hummed with power, but it no longer felt like a stranger. It felt like a part of him, its power now woven into the very fabric of his being. His breath came in ragged gasps as he tried to steady himself, the overwhelming flood of energy threatening to overtake him. Kaylin, Lyra's voice called softly, her hand on his shoulder, grounding him in the present. Are you all right? He turned to look at her, his eyes wide and filled with confusion. I don't know. It's so much. The power, it's inside me. It's like I'm connected to everything now, Lyra. To the past, to the future, to everything that's been and everything that will be. Lyra's gaze softened, her voice steady with concern. It's not just the power you have to control, Kaylin. It's your heart. You can't let it consume you. He nodded, his thoughts a whirlwind. What had he seen? The figure, the one who had been him, and yet not him, had warned him of the power, but it had also shown him the truth. He was the key, the one who could either save the world or bring about its end. The weight of the decision pressed down on him again, but this time, something in his heart stirred, something that gave him the strength to stand tall. I can control it, he said, his voice firm. I can wield this power. I won't let it define me, Lyra. I won't let it consume me. Lyra met his gaze, and for the first time since they had embarked on this journey, Kaylin saw something in her eyes, a flicker of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could face the darkness together. You're not alone, Kaylin, she said quietly, her grip tightening on her staff. Whatever comes, we face it together. The light of the crystal began to pulse again, not with the terrifying intensity it had once held, but with a quiet strength, as if it were awaiting Kaylin's command. And, in that moment, he knew, his journey had only just begun. The moon above them shone brighter than ever, its light spilling across the fortress, casting long shadows that stretched far into the night. The storm that had raged within him began to calm, replaced by a fierce determination. "I'm ready," Kalen whispered to himself. The days blurred together in a whirl of urgency. Kalen could feel the moon's energy coursing through him with an intensity he hadn't expected. It was like a distant rhythm that pulsed within his veins, echoing in the back of his mind, as though it had always been there, waiting. The crystal in his hand no longer felt like a foreign object, it was part of him now. And with that connection, the world around him seemed to change, warped, stretched, and twisted by the power at his command, but there was no time for contemplation. Kalen and Lyra had left the fortress behind, moving through the ruins of what had once been a thriving city. Now, it lay in ruins, shattered by the same forces that had come for the moon's power. The darkness that had been whispered about in ancient texts was no longer a distant threat. It was here. And it was growing. "We're getting close," Kalen said, his voice low, barely above a whisper. His breath formed a cloud in the cold night air as they moved through the crumbling streets. Each step was careful, each breath cautious. The wind howled between the broken stone walls, carrying with it a sense of something more, something far darker than mere wind. The very atmosphere felt charged with impending danger, as though the air itself was holding its breath. Lyra glanced up at him, her eyes narrowed as she scanned the horizon. "I can feel it too. There's something about this place. It's like the land is suffocating." Kalen nodded in agreement. The ruins of the city stretched for miles in every direction. But it wasn't the decay of the place that unnerved him. It was the feeling that something was watching them, something powerful, lurking in the distance, waiting for them to make a mistake. As they pressed on, the sound of distant thunder rumbled across the sky. The moon, high above them, cast a cold light that glinted off the shards of broken stone and glass. The storm that had followed them since their arrival in the city was drawing closer, a constant reminder of the storm that raged within Kalen himself. "We have to hurry," Lyra said, her voice sharp as she picked up her pace. "We don't know how much longer we have before whatever is coming for the crystal catches up with us." Kalen's heart quickened at the mention of the crystal. His grip tightened around it. The energy it radiated was both a comfort and a curse. He could feel the weight of it, pressing on his chest, pulling him in ways he couldn't explain. He had to keep moving forward, had to find a way to seal the power within before it consumed everything. Ahead, through the thickening storm, a shape began to materialize. It was indistinct at first, just a shadow in the distance, but as it grew closer, Kalen could see it more clearly, a figure standing tall in the middle of the ruins. It wasn't a man. Not exactly. The figure was tall, shrouded in dark robes that billowed around them like a living shadow. Their face was hidden beneath a hood, but the aura they radiated was undeniable. Power. Ancient power. The very air seemed to tremble as the figure lifted their head, and Kalen felt his pulse quicken in response. "This is it," Kalen said under his breath, his voice steady despite the sudden rush of fear that tightened his chest. Lyra stopped next to him, her staff raised defensively. "Stay focused. Whatever this is, we can't afford to make a mistake." The figure took a step forward, and in that moment, Kalen felt the crystal in his hand thrum with energy. It pulsed, as though responding to the figure, its light flickering like a dying star. "You've come," the figure's voice was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The child of the moon. I have been waiting. Kalen's heart raced. He could feel the weight of the words pressing against him, as though they held a deeper meaning that he couldn't yet grasp. The figure's voice was familiar in a way he couldn't explain, like a memory from a dream long forgotten. Who are you? Kalen asked, his voice steady despite the unease growing in his chest. What do you want with the crystal? The figure's form shifted slightly, and then the hood fell back, revealing a face that was both familiar and foreign. It was the face of Kalen himself, his breath caught in his throat. You. Yes, the figure interrupted, its voice cold and unyielding. I am the reflection of what you will become. The one who once wielded the power you now hold. The one who fell. Kalen's heart thudded painfully in his chest. No. I'm not like you. I won't let this power destroy me. The figure chuckled darkly, the sound echoing like the wind through a tomb. You are already like me. The power you carry is not just a gift, it is a curse. It will consume you, Kalen, just as it consumed me. Just as it will consume the world. Kalen took a step back, the crystal in his hand throbbing with an insistent pulse. The figure's words felt like a death sentence, but Kalen refused to believe them. He couldn't. Not after everything they had sacrificed. Not after everything they had fought for. I will not fall, Kalen said, his voice firm, each word a declaration. I won't let the power of the moon control me. I will control it. The figure's eyes glinted with a terrible sadness. You may think you control it now, but in the end, Kalen, you will be nothing but a shadow of what you could have been. The moon's power is ancient. It cannot be tamed. Not by you. Not by anyone. With a swift motion, the figure raised a hand, and the storm above them surged violently, a flash of lightning illuminating the figure's face. The power that rippled through the air was enough to knock Kalen off his feet. His body was thrown to the ground, the crystal slipping from his hand as the world around him spiraled into chaos. Kalen. Lyra shouted, reaching for him, but the force of the storm pushed her back, her voice drowned out by the roar of the winds. Kalen struggled to rise, his vision swimming. The figure's words echoed in his mind, but he refused to let them take root. He had to stand. He had to keep fighting. With a grunt, he pushed himself to his feet, his fingers grasping for the crystal. The storm raged on, and the moon above seemed to tremble with the weight of the conflict unfolding beneath it. Kalen's vision blurred as the storm raged around him, the wind howling like a living thing, clawing at him with invisible hands. He could hear Lyra calling his name, her voice faint against the deafening noise of the tempest. The figure before him stood like a statue, unmoving and unrelenting, its presence a stark contrast to the chaos swirling in the air. The very ground beneath his feet trembled, as if the earth itself was buckling under the pressure of the confrontation. With a grunt of effort, Kalen pushed himself to his feet, the crystal now lying just beyond his reach. It was a few feet away, but in the fierce winds, it felt like a chasm separating him from salvation. His legs wobbled as he struggled to regain his balance, his heart pounding in his chest. Lyra. Kalen muttered through gritted teeth, reaching for the ground as if the earth would steady him. Lyra was still struggling against the storm's might. She had raised her staff, but the winds were too strong, pushing her back, rendering her movements futile. Her face was pale with determination, but the shadows of fear were creeping in as she glanced between Kaelin and the dark figure that towered before them. The figure, too, had not moved, its eyes glowing faintly with an eerie light. Kaelin could see the glimmer of recognition in those eyes, the same dark power that had once claimed him, the same force that he now carried within him. But Kaelin refused to acknowledge that power. He would not let it control him. Not now. You think you can resist it? The figure's voice came again, low and mocking. You think you can control what is beyond your comprehension? What was never meant for mortal hands? Kaelin's chest tightened as the figure's words struck him like an iron hammer. The storm was pressing in on him, the winds pushing harder, as if trying to force him to his knees. But he would not bend. Not again. Not after everything he had been through. He managed to stagger forward, each step a battle against the relentless forces around him. His body felt like it was made of lead, and every movement was like dragging himself through molasses. But he had come too far to stop now. He had to reach the crystal. He had to grasp it before it was too late. With one final, desperate lunge, Kaelin seized the crystal, his fingers curling around it with a fierce grip. The moment his skin touched the smooth surface, a surge of power shot through him, more intense than anything he had ever felt before. It was like fire and ice, heat and cold, all at once. The crystal hummed in his hand, vibrating with the weight of the ancient power it contained. The world seemed to pause as the energy within him flared to life, wrapping around him like a cocoon. His body was filled with a strange warmth that slowly began to push back against the storm's violent winds. The darkness that had threatened to overwhelm him for so long started to recede. But not entirely. It lingered in the corners of his mind, a constant reminder of the battle he still had to fight. The figure took a step forward now, its gaze fixed on him, its eyes glowing with a terrible, unyielding light. You still don't understand, do you? The figure's voice was quieter now, almost pitying. You cannot fight it, Kaelin. You are not the one who will save this world. You are the one who will end it. The words struck like a physical blow, but Kaelin refused to be intimidated. He clenched his fist around the crystal, willing the power within him to respond. I will not fall, he said, his voice steady, his confidence growing with each passing second. I won't let the power consume me. I'll control it. I'll be the one to decide what happens. The storm raged louder in response, the wind screaming as though in protest, the very air pulsing with the energy of 1,000 storms. The ground trembled beneath their feet, but Kaelin stood his ground, his eyes locked on the figure before him. The figure's lips curled into a cruel smile. You are a fool, it whispered. You believe you can control what has been beyond your grasp for so long. But you will see, Kaelin, you will see. The moon's power is not meant for mortals. It is not meant for anyone. And when you fail, when you are consumed by it, the world will fall with you. The words lingered in the air, heavy and suffocating. But Kaelin shook his head. He refused to listen. He had made his choice. He would not back down. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open with a deafening roar. A massive fissure tore through the earth, splitting the ruins apart as if the very foundations of the world were being torn asunder. Kalen staggered, barely managing to keep his footing as the earth split and twisted beneath him. The crystal in his hand flared with light, its power growing stronger as if it were reacting to the destruction unfolding around them. Kalen. Lyra's voice rang out, but her cry was drowned in the roar of the crumbling world around them. She was still struggling to keep her footing, her staff barely able to hold her steady. The figure laughed, a hollow sound that echoed through the ruins. You cannot save her. You cannot save anyone. This world is beyond saving. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest, but he couldn't stop. The power inside him, inside the crystal, had begun to stir again, pulling him in all directions. It was tempting, overwhelming, and yet he refused to yield. He had to hold on. He had to stand tall. I will not let you win, he said through gritted teeth, his voice rising above the chaos. This world is not beyond saving. Not if I have anything to do with it. With a final, defiant cry, Kalen thrust the crystal forward. A surge of light erupted from it, blinding and brilliant. The force of it pushed the figure back, its dark form shuddering as if it were being pulled apart by the energy that Kalen had unleashed. The storm screamed in fury, but Kalen could feel the power of the moon pushing it back, forcing it to retreat. His body felt like it was on fire, the energy within him boiling over, but he kept pushing, kept fighting. He could hear Lyra's voice in the distance, urging him on, but the figure before him seemed to be disintegrating under the force of the crystal's light. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. The world was still. The winds had died down. The earth had stopped shaking, and then, with a final, resounding crack, the figure vanished. Swallowed by the light, Kalen collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His body was drained, his mind swimming with the aftereffects of the power he had just unleashed. He could feel the remnants of the storm lingering, but the oppressive weight that had been hanging over him was gone. The crystal lay silent in his hand, its light fading as if it, too, had been spent. Lyra rushed to his side, her face filled with concern as she knelt beside him. Kalen, are you? He didn't answer at first. Instead, he simply stared at the crystal in his hand, feeling the last remnants of its power ebbing away. It had been a victory, yes, but Kalen knew, this battle was only the beginning. The moon still hung high above them, its light cold and distant, casting long shadows over the ruins. And Kalen knew, deep down, that there was more to come. The wind had died down, and the silence that followed the storm was unnerving. The once violent storm had been quelled, but its echoes remained in the air, an unsettling calm that hung heavily around them. Kalen's breath came in ragged gasps as he remained on his knees, clutching the now dimmed crystal. His body felt heavy, exhausted, drained from the immense surge of power he had just commanded. But despite the overwhelming fatigue, his mind raced with questions, unanswered and aching for clarity. Lyra's soft touch on his shoulder broke through the haze of exhaustion. Her presence a reassuring anchor in the midst of the chaos. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with concern, yet there was a trace of awe in her gaze. She had witnessed the power he had wielded, the force that had shattered the figure and silenced the storm. But what did it all mean? What had they truly accomplished? Kalen, she said, her voice gentle but urgent. Are you all right? He nodded weakly, though his head felt as though it were filled with fog. I don't know. His voice was hoarse, raw from the exertion. But I couldn't let it end like that. I couldn't. Lyra didn't press him further, instead turning her gaze to the ruinous landscape around them. The once imposing fortress now seemed to be little more than a shattered shell, its walls crumbling into dust. The winds had torn the stone to pieces, and the ground was scarred with deep fissures that stretched out like the marks of a great wound. The moon above was cold, its light casting long shadows across the desolation. What now? She asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. Is it over? Is the threat truly gone? Kalen slowly lifted his gaze to the sky, his heart heavy with the weight of the questions that lingered. The moonlight that had once been so beautiful now seemed ominous, casting a pale glow over the wreckage of the world they had fought to protect. I'm not sure, he admitted. The power. It felt like something more. Something I haven't fully understood yet. We defeated the figure, yes, but there's still something about this place, about what we've unleashed, that doesn't feel finished. Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her eyes scanning the ruins. There's more to this than we realize. Whatever this power is, whatever that figure was, they aren't the only threat we face. I can feel it, Kalen. There's still something in the shadows, waiting. Kalen looked down at the crystal in his hand, now almost entirely devoid of light. It felt cold, lifeless in his grasp, as though the final vestiges of its power had been drained away. But even as its glow faded, he couldn't shake the feeling that it had left something behind. A mark. A connection. Something deeper that he couldn't fully comprehend. Lyra, he began, his voice low. The figure, it spoke of the moon's power as though it had a will of its own. Do you think the crystal could have more influence over us than we realize? Lyra's brow furrowed as she considered his words. I don't know. But the moon is not just a symbol. It's been tied to our world for longer than we can fathom. It has its own secrets, its own mysteries. And now that we've touched it, I fear the consequences of what we've stirred. There was a long pause as Kalen stared at the ruins around them, the air heavy with unspoken dread. His mind drifted to the figure, its dark power, its words. It had been clear that the battle they had fought was not the final one. Not by a long shot. The path ahead would be fraught with more danger, more darkness, and perhaps more choices that would define not just their fate, but the fate of everything. Do you hear that? Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, her eyes wide as she looked around. Kalen's senses were on high alert, his instincts kicking in. He listened carefully, his heart pounding. There was a faint sound, distant but unmistakable, a low hum that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath them. It wasn't the wind, nor the remnants of the storm. It was something else. Where is it coming from? Kalen asked, rising to his feet with effort. His muscles sore from the toll of the battle. He stood, the crystal still clenched tightly in his hand, though its light had long since faded. Lyra pointed toward the horizon, where the moon's light was darkest. There. Do you see it? There's something there, moving. Kalen narrowed his eyes, focusing on the spot Lyra had indicated. It was barely visible through the shifting shadows, but something was indeed there, something large, something that didn't belong. Without a word, they began to move, their steps slow and cautious as they approached. The air around them was thick with tension, each step taking them deeper into the unknown. The hum grew louder as they neared the source, its frequency vibrating through the very earth. As they reached the edge of the ruin, they stopped in their tracks. What lay before them was a strange sight, a massive stone archway, half buried beneath the earth. The structure was ancient, its surface worn and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim moonlight. But what struck them both the most was the glowing light emanating from within the archway, a soft, eerie glow that seemed to beckon them closer. "That's not just a ruin," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with awe and apprehension. "That's something else. Something hidden. And it's calling to us." Kalen stepped forward cautiously, the crystal still in his hand. As he approached the archway, the humming grew louder, vibrating in his bones. The very air around them seemed to ripple with an unseen energy, an energy that made his pulse quicken with a strange mix of fear and anticipation. "This is where it began," Kalen said softly, his eyes locked on the glowing archway. "This is where the true test lies. Whatever comes next, we're ready." Lyra nodded, though her face was filled with uncertainty. "Are we, though? I don't know what's waiting for us, Kalen. But I feel it. We're not just stepping into the unknown. We're stepping into something that was never meant to be disturbed." Kalen's heart thudded heavily in his chest. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and darkness. But there was no turning back now. Whatever lay beyond that archway, whatever secret it held, Kalen knew that they had no choice but to face it. Together, with a final, determined glance at Lyra, Kalen stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the moonlit archway. The world around them seemed to shift as the light enveloped them, and with it, the beginning of the next chapter of their journey. The moment Kalen crossed the threshold of the glowing archway, a strange sensation washed over him. It was as if the very fabric of reality had bent around him, warping the air in a way that defied all logic. The world behind him, with its crumbling ruins and the desolate landscape, vanished, replaced by an endless void of shimmering silver light. It was as if they had stepped into the heart of the moon itself, a place untouched by time, where shadows and light danced together in perfect harmony. Lyra's voice, strained but clear, cut through the silence. "Kalen, what's happening? Where are we?" He looked around, his senses heightened. The light seemed to pulse, like a heartbeat of the world itself, and for a moment, Kalen felt as though the moon was alive, watching them, aware of their every move. "I don't know," Kalen admitted, his voice barely a whisper. "But we're not in the same place anymore. This isn't just some hidden ruin. This is something else." The ground beneath their feet was smooth and unmarred by time, a translucent surface that glowed with an ethereal blue hue. As they took their first cautious steps forward, the light beneath them seemed to shift and change, like water rippling under their feet. "Is this the true power of the moon?" Lyra murmured, her voice tinged with awe. "It's beautiful, but terrifying." Kalen nodded slowly, his mind racing. "I think this is where it all began. The heart of everything we've been fighting for, or against. Whatever force has been manipulating us, This is where it lives. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, an invisible force that pressed against their skin. The further they moved, the more intense the sensation became. It was as though they were being pulled forward by an unseen hand, drawing them deeper into the heart of the moonlit realm. Then, without warning, the light in front of them began to shift, forming into a shape. A figure emerged from the glowing mists, a silhouette of a woman, tall and regal, her form wrapped in an aura of soft moonlight. Her hair cascaded down her back like flowing silver, and her eyes, glowing with an ancient power, locked onto Kaelin and Lyra. The figure spoke, her voice as gentle as the moon's light, yet with a weight that pressed down upon them like a storm. "You have come," she said. "The time is upon us." Kaelin's breath caught in his throat. He knew this figure, or rather, he knew her presence. There was something unmistakable about her, something he had sensed even before they had entered this place. This was no mere apparition. This was the essence of the moon itself. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice steady but filled with curiosity. "What is this place?" The woman's gaze shifted to Lyra, and Kaelin could feel the weight of the woman's gaze settle upon him as well, as though weighing their very souls. "I am the moon's guardian," the figure replied. "I am the keeper of secrets long buried, the protector of the ancient forces that govern this world. You stand at the precipice of a great awakening, one that has been set in motion long ago. Your coming was foreseen, and you have passed the tests that were laid before you. But the true trial has only just begun." Kaelin stepped forward, his heart pounding. "What trial? What is it you want from us?" The guardian's expression softened, though her gaze remained as unyielding as the moon itself. "I do not seek anything from you. I am but the messenger of a power far greater than any of us. The trial you face is one of choice. The forces you have awakened will not be easily tamed. There are powers within this world, ancient and dangerous, that seek to tear it apart. You, Kaelin, have already felt their pull. But you must decide, will you wield the moon's power, or will you destroy it?" The word struck Kaelin like a physical blow, and he staggered back, struggling to grasp the enormity of what he had just heard. "The moon's power? Destroy it? You're saying we have to choose?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Destroy the power? Or use it?" The moon's guardian nodded. "Yes. The balance is delicate. Too much power, and the world will fall into shadow. Too little, and it will remain forever trapped in darkness. You must decide whether you will embrace the light, or extinguish it forever." The silence that followed her words felt suffocating, and Kaelin felt his mind reel with the weight of the decision before them. Could they truly destroy the moon's power? Could they even comprehend what that would mean? Or would they risk everything? Embracing the very force that had brought them here in the first place, Lyra's voice broke the stillness. "But what happens if we fail? What if we choose wrong?" The guardian's eyes darkened for a moment, a shadow passing over her ethereal form. "The consequences of failure are dire. If the wrong choice is made, the world will be consumed by shadows, and the power you seek to control will turn on you. But there is no path without risk. The decision is yours." Kaelin's mind raced, images of the dark figure, the storms, the ancient crystal, everything they had fought against, flashed before his eyes. He had always believed in the mission, in the need to protect the world, but now, standing before the source of all their struggles, the choice felt overwhelming. What do you want us to do? Kalen finally asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The Guardian's gaze softened. I want you to remember that even in the darkest of times, the moon's light will always guide the way. You must trust yourselves and your instincts. Only then will you know the path you must take. With those final words, the figure began to dissolve into the light, her form becoming one with the shimmering silver that filled the void. Kalen and Lyra were left standing alone, the hum of energy still vibrating in the air around them. Kalen's heart was heavy with the weight of the decision that lay before them. The world, the moon, and everything they had fought for, it all rested in their hands now. We have to decide, Lyra, Kalen said, his voice filled with uncertainty. Do we risk everything? Or do we let it go? Lyra turned to him, her face resolute. Whatever the choice, Kalen, we will face it together, together. For the first time since they had stepped into this strange moonlit realm, Kalen felt a flicker of hope. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. And together, they would decide the fate of everything. The silence that had fallen over them felt suffocating, yet somehow comforting. Kalen and Lyra stood side by side in the moonlit void, the hum of the ancient energy surrounding them like an unseen current. It was a moment that felt like an eternity, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on Kalen's chest. The words of the moon's guardian echoed in his mind, each one carrying a gravity that seemed to shake the very core of his being. He turned to Lyra, his gaze meeting hers. In that single moment, he saw the same uncertainty, the same storm of emotions swirling within her eyes. They were both haunted by the same question, the same impossible choice. What now? Lyra asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. How do we even begin to decide? Kalen didn't have an answer. In truth, he wasn't sure how to proceed. The path ahead seemed both too vast and too narrow at the same time, a labyrinth with no clear exit. The world, their world, hung in the balance, and it was as if they were standing at the edge of an abyss, waiting to fall into the unknown. He exhaled slowly, trying to steady himself. We do what we've always done, Lyra. We move forward. Her brow furrowed slightly, but there was a flicker of understanding in her eyes. She nodded, though doubt still lingered in her expression. Moving forward doesn't make the decision any easier, Kalen. I know, he replied softly, looking around at the glowing landscape. But we can't stand still. We have to keep going. Lyra glanced around, as if searching for something, anything, that could help them make sense of the situation. The place they had entered, the moonlit realm, was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The ground beneath them shimmered like liquid glass, reflecting the soft glow of the light that filled the space, and the air was thick with an ancient, otherworldly energy that both beckoned and repelled them. It felt like they were in a place between places, suspended in time and space, and then, as if answering their unspoken question, a new presence made itself known. The ground trembled, just slightly, and a low hum resonated through the air. From the center of the shimmering expanse, a figure began to materialize, rising from the ethereal light itself. Kalen's heart skipped a beat as the figure took shape, his breath catching in his throat. It was not the moon's guardian, nor was it any figure they had encountered before. This new being was something else entirely, an entity that seemed to be made of the very light itself. It was tall, with flowing robes that shifted and changed like the light of the moon, and its face, though shadowed, held an undeniable presence. The being's eyes glowed with a silvery light, and the air around it hummed with the same energy that had filled the space since their arrival. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded. His voice sharp with both awe and caution. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering the question before it spoke. "I am the harbinger of the moon's will," it said, its voice echoing as though it came from all directions at once. "I have been sent to guide you, Kalen and Lyra. Your journey has reached its final stage, and the choice before you is not one that can be made lightly." Kalen took a step back, instinctively reaching for Lyra's hand. The weight of the situation was becoming unbearable. Was there no escaping the gravity of this moment? "Guide us?" Lyra echoed, her voice tight with skepticism. "How? The Guardian already told us that the decision is ours alone." The Harbinger's gaze shifted to Lyra, its eyes glowing brighter. "Yes, the choice is yours, but even the greatest of decisions require wisdom to see the truth. I am here to offer that wisdom." Kalen frowned, glancing at Lyra. She met his gaze, uncertainty flickering in her expression. Both of them felt the same pull, the need to understand, to gain insight before making a decision that could change everything. The weight of the moon's power was pressing down on them, and they needed answers. "What wisdom do you offer?" Kalen asked, his voice calm but resolute. The Harbinger's form shimmered, and for a brief moment, it seemed to split into multiple reflections, each one showing a different version of Kalen and Lyra. In each, they saw a world shaped by their decisions. Some versions showed them as rulers, wielding the power of the moon and bringing peace to the world. Others showed them as destroyers, their hands stained with the remnants of a broken world. "This is the nature of the choice you face," the Harbinger intoned, its voice carrying the weight of ages. "To wield the power of the moon is to hold dominion over the balance of the world. But to destroy it is to sever the connection between light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. Each path has its cost." Kalen's mind reeled as he looked at the images of possible futures. He saw one version where he and Lyra stood together. Their faces hard with determination, ruling over the remnants of a broken world, trying to rebuild what had been lost. Another showed them alone, estranged from one another, each carrying the weight of their choices but with no peace between them. Yet another showed them victorious, the world restored, but at the cost of their very souls. He felt a tightness in his chest. "I don't understand," he murmured, his voice heavy with doubt. "How can we choose between destruction and control when both seem equally dark?" The Harbinger's gaze softened, a hint of compassion in its ancient eyes. "That is the very nature of the moon. It is both light and shadow, creation and ruin. The choice is not simply between two paths, but between two forces within you. The question you must answer is this: can you embrace both, or will you let one consume you?" Lyra stepped forward, her face determined. "We've fought for this moment," she said, her voice steady. "We won't let either force control us. We'll find another way." The Harbinger's eyes glowed brighter still, and for a moment, Kalen swore he could see the moon itself reflected in its gaze. Then you must choose wisely, for the moon watches, and its will is both a blessing and a curse. With that, the harbinger began to fade, its form dissolving into the light, leaving only the echo of its words behind. Kalen and Lyra stood in silence once more, the weight of the decision pressing down on them like never before. The time had come. They had to choose, whether to wield the power of the moon, to destroy it, or to find another way entirely. The path was unclear, but one thing was certain: the journey was far from over. The silence that followed the harbinger's departure seemed to stretch on endlessly, each passing second heavier than the last. Kalen and Lyra stood motionless, each lost in thought, their minds heavy with the implications of the choice that lay before them. The ancient energy of the moon pulsed around them, its light bathing them in a soft, ghostly glow, but its presence no longer felt comforting. It was oppressive now, a constant reminder of the burden they bore. Kalen's mind raced, each possibility like a storm crashing against his thoughts. Could they really bear the weight of the decision ahead? Was there any hope of finding a path that didn't lead to ruin? He turned to Lyra, but before he could speak, she cut him off, her voice quiet yet resolute. "I don't think we should rush into this," she said, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the shimmering landscape. "We need to understand more. We need to know what we're truly dealing with." Kalen nodded, feeling a surge of agreement. He had known from the moment they had entered this moonlit realm that their journey wasn't over. The true test was yet to come, and the harbinger had only given them fragments of the knowledge they needed. It was as if they were standing at the edge of an abyss, and each step forward required them to peer deeper into the unknown. "We can't just make a choice based on what we saw," Kalen said, his voice tinged with urgency. "Those visions, those futures, they might not even be real. We need more information. More guidance." Lyra's gaze softened, and she stepped closer to him. "I agree. We can't let fear drive us. We've been through too much to let this decision define us without understanding all that's at stake." They stood in silence for a moment longer, the weight of their decision pressing down on them like a physical force. But in the midst of the uncertainty, Kalen realized something, a flicker of understanding in his mind. The answer wasn't in the future, or in the visions they had seen. It was in the present, in the strength they had already gained. He turned back to the path that stretched out before them, the shimmering expanse of the moonlit realm calling them forward. There had to be more to discover here, more to learn about the power they were about to wield, and more about the darkness that threatened to consume it. Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts. "Kalen, look." She was pointing toward the horizon, her finger trembling slightly as she gestured to a distant structure that had emerged from the shimmering mist. At first, Kalen had thought it was a mirage, an illusion caused by the strange energies that surrounded them. But as he focused, he realized it was real, an enormous fortress, its silhouette rising against the moonlit sky. The fortress seemed to pulse with an ethereal light, its walls smooth and seamless, like the surface of the moon itself. At its center was a massive tower that stretched high into the sky, its peak lost in the clouds. It was unlike any structure Kalen had ever seen, both beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. The walls seemed to hum with the same energy that had filled the air since their arrival, as if the very stones of the fortress were alive. That wasn't here before," Kalen said, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra nodded, her expression one of cautious curiosity. It must be part of the test. But what's inside? Kaelin felt a surge of determination. We have to find out. Without another word, they began walking toward the fortress, their steps quiet against the shimmering ground. The air grew colder as they drew nearer, and the moonlight seemed to intensify, bathing the structure in a soft, silver glow. The closer they got, the more imposing the fortress became, until they were standing before its massive gates. At first, it seemed as though the gates were locked, solid and immovable. But as Kaelin reached out to touch the surface, the gates began to shift, slowly opening as if they had been waiting for them all along. They stepped inside. The interior of the fortress was nothing like Kaelin had imagined. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, symbols and runes that seemed to shift and change as they passed by, their meanings just out of reach. The air was thick with the scent of old stone and the faintest trace of something unfamiliar, something that made Kaelin's skin prickle with unease. At the center of the fortress, beneath a high vaulted ceiling, stood a massive stone pedestal. Upon it rested an object, an orb of pure light, suspended in midair, its surface shifting like liquid silver. It was the source of the energy that filled the entire fortress, and as Kaelin and Lyra approached, they could feel its power thrumming beneath their feet. Like the heartbeat of the moon itself, the orb was the key. Kaelin could feel it, like a magnet pulling at his soul. He stepped closer, reaching out instinctively, his fingers brushing against its smooth surface. The moment he touched it, a wave of energy coursed through him, and he staggered back, barely catching himself before he fell. The world around him seemed to blur, and for a moment, he felt as though he was floating, adrift in a sea of light and sound. Kaelin. Lyra's voice broke through the haze, and he blinked, trying to focus. He looked up to see her standing over him, her face filled with concern. What happened? I don't know, Kaelin admitted, his voice unsteady. It's like I was pulled into the light, like it was showing me something. But I couldn't hold on to it. Lyra's eyes narrowed. Do you think it's trying to tell us something? Kaelin nodded slowly, pushing himself to his feet. I think it's more than just a test. This orb, it's connected to the moon's power. If we can understand it, maybe we'll finally have the answers we need. He reached out again, more cautiously this time, his fingers brushing the orb once more. This time, there was no shock, no overwhelming surge of energy. Instead, a soft voice filled the air, its tone gentle yet commanding. The choice is yours, Kaelin. The path you take will shape the world. Will you embrace the light? Or succumb to the shadows? The words echoed in his mind, and Kaelin felt a cold shiver run down his spine. There was no escaping the choice. The light and the darkness were one and the same, and the balance between them was in their hands. But which path would they choose? Kaelin stood still, the voice of the orb reverberating in his mind. The choice is yours, Kaelin. The path you take will shape the world. Will you embrace the light, or succumb to the shadows? The weight of the words pressed heavily upon him, and for a moment, he could do nothing but stare at the glowing orb. He could feel its energy seeping into him, tugging at the very core of his being, yet the uncertainty that had taken root in his heart only deepened. Was the orb speaking of the future? Or was it merely offering a reflection of his own desires, his own fears? Lyra's voice broke through his thoughts, soft yet firm. "Kalen, what's happening?" He blinked, taking a steadying breath as he turned to her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with concern, but there was also something else, something resolute. She wasn't just worried about him, she was watching him, waiting for him to make a decision, even if she didn't fully understand what that decision would mean. "I think." Kalen hesitated, his voice cracking under the weight of what he was about to say. "I think this orb is more than a test. It's a guide, maybe even a warning. I felt something deep inside me. Like it was calling me to a choice, but I don't know what that choice means yet." Lyra stepped closer, her gaze never leaving his face. "What do you think it wants from us? And what about those visions, the ones from the Harbinger? Could they be connected?" Kalen glanced back at the orb, its light now pulsing with an almost rhythmic cadence, like a heartbeat. The question gnawed at him. Could the orb, the visions, and the moon itself all be part of something larger? Something that could reshape the world, or destroy it? "I don't know," Kalen admitted, his voice tinged with doubt. "But we can't act without understanding what's at stake. We need more time. I'm not ready to make that kind of decision yet." Lyra nodded, her expression softening. "Then let's take that time. Let's learn more about this place, about the orb, and about the choice that lies before us. There's no rush, Kalen. We've come this far. We'll find a way." Her words, though comforting, did little to ease the storm raging inside him. How could they truly understand the forces at play here? The power of the orb, the promise of the light, and the shadows that lurked just beyond its reach, it was all so overwhelming. What if they were making a mistake? What if, in waiting, they were condemning themselves to a future worse than the one the Harbinger had shown? But there was one thing Kalen knew with certainty: he couldn't make this decision alone. Not without understanding the full scope of what was to come. "We'll take our time," Kalen said, though even as he spoke the words, he knew they might not have the luxury of time. "But we need to be careful. Every step we take here could lead us closer to something we can't undo." Together, they turned away from the pedestal, and the orb's light seemed to dim, as if acknowledging their decision. They moved through the corridors of the fortress, the ancient carvings on the walls still shifting before their eyes, but now, Kalen felt as though he was seeing them in a new light, symbols not of a distant past, but of a future that was yet to be written, as they walked deeper into the fortress. The air grew colder, and the sense of unease that had gripped Kalen's heart since their arrival intensified. It wasn't just the strange energy of the orb that unsettled him. It was the feeling that they were being watched, that unseen eyes were tracking their every movement, judging them, waiting for them to make a mistake. "I don't like this," Lyra said, breaking the silence that had settled between them. "It feels like the fortress itself is alive, like it's waiting for something." Kalen's gaze swept over the walls, his senses alert to every shift in the atmosphere. "I know what you mean. It's almost as if the walls are listening." A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he spun around, his heart racing. But there was nothing. Just the shifting symbols on the walls, the faint sound of wind whistling through the corridors. Still, the sense of being watched didn't dissipate. this place. It's not just a fortress. It's something more, Kalen muttered, half to himself. A prison, maybe. Or a tomb. I can feel it, this place holds secrets. Lyra nodded, her expression grim. And I think we're meant to uncover them. They continued down the passage, their footsteps echoing in the eerie stillness. The deeper they ventured into the heart of the fortress, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to close in around them, the carvings growing more intricate, more enigmatic. Every corner they turned revealed more symbols, more runes, each one carrying a sense of foreboding. Eventually, they reached a large chamber, its entrance flanked by two towering statues, figures draped in flowing robes, their faces obscured by shadow. The room beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness, but in the center of the chamber stood an altar, a stone platform surrounded by a circle of ancient markings. Kalen's breath caught in his throat as they entered the room. Atop the altar lay an object, an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, but the light of the orb seemed to reach out toward it, as if drawn to its presence. The book was unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Its cover was embossed with strange symbols, not dissimilar to those on the walls of the fortress, and there was an aura of power surrounding it, a weight that seemed to press down on him the moment he stepped into the room. Lyra approached the altar cautiously, her eyes fixed on the book. "This must be it," she whispered, as if speaking the name of the object would make it real. "The source of the power." Kalen stepped forward, his hand reaching for the tome, but before he could touch it, a voice echoed through the chamber, low, deep, and otherworldly. "You seek knowledge, but knowledge has a price." The ground trembled, and the walls of the fortress seemed to shift. The symbols on the walls began to glow with a strange, eerie light, casting long shadows across the chamber. The statues of the robed figures moved, their heads turning to face Kalen and Lyra, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "The price is steep. Are you willing to pay it?" Kalen froze, his hand just inches from the book. The voice, distant yet intimate, reverberated in his very bones. The words hung heavy in the air, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if he was ready to face whatever price was required. Lyra's hand brushed against his arm. "We have to decide now. The path ahead, this is where it starts." Kalen swallowed hard, his mind racing. There was no turning back now. The choices before them had led them here, and they could not walk away from the question. With a deep breath, Kalen turned to face the orb, now dim in the distance behind them. Whatever price awaited them, they would face it together. He spoke the words, his voice firm, yet uncertain. "We're ready." The chamber fell silent, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The silence in the chamber deepened, a heavy stillness that clung to the air like a shroud. Kalen felt the weight of the voice's presence pressing down on him, as if the walls themselves were listening, waiting for him to take the next step. The orb, dim but ever-present, seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as though acknowledging his declaration. Lyra's hand tightened on his arm, her grip a silent anchor in the growing tension. Her eyes, wide with both fear and resolve, met his. "Kalen," she whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive quiet. "Are you sure about this?" "We don't know what's coming next." Kalen looked at her, his heart pounding in his chest. The weight of her question was not lost on him. but he knew that there was no turning back now. Every step they had taken had led them here, to this moment, this choice. "We have no other choice," he replied, his voice steady despite the maelstrom of emotions swirling within him. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Before Lyra could respond, the voice echoed again, filling the chamber with its low, resonant tone, "You have chosen. But remember, all choices carry consequences. What you seek will not come without sacrifice." A cold gust of wind swept through the room, though the air was still. The torches lining the walls flickered, casting erratic shadows across the stone floor. The statues, once statuesque and unmoving, now seemed to stir. Their eyes glowed brighter, the unnatural light emanating from them like twin beacons of foreboding. The ground beneath Kalen's feet trembled ever so slightly, as if the very foundation of the fortress had come alive. He could feel the vibrations coursing through his body, as though the earth itself were reacting to their decision. Kalen stepped closer to the altar, his eyes never leaving the tome that lay upon it. The symbols on its cover seemed to shift, changing before his eyes. It was as if the book was alive, its pages whispering to him, beckoning him to open it. But there was something more in the air now, a presence, dark and ancient, that seemed to fill the room with an overwhelming sense of power. "Kalen, be careful," Lyra warned, her voice trembling slightly. She stepped forward, her hand reaching out to grasp his arm, but he gently pulled away, his gaze fixed on the book. "Do not fear," the voice intoned again, its tone strangely comforting, yet chilling. "The knowledge you seek is yours for the taking. But the price is yours to pay as well." Kalen reached out, his fingers brushing against the ancient tome. The moment his hand made contact with it, a surge of energy coursed through his body. It was like being struck by lightning, powerful, blinding, and unrelenting. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he felt himself falling into darkness, his senses consumed by the overwhelming force of the book's magic. In that instant, memories flooded his mind, visions of distant places, of forgotten battles, of long-lost kings and queens whose names had been swallowed by time. He saw the rise and fall of kingdoms, the burning of cities, and the bloodshed that had marked the course of history. But among these visions, there was something else, a shadow, lurking at the edges of his perception. Always just out of reach, like a nightmare that could not be fully remembered, Kalen's hand jerked back, his heart racing. The book had released its grip on his mind, but the lingering sensation of its power still thrummed through him, like an echo that would not fade. Lyra was at his side in an instant, her hand on his shoulder. "Kalen, are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. He nodded, though his breath came in short, ragged gasps. I don't know. That was too much. I felt like I was losing myself." The voice, however, was not finished with them. It resonated in the chamber, as though it were part of the very stone and air, vibrating with an ancient rhythm. "You have touched the book. The journey has already begun. The path you walk now will be fraught with challenges, and the shadows that follow you will grow ever darker. But remember, Kalen, you have the power to change the course of destiny." The word struck him like a physical blow. He glanced at the book again, but this time, its surface was smooth and unmarred. The strange symbols had returned to their original form, as if they had never shifted. But Kalen knew better. He could feel the energy lingering in the air, and the knowledge from the book still reverberated in his mind, like the faintest whisper of a distant dream. "Kalen," Lyra said, her voice low, "we need to leave. We've learned what we came here to learn, but this place, it feels wrong. Something is waking up." He could hear the fear in her voice, and he understood. The fortress, the orb, the book, they were all part of something larger, something that Kalen couldn't yet comprehend. But the words of the voice had been clear, their choices were not without consequences, and the journey ahead would be far more dangerous than he had anticipated. "We're not done here yet," Kalen replied, his voice steady despite the growing sense of dread that gnawed at him. "But we need to be careful. We don't know what we've unleashed." The air in the chamber seemed to thicken as Kalen spoke. The walls groaned, and the statue's eyes glowed even brighter, as if reacting to his words. He took a step back from the altar, his hand instinctively reaching for Lyra's. The shadows in the room seemed to shift, swirling around them like a living thing. For the first time since they had arrived in the fortress, Kalen felt the weight of something ancient and malignant pressing in on them. It was as though the very foundations of the fortress were alive, and the power they had awoken was now stirring. "Kalen," Lyra whispered urgently, "we need to get out, now." Without another word, Kalen turned, and together, they began to make their way back toward the exit. But the path was no longer the same. The corridors seemed to stretch before them, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. The fortress was changing, its very structure shifting in response to their intrusion. The walls seemed to close in around them, and the shadows lengthened, reaching for them with unnatural speed. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as they ran, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the ever-shifting corridors. The sense of being watched, of being hunted, grew stronger with each passing second. They were no longer just intruders in this ancient place, they were prey. "Stay close," Kalen muttered, pulling Lyra along as they navigated the maze of the fortress. Every turn seemed to lead them deeper into its dark heart. And the sense of imminent danger pressed in on them from all sides. They rounded a corner, and for a moment, Kalen thought they had reached the exit. But when they stepped into the next chamber, they found themselves face to face with something far worse than they could have imagined. A figure stood before them, draped in shadow. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light, and its presence seemed to fill the room with a suffocating darkness. "You cannot leave," the voice echoed, this time not from the walls, but from the figure itself. Kalen's heart stopped. The fortress had awakened. The figure before them was like nothing Kalen had ever seen. Cloaked in shadow, its form seemed to waver between substance and nothingness, its edges blurring like smoke on a windless night. The eyes, those eyes, glowed with an otherworldly light, cold and piercing, as if they could see straight into the depths of his soul. Every instinct screamed at Kalen to flee, to run far from this creature, but his feet were frozen to the floor. Lyra, too, seemed paralyzed by the sight. Her breath was shallow, her grip on Kalen's arm tightening with an intensity that spoke volumes of her fear. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming terror, there was a glimmer of defiance in her eyes. "What is it?" she whispered, barely able to force the words past the lump in her throat. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it moved, slowly, deliberately. Each step it took seemed to warp the very air around it, leaving a trail of cold, suffocating darkness in its wake. It was as though it was made of the night itself, the darkness clinging to it like a shroud. The walls of the chamber seemed to bow under its presence, the light from the torches flickering and dimming as though retreating from the entity. "You should not have come," the figure said, its voice a low, haunting whisper. It was not the voice they had heard earlier. No, this was something deeper, older, filled with an ancient malice that reverberated in the very bones of the fortress. Kalen swallowed hard, his mind racing. This creature, this thing, was no mere guardian of the fortress. It was something far older, far more dangerous. He could feel its power, its wrath, seeping into the very air around them, making it hard to breathe, to think. It was as though the room itself was closing in on them, suffocating them in its presence. "What are you?" Kalen finally managed to ask, his voice hoarse with fear. He tried to stand tall, to project strength, but even he could feel the tremor in his stance. The figure's eyes locked onto him, and for a moment, Kalen felt as though his very mind was being pulled into those glowing orbs. The creature did not answer immediately, but Kalen could feel its intent, its ancient purpose, reaching out to him through the darkness. "You have awakened the fortress," the figure continued, its voice now resonating like the echo of 1,000 forgotten voices. "You have called upon powers that were meant to remain buried. And now you must face the consequences." Lyra stepped closer to Kalen, her hand still gripping his arm. "We didn't mean to awaken anything," she said, her voice trembling but firm. "We only sought knowledge. We didn't know what we were doing." The figure's laugh was low and filled with sorrow, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the walls of the chamber like the ringing of a bell. "You have disturbed a slumber that should never have been broken. This fortress was not built to house knowledge, it was built to contain it. And now, you will bear witness to the truth of what lies within." Kalen felt a cold shiver race down his spine. The figure's words were like daggers, each one a reminder of how little they truly understood of what they were dealing with. The voice, the book, the orb, they were all pieces of something far larger, something that had been waiting for the right moment to awaken. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook, the tremors growing in intensity. Kalen staggered, barely able to keep his balance as the very walls of the fortress seemed to tremble with the force of some unseen power. A low hum filled the air, rising in pitch, vibrating the stones beneath their feet. "Look," Lyra gasped. Her eyes wide with shock, Kalen turned to follow her gaze, and what he saw nearly stopped his heart. The shadows that filled the room, once still and motionless, were now shifting, swirling around them in a dance of malevolent intent. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all were moving. The fortress was alive, reacting to the presence of the figure, and the very stone seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The figure raised its hand, and the shadows followed its command, spreading out like tendrils, crawling along the walls and floor. They moved with a mind of their own, creeping toward Kalen and Lyra, closing in on them like a pack of ravenous wolves. "You cannot leave," the figure repeated, its voice now a command. "The fortress has awakened, and you are its prisoners now. There is no escape." Kalen's heart raced as the shadows advanced, their cold touch creeping across his skin. He could feel the power of the fortress pressing in on them, suffocating them, as though the very air was being drained from the room. He could see the fear in Lyra's eyes, could feel her trembling beside him, but there was something else, something deeper within her. A quiet strength, a resolve that she had not yet shown. "We won't stay here," Kalen said through gritted teeth. "We will leave, and we will take control of what we've awakened." The figure's eyes glowed brighter, its form becoming more solid, more menacing. "You are not in control here," it hissed. "You are merely players in a game that you do not understand. And now, you will learn the price of your ignorance." Kalen stepped forward, pulling Lyra behind him, as the shadows closed in around them. There was no time to think, no time to plan. The only thing that mattered was moving, surviving, escaping the ever-encroaching darkness. "We'll see about that," Kalen said, his voice low but full of defiance. With a sudden burst of energy, he reached out for the orb that still rested on the altar. The moment his fingers made contact, a surge of power shot through him, hot, violent, and raw. The shadows recoiled for a split second, as though they feared the energy the orb held. But that moment was enough. With a forceful push, Kalen slammed the orb into the ground, shattering it. The sound of cracking stone echoed through the chamber, and a burst of light exploded outward, blinding them for an instant. The shadows seemed to recoil, drawn back by the brilliance of the light. The figure screamed, its voice now distorted and shrill, as if the very fabric of the fortress was rejecting its presence. For a moment, everything was still. The trembling of the ground ceased, the shadows faded, and the figure, no longer standing in its menacing form, began to unravel, its presence dissipating into the air like smoke. "Kalen." Lyra breathed, her voice shaky but filled with relief. Kalen stood in the center of the chamber, his heart still racing, the echoes of the destruction he had caused ringing in his ears. He didn't know what he had just done, but one thing was certain: the fortress was no longer the same. He turned to Lyra, his eyes filled with a mixture of uncertainty and determination. "We've made it this far," he said, his voice steady. "But the journey is far from over." The air in the chamber was still, thick with the weight of what had just transpired. Kalen's hands trembled, the lingering energy from the shattered orb coursing through his veins like wildfire. The light had come and gone so quickly, leaving behind an eerie silence that hung in the air. It felt as though the fortress itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Lyra stood beside him, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and awe. She had been so certain that they were moments away from losing everything, from being consumed by the shadows that had swarmed them. And yet, here they were, standing in the heart of the fortress, the very core of the darkness, still alive. But for how long? Kalen's mind raced as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The orb, the light, the shadowy figure, it was all too much. His instincts told him that the danger was far from over, that the fortress had more secrets to reveal, more challenges to face. He had no doubt that this was only the beginning. "We need to move," he said, his voice low but resolute. He could feel the weight of the fortress pressing in on him, its very walls closing in around them like the jaws of a trap. The longer they stayed, the more likely it was that something else would stir, something even worse than what they had just faced. Lyra nodded, her grip on his arm tightening. "Where do we go?" she asked, her voice still trembling, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. She had faced unimaginable horrors in the last few days, and yet she was still standing, still willing to fight. Kalen glanced around the chamber. The once grand altar, now shattered and lying in ruins, was still a focal point, its dark power lingering in the air like smoke. He could feel the remnants of the ancient energy seeping into the stone beneath his feet, the very walls thrumming with the intensity of the forces they had awakened. "We need to find the heart of this place," Kalen said, his voice firm. "The answers we seek are buried somewhere within this fortress. We just have to figure out where." The sound of distant whispers suddenly filled the air, soft and indistinct, as if the walls themselves were speaking. It was an eerie, unsettling noise that seemed to crawl beneath Kalen's skin. His heart skipped a beat as the whispers grew louder, more urgent, like a call from the depths of the earth. Lyra's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising tide of whispers. Kalen nodded. He could feel it now. Something was moving beneath them, something ancient and restless. The whispers were no longer just sounds, they were words, fragments of a language lost to time. Calling to them from below, without thinking, Kalen stepped forward, his instincts urging him to follow the sound. Lyra hesitated for only a moment before joining him, her steps swift and silent as they made their way deeper into the fortress. The corridors they moved through were narrow and winding, each turn leading them further into the labyrinthine depths. The walls here were covered in strange markings, symbols that pulsed with a faint, sickly light. Kalen could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as the temperature seemed to drop with every step. As they descended, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they could no longer distinguish between the voices of the fortress and the sound of their own heartbeat. It was as though the very walls were alive, pressing in on them from all sides. "Kalen, look," Lyra said suddenly, her voice sharp with disbelief. Ahead of them, the path split into two directions. At the center of the split stood an enormous stone door, covered in the same symbols that adorned the walls. It was an imposing sight, its surface etched with intricate carvings that seemed to glow in the dim light. Kalen's pulse quickened as he approached the door. The whispers were louder here, almost deafening, their meaning just beyond his grasp. But something in the back of his mind told him that this was it, the heart of the fortress, the place where everything converged. He reached out to touch the door, his fingers brushing the cold stone. The moment his skin made contact, the door rumbled, its surface vibrating with a low, resonant hum. A pulse of energy surged through him, sending a shock of cold deep into his bones. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a deep, resonant voice that seemed to echo through the very air. "Who dares enter the sanctum of the forgotten?" The voice was not like anything Kalen had ever heard before. It was ancient, reverberating with the power of centuries, of millennia. It felt as though the voice had come from the stone itself, from the depths of the earth, and yet it was unmistakably aware of them, watching, waiting. Kalen stepped back, his heart hammering in his chest. Lyra stood beside him, her face pale but determined. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The door did not open on its own, and the voice did not speak again. For a long moment, there was only silence. Kalen's mind raced as he tried to piece together the meaning of the voice, the significance of the door, and the whispers that had led them here. "Answer it," Kalen said suddenly, his voice steady, despite the fear that gripped him. He was not sure why, but he knew that they had to take this step. They had to show that they were not afraid, that they were ready to face whatever lay beyond. Lyra looked at him, her eyes wide with uncertainty, but then she nodded. Stepping forward, she lifted her head high, her voice clear and strong as she spoke into the silence. "We seek the truth," she said, her words carrying a weight that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the fortress. "We seek to uncover what has been buried, to understand what has been hidden." There was a long pause, and for a moment, Kalen wondered if they had made a mistake, if the door would remain closed forever, trapping them here. But then, with a grinding of stone, the door slowly began to open. The light from within spilled out, warm and golden, casting long shadows across the floor. As the door creaked open wider, Kalen could feel the power that lay beyond, the ancient, forgotten power that had been waiting for them, waiting for this moment. With a final glance at Lyra, Kalen stepped forward, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The heavy stone door groaned as it parted slowly, revealing a vast chamber bathed in an ethereal light. It was as though the very moon had descended into the heart of the fortress, casting a silvery glow over everything. The walls of the chamber were smooth and polished, adorned with intricate carvings that shimmered as though alive, their patterns shifting and swirling in the pale light. As Kalen stepped over the threshold, he felt the weight of the room settle upon him. This place was different, its silence was suffocating. Yet it held a sense of anticipation, as if something long dormant had awakened with their arrival. Lyra followed close behind, her eyes wide with both awe and apprehension. The floor was made of marble, its surface gleaming with a soft, almost liquid sheen. At the center of the room stood an altar, its structure more elaborate than any they had encountered in the fortress so far. The altar was crafted from a dark stone, veined with silver, and upon it rested a crystal orb that pulsed with an inner light, casting long shadows across the room. Kalen could feel the orb's power from where he stood, the energy radiating from it like heat from a forge. It was undeniable, this was the heart of the fortress. The source of the dark force that had gripped the land for so long. "What is this place?" Lyra whispered, her voice barely a breath against the weight of the air around them. Kalen's gaze was fixed on the orb, his mind racing to make sense of it. He had known, deep down, that this would be where the answers lay. But even as he stepped closer, a part of him hesitated. He had felt this kind of power before, during his battles with the shadows, during his encounters with the orb's fractured remnants. This was something far older, far darker. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling as they hovered just above the orb. The whispers from earlier had returned, swirling in the air like a storm. They were louder now, their meaning clearer, though still fragmented. "Do not touch it," a voice suddenly echoed in the chamber, deep and resonant, as if it were speaking directly into Kalen's mind. Both Kalen and Lyra froze, their eyes darting around the room, but they saw no one. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, its power undeniable. "Who are you?" Kalen asked, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "What is this place?" The response was slow to come, as though the very air itself had to collect its thoughts before answering. "I am the keeper," the voice said finally, its tone ancient and filled with sorrow. "This is the sanctum of the forgotten. The place where all that was sealed away lies. The orb you seek to claim is the key to a power beyond mortal comprehension, a power that has shaped the world in ways you cannot imagine." Lyra stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "And what is it you want from us? Why have you brought us here?" The keeper's voice grew softer, a hint of sadness creeping into its depths. I did not bring you here. You have come on your own accord, driven by forces beyond your understanding. You are the last of the ones who sought to wield the power of the orb, the ones who believed they could control it. But you do not know the price. Kalen's hand hovered just above the orb, the air around it humming with energy. He could feel the pull, the urge to reach out and claim it, but something in the keeper's words held him back. What price? He asked, his voice low, more to himself than anyone else. The price of knowledge, the keeper intoned. The price of power. The orb was forged in the fires of creation, a gift and a curse bound together. It holds the wisdom of ages, but it also holds the darkness that comes with it. The world was shaped by it, and yet, it has been buried for centuries to prevent its destruction. Kalen glanced at Lyra, his gaze troubled. She met his eyes, her expression hard to read. They had come here seeking answers, seeking a way to end the darkness, but now it seemed the path they were on would lead them into the very heart of it. The keeper's voice continued, reverberating through the chamber. The orb has been waiting for those who would dare claim it. And yet, it does not give without demand. Those who touch it are bound to it, their fates intertwined with its will. If you wish to use its power, you must be willing to sacrifice everything, your soul, your humanity. Lyra stepped forward now, her voice firm. We're not afraid of sacrifice. We came here to end this, to end the shadows that plague our world. If that means paying the price, then we'll do it. Kalen's heart tightened at her words, but he didn't stop her. He had seen the strength in her, the fire that burned within her despite the horrors they had faced. And yet, deep inside, he knew that there were some things even she could not handle. The keeper was silent for a long moment, as though contemplating their resolve. Finally, it spoke again, its voice heavy with the weight of ages. Very well, it said. If you choose to embrace the power of the orb, you must know that there will be no turning back. You will become a part of the very force that has shaped the fate of this land. You will become a keeper of the darkness. Kalen's mind raced. He had never been one for blind ambition, never one to crave power for its own sake. But this was different. The fortress had led them here, the orb had drawn them in. The battle they had waged, the forces they had fought, this was the culmination of everything. He stepped forward, his hand closing around the orb. A shock of energy surged through him, sharp and jagged, like lightning splitting the sky. His vision blurred, and the whispers grew louder, filling his mind with fragments of ancient knowledge, of lost civilizations, of the world as it had been and could be again. But amid the power, there was a cold, creeping darkness, wrapping around him like a shroud. His heart pounded, and his breath caught in his throat. The orb's pull was undeniable. You have chosen, the keeper said, its voice fading into the ether. Kalen's grip tightened, his mind slipping into the abyss. And in that moment, he knew he had made a decision that would change everything. The air was thick with energy, and Kalen felt the power of the orb coursing through him, flooding every fiber of his being. His body trembled, and his mind reeled as the world around him seemed to dissolve. The whispers had become a deafening cacophony, a storm of ancient voices, calling to him from the depths of time and space. But amid the chaos, he felt something else, an overwhelming presence, cold and insistent, pushing against his will. The orb pulsed in his hands, its energy surging with each passing second, but something was wrong. The light within it, once pure and serene, now flickered with a malevolent red hue. The power that had once felt like a gift was beginning to feel like a curse, and Kalen's heart raced as he struggled to maintain control. Kalen. Lyra's voice broke through the whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Her words were sharp, filled with concern, but there was something else in her tone, a note of fear. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. His breath was shallow, and his limbs felt numb as if the very power of the orb were draining him of his strength. The room seemed to tilt and spin around him, the walls warping and stretching like something out of a nightmare. Kalen. Lyra shouted again, her hands gripping his arms tightly, her face filled with worry as she tried to steady him. But her touch seemed distant, as though he were slipping further away from her, further away from the world he knew. With great effort, Kalen forced his eyes to focus on her. He could see the desperation in her gaze, the fear that he might be lost to the very power they had sought to control. And yet, there was something else there, too, a flicker of hope, a spark of belief that they could overcome whatever darkness had been unleashed. The orb in his hands pulsed again, this time sending a shockwave through the chamber, rattling the stone walls and shaking the very foundation of the fortress. The force of it nearly knocked Lyra to the ground, but she held firm, her hands never leaving Kalen's arms. Lyra. Kalen managed to rasp, his voice hoarse and strained. His grip on the orb loosened for just a moment, and in that instant, the energy within him seemed to surge once more, pulling him back toward the abyss. Kalen, don't let it take you, Lyra pleaded, her voice cracking with emotion. Please. You can fight it. You have to. But as she spoke, the orb began to pull him in once more, its power wrapping around him like a vice, squeezing the life from him with every passing second. Kalen's vision blurred again, and he felt his strength waning. The dark presence in the orb was becoming stronger, more insistent, and it was beginning to cloud his thoughts, filling him with dread. He could feel it now, a gnawing, insidious hunger, an ancient force that had been bound by time, waiting for someone foolish enough to unleash it. It was reaching for him, sinking its claws deep into his mind and soul, feeding off his fear, his weakness. Lyra, I don't know if I can hold on. Kalen whispered, his voice barely audible, no. Lyra cried, her grip tightening on him as if she could will him to be stronger. You can. I know you can. You're stronger than this. You're not alone. Her words cut through the darkness, and for a moment, Kalen felt a flicker of the man he had been, the warrior who had fought for so long to protect the world, the friend who had fought for those he loved. The orb's grip on him faltered, and he took a shallow breath, summoning what little strength he had left, but it was not enough. The orb's power surged again, fiercer than before, and the voices in his mind screamed in unison, drowning out all reason. Kalen's vision flashed with images, visions of ancient battles, of cities rising and falling, of realms untouched by time. He saw the origins of the orb, the destruction it had wrought, and the devastation it had left in its wake. He saw his own future, too, a future where he stood alone, the last of his kind, bound to the orb, its dark power forever etched into his soul. In that moment, Kalen understood the price. It was not just his body. but his very essence that the orb sought to claim. It wanted him to become a part of it, to merge with its power and shape the world in its image, but as the darkness threatened to consume him completely, Kalen felt something stir within him, a flicker of defiance. His mind cleared for a brief moment, and he realized something that filled him with both fear and hope. The orb's power was not absolute. It was not invincible. "I won't let you win," Kalen whispered through gritted teeth, though the words felt foreign, as if they came from someone else. He clenched his hands around the orb, his fingers digging into its surface as if trying to rip it apart. The force within it fought back, pushing against him with all its might, but Kalen's resolve grew stronger. Lyra stood beside him, her presence grounding him, her touch like a lifeline. Together, they had come this far. Together, they could overcome anything. Kalen's body burned with the power of the orb, but he refused to let it consume him. He would not become its vessel. He would not allow it to shape the world in its image. The orb might have been forged in the fires of creation, but it had also been sealed away for a reason. It was too dangerous, too powerful, and it would stop at nothing to rewrite history. With one final surge of will, Kalen slammed the orb against the altar with all his strength. The impact sent a shockwave through the chamber, shaking the very foundation of the fortress. The orb cracked, its once unbreakable surface shattering into 1,000 pieces. The light within it flickered and then dimmed, and for a moment, everything went silent. Kalen collapsed to his knees, his breath ragged, his body trembling from the strain. Lyra knelt beside him, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, her eyes filled with concern. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence in the chamber was deafening, broken only by the faint crackling of the shattered orb. It was over. The power that had threatened to consume them both was gone, but Kalen knew, deep down, that the battle was not truly over. The shadows still lingered, and the world still needed to be saved. The orb may have been destroyed, but its legacy would live on, and so, they stood together, knowing that whatever came next, they would face it as one. The silence in the chamber was profound, almost suffocating. Kalen, still on his knees, could feel the weight of his decision pressing down on him. The shattered fragments of the orb lay scattered across the altar, their glow diminished but still faintly visible, as if the energy within them was unwilling to completely die. Lyra's gentle touch on his shoulder was the only thing grounding him to the present moment. For a long time, neither of them moved. The air felt thick with the remnants of the power that had once surged so fiercely through the orb. It was a power that had nearly claimed them both, yet now, in its broken state, it seemed almost peaceful. But Kalen knew better. He had seen the destruction it could bring. The orb might be gone, but the forces it had unleashed had only begun to make their presence known. Kalen. Lyra's voice was soft, filled with a tenderness that somehow carried an unspoken urgency. She knelt beside him, her hand brushing against his cheek. "Are you all right?" He closed his eyes for a moment, taking in her warmth. It was a reminder of the world beyond the darkness, beyond the shadows that had nearly consumed him. But the exhaustion he felt was overwhelming. His body ached, his soul felt stretched thin. And he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. "I don't know," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "I thought I could stop it. I thought we could control it." "We did," Lyra replied firmly, her tone never wavering. You did. The orb is gone. The power is broken. Kalen shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. It's not that simple. It's never that simple. He gestured toward the remnants of the orb. You saw it. The darkness. The hunger. It's not just gone. It's still here. Lyra didn't respond immediately. Instead, she moved to stand, her eyes scanning the chamber. The once grand room, filled with ancient power, now felt hollow. The walls, which had once resonated with the orb's energy, were quiet, but Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something lingered, something dark, something old, lurking in the shadows. We have to leave, Kalen finally said, rising to his feet with Lyra's help. His legs felt weak, unsteady, but he pushed through, determined. This place is still dangerous. Lyra hesitated, her gaze lingering on the shattered pieces of the orb. But what about the others? She asked quietly. The rest of the world. They'll need to know. Kalen nodded, though a sense of dread filled him. They hadn't come here just to destroy the orb. They had come to stop something far greater, a force that had been growing in the shadows for centuries. The orb had been a key to unlocking that power. But it had only been one piece of the puzzle. The true threat still loomed, out there, waiting to be awakened. The world isn't safe yet, he said, his voice steady despite the storm of uncertainty raging inside him. We need to warn them. But we need to be careful. Whoever, or whatever, was behind the orb's creation won't let this go easily. Lyra's eyes narrowed, her mind clearly racing. So, what now? We leave the fortress. Kalen looked at her, a flicker of resolve passing through him. Yes. But we don't stop until we know the truth. Until we understand what we've really unleashed. The tension in the room was palpable, and for a moment, they simply stood there, as if each of them was waiting for the other to make the first move. The air felt charged, as if the very fortress itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what they would do next. I'll be ready, Lyra said finally, her voice resolute. We've come this far, Kalen. We can't stop now. Kalen smiled faintly, grateful for her unwavering belief in him. It was the one constant in this ever-shifting world of uncertainty. He reached out to her, grasping her hand firmly. Together, they turned their backs on the shattered remains of the orb and began to make their way toward the fortress's exit. Every step felt like a small victory, but Kalen knew they weren't free yet. The shadows were still there, waiting. The fortress seemed to groan in protest as they walked. As if the very stones themselves were reluctant to let them leave. The corridors, once familiar, now felt foreign, as though the entire place had shifted in the wake of the orb's destruction. Kalen's mind raced with questions, about the orb, about the power it had contained, about the unknown forces they had yet to face. As they made their way to the exit, Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them, lurking just beyond the reach of their senses. The fortress had been silent for so long, but now it seemed alive with quiet whispers, distant and faint, but impossible to ignore. It was as if the walls themselves had absorbed the darkness of the orb and were now trying to communicate it to them. Finally, they reached the large doors that led to the outside world. The cold night air hit them like a wave, and Kalen took a deep breath, savoring the feeling of being free from the fortress's grasp. But even as they stepped into the night, he knew that their journey was far from over. Lyra glanced at him, her eyes searching his face. "Where do we go from here?" Kalen's gaze lifted to the moon, its pale light casting long shadows across the land. The world seemed at peace, but Kalen knew better. The moonlit horizon stretched out before them, but the path ahead was shrouded in mystery. "We keep moving forward," Kalen said, his voice quiet but certain. "We find the answers. And we prepare for whatever comes next." And with that, they stepped away from the fortress, leaving the echoes of its dark history behind. But Kalen couldn't shake the feeling that the fortress was not done with them yet, that the shadows it had held within its walls would follow them, waiting for the right moment to strike. The silence of the night stretched out before them, but it was a silence that was only the calm before the storm. The winds of the night whispered through the trees, carrying with them a cold that cut deeper than the chill of the fortress. Kalen and Lyra walked in silence, their eyes scanning the darkness around them, each step heavier than the last. The further they moved away from the place that had once held the power of the orb, the more Kalen felt the weight of their task settle upon him. They had taken the first step, but what lay ahead was anything but certain. He glanced at Lyra, who walked beside him, her expression determined but shadowed with worry. She had been his constant through this journey, the one anchor in the ever-shifting tides of their quest. Yet, despite her unwavering presence, Kalen could sense the same tension building within her. "Do you feel it?" Lyra asked quietly, her voice almost lost in the wind. "The weight of it, the lingering shadow," Kalen nodded, his eyes flicking to the horizon, where the moonlight reflected off the distant mountains. The night felt too quiet, too still. As if the world itself were holding its breath. The orb might have been destroyed, but the darkness that had surrounded it hadn't vanished. No, it had simply changed shape, like a beast that shed its skin only to reveal a more dangerous form beneath. "Something is coming," Kalen said, his voice low. "I can feel it too. It's like we're being watched, followed." Lyra stiffened, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her blade. "By who? Or what?" He shook his head. "I don't know yet, but the power we disrupted. It's not gone. It's still out there, scattered, but it's not finished. And whoever, or whatever, is behind it will stop at nothing to reclaim it." They pressed on, the forest around them growing denser as they moved deeper into the night. The path they walked was familiar to Kalen, a route they had taken many times before, but tonight, it seemed to twist and shift in ways he had never noticed. The trees seemed to close in on them, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands, their shadows stretching unnaturally long under the pale light of the moon. "Do you remember the old legends?" Lyra asked, breaking the heavy silence. "The ones about the ones who sought the orb," Kalen's brow furrowed as he turned to her. "The ones about the ancient order? The ones who disappeared centuries ago," Lyra nodded. "Yes. The stories say they found the orb long before we ever did. They thought they could control it. But they were wrong. And they paid the price." Kalen's heart skipped a beat as a memory surfaced, one that he had buried deep within himself. He had heard those stories too, but they had always seemed like distant, faded tales, nothing more than legends. But now, in the wake of everything that had happened, he wondered if they were more than just stories. Their order was said to be destroyed, Kalen said slowly. But maybe they never truly disappeared. Maybe they're still out there, waiting. Lyra's eyes narrowed, her pace quickening. And what if they're the ones behind the orb's power? What if they never stopped searching for it? Kalen didn't answer immediately. The thought chilled him to the bone. The ancient order had once been known for their mastery over the dark arts, their obsession with harnessing power beyond mortal comprehension. If they had returned, or worse, if they had never truly left, then what had happened in the fortress was only a glimpse of what they were capable of. Then we need to stop them before it's too late, Kalen said, his voice firm. Whatever they want, whatever they seek, we can't let them have it. Lyra nodded, but her eyes were distant, as though she too was grappling with the enormity of what lay ahead. The path they walked felt different now, heavier, as though the forest itself was warning them of the danger that lurked just beyond the veil of the night. The hours passed in uneasy silence. Kalen's senses were on high alert, his every instinct telling him that something was wrong. The air had changed, growing thicker, charged with an energy he couldn't explain. It was as if the very ground beneath them trembled, reacting to the invisible force that lingered in the distance. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the edge of the forest. The trees parted, revealing a wide, barren plain that stretched out under the moon's pale gaze. In the distance, Kalen could make out the outline of a ruined structure, a forgotten keep, long abandoned, yet somehow still standing despite the ravages of time. It's there, Kalen said, pointing toward the keep. His heart quickened as a strange sense of recognition washed over him. He had seen this place before, in visions, in dreams. The ruined walls seemed to call to him, pulling him closer with an unspoken promise. Lyra stopped beside him, her eyes narrowing as she too gazed at the ruin. What is it? Do you know it? Kalen hesitated. I'm not sure. But I feel like this is where we need to go. It's as if everything has led us here. They made their way toward the keep, the ground beneath their feet soft and uneven, the air thick with the weight of impending darkness. As they approached the ruins, Kalen's pulse quickened. Every step felt like it was taking them closer to the heart of whatever force had been unleashed. The keep loomed ahead, its crumbling walls casting long shadows under the moonlight. The air around them seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as if the very earth itself was holding its breath. When they reached the entrance, Kalen hesitated. There was something about the place that felt wrong. The stones were slick with moisture, and the wind carried with it a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like whispers, distant and echoing. Stay close, Kalen muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra nodded, her hand gripping her sword tighter. Together, they stepped into the ruined keep, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust and debris that covered the floor. The walls, once grand and imposing, now appeared fragile, cracked under the weight of centuries. But it was the feeling of being watched that unsettled Kalen the most, as though eyes were following their every move, hidden in the shadows. And then, as they ventured deeper into the ruin, they heard it, a low, guttural sound, like the rumble of distant thunder. The very air around them seemed to hum with tension. Kalen's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his blade, his body poised for whatever was coming. from the darkness ahead, a shape began to emerge. The shape before them was not human, nor was it entirely beast. It seemed to shift, its form constantly changing, like a shadow refusing to be caught. Kalen's hand gripped his sword tighter, the hilt cold against his palm. He had fought monsters before, but this felt different. This was not something born from nature, it was something far older, a creature woven from darkness itself. "Stay ready," Kalen whispered, though the words felt hollow in the oppressive silence that followed. The shape moved closer, its form taking on the distinct features of a humanoid figure, tall, gaunt, with limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally long, fingers tapering into sharp, elongated claws. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a blank canvas of shifting shadows, a featureless mask that seemed to absorb the moonlight, making it seem like a void staring back at them. Lyra stepped forward, her blade drawn and poised. "What are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the cold terror creeping into her chest. The creature tilted its head slightly, its form rippling as though it were a living shadow. It made no move to speak, but the air around them grew colder, the silence thick with an unspoken threat. Kalen could feel the weight of its presence, pressing down on him like an invisible hand, squeezing the breath from his lungs. "I don't think it wants to talk." Kalen muttered, his eyes never leaving the creature. The shadow being took a step forward, its movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring the fear it was eliciting. Then, without warning, it lunged. Kalen's instincts kicked in. He swung his sword in a wide arc, but the creature's form blurred, vanishing into a haze of shadow before reappearing behind him. He barely had time to react before its clawed hand swiped at him, cutting through the air with an unnatural speed. Lyra reacted faster. She stepped between Kalen and the creature, her blade flashing in the dim light. The clash of steel against the shadow's claws rang out, the sound sharp and unnerving. The creature hissed, a sound like the scraping of metal against stone, and withdrew. Its form shifting once again, elongating like smoke in the wind. It circled them, its movements erratic, impossible to predict. Every time Kalen thought he had a clear shot, the creature dissolved into shadow and reappeared in another spot. "This isn't normal," Kalen said, trying to keep his voice steady as he tracked the creature's every move. "It's like it's part of the darkness itself." Lyra's eyes flicked to him, her brow furrowed in concentration. "We need to find a way to stop it before it wears us down. Whatever this thing is, it's not just physical." The creature lunged again, this time coming straight at Kalen with an inhuman speed. But he was ready. With a swift motion, he raised his sword, but instead of slashing at the creature directly, he twisted his body, letting the sword glide through the air like a flash of lightning. The blade connected with the shadow's form, and for a brief moment, Kalen thought he had struck true. But the sword passed through the creature's body without resistance, as if it were slicing through smoke. The shadow recoiled, but the cut was already fading, the creature reforming around the damage as if it had never been. "Damn it!" Kalen hissed, backing away. His mind raced, trying to grasp at some kind of strategy. "We can't kill it if we can't touch it." Lyra slashed again, her blade catching the shadow creature across its midsection. But once more, it slipped through her strike. "It's not solid," she said, frustration evident in her voice. "It's not even here." Kalen's mind was whirling. What was this thing? It wasn't like any creature they had faced before. It wasn't a simple monster, it was a manifestation, a being born from the very essence of the night. But even as that thought crossed his mind, he realized the answer was staring him in the face. Of course, he muttered to himself. It's the shadow. It's not physical. It's tied to something else. What? Lyra asked, still focused on the creature. What do you mean? Kalen's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He had read about entities like this in the ancient texts, beings that existed in the space between light and dark, created by an imbalance in the world's natural forces. They could not be killed by conventional means because they were not fully real, they were shades, echoes of something more powerful, light, Kalen said suddenly, realizing what they had to do. We need to use light. It's the only thing that can banish it. Lyra's eyes widened, understanding dawning. The lanterns, she said quickly. The ones we saw in the vault. The ones with the ancient glow, exactly, Kalen replied. If we can draw it into the light, it won't be able to exist there. It will burn away, Lyra nodded without hesitation. Then let's move. They began to make their way back toward the keep center, where they had seen the faint glow of something ancient. Kalen could only hope it was enough to trap the creature long enough for them to destroy it. As they moved, the shadow creature closed in again, its form shifting and coiling like a snake, its presence suffocating. But Kalen and Lyra were ready. With each step they took, the creature seemed to grow more frantic, as though it could sense what was coming. Just ahead, through the darkened hallways of the ruin, they saw the source of the glow. It emanated from a pedestal, where a small orb of light pulsed softly, casting a faint but steady glow that seemed to fight back the shadows. The light was not enough to illuminate the entire room, but it was enough to act as a beacon, with one last surge of energy. Kalen and Lyra reached the orb, positioning themselves between the light and the approaching creature. As the shadow lunged, it collided with the light and screamed, a shrill, otherworldly sound, as the light seemed to pulse, expanding outward like a wave. The creature writhed, its form warping as the light began to burn away at its essence. For a moment, it fought, but the power of the light was too much. Slowly, the shadow began to dissipate, its form crumbling into nothingness until only a faint wisp of smoke remained. Kalen exhaled, his body tense with the aftershock of the battle. The ruin around them was silent once more, save for the faint hum of the orb's light. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes scanning the room. It's gone, she said, her voice heavy with disbelief. Not gone, Kalen corrected. Just vanished. It'll be back, but for now, we've bought ourselves some time. He looked at the orb, its light steady and calm, and for the first time since they had entered the keep, he allowed himself to breathe a little easier. But he knew better than to think the danger had passed. The creature was only the beginning, and what lay ahead would be far more dangerous. The silence that followed the creature's banishment was almost too perfect, as though the air itself had been held in a breathless pause. Kalen stood at the edge of the room, his eyes flickering over the faint glow of the orb, watching for any sign of danger. Lyra remained by his side, her stance tense but alert, her blade still in hand, the weight of the recent battle settling into her bones. Despite the victory, the air felt thick, as though something unseen lingered in the shadows, watching, waiting. It was the kind of silence that made every creak of the ancient stone feel like a warning. They both knew this was only a temporary reprieve. The creature was not gone, merely sent into the depths of the darkness, where it would regroup, regain strength, and inevitably return. Kalen shifted, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword as his mind raced. "We can't stay here long," he said quietly, though the words felt heavy. "That thing wasn't alone. We've disturbed something ancient, something far older than we could have anticipated." Lyra gave a short nod, her gaze turning back to the orb. "Then what do we do now?" "We can't stay trapped in here forever." Kalen considered her question for a moment, his fingers tapping against the hilt of his sword. There were no easy answers, only the gnawing knowledge that the deeper they went into this fortress, the more they risked. But the orb, glowing faintly with an ethereal light, held a promise. It was their only lead. "We follow the light," he said finally, his voice resolute despite the uncertainty that gnawed at him. "Whatever this place is, it's connected to that orb. There's something here, something that might help us understand what we're dealing with." Lyra hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. "Lead the way." Together, they moved through the dark corridors of the fortress, the orb's glow faint in the distance, but growing stronger with each step they took. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, the weight of the centuries-old stone pressing in on them from all sides. The walls here were ancient, inscribed with runes and carvings that none of them could decipher, their meanings lost to time. Every so often, they would hear the faintest echo, as though the stones themselves were whispering secrets of the past. But whenever they stopped to listen, the whispers would cease, leaving them to wonder if it was just the wind, or something else. After what felt like hours of navigating through narrow, twisting hallways and staircases that seemed to lead nowhere, they reached another chamber. This room was different from the others. The walls here were smooth, polished, and gleamed faintly in the light of the orb. At the center of the room stood a massive stone altar, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with an eerie rhythm, as though they were alive. Kalen's heart skipped a beat as his gaze fell upon the altar. He stepped forward cautiously, his breath catching in his throat as he examined the markings on the stone. There was something familiar about them, something ancient and unsettling. The symbols seemed to shift as he looked at them, warping and changing in ways that defied reason. "Do you see this?" Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kalen nodded, his fingers brushing against the smooth stone surface of the altar. "These symbols. I've seen them before. In the texts. They're part of an old legend, the legend of the Veil of Shadows." Lyra's brow furrowed. "The same legend that spoke of the creature we just encountered?" "Yes," Kalen said, his voice low. "But there's more to it. The Veil of Shadows isn't just a creature, it's a barrier, a force that binds something far more dangerous. This fortress. It was built to contain it." A shiver ran down Lyra's spine. "Contain what?" Kalen turned to face her, his expression grim. "A being older than the world itself. The darkness that gave birth to the veil. The creature we faced was only one of its guardians, a mere shadow of what truly lies beyond the veil." The words hung in the air, heavy with a terrible truth. Lyra swallowed hard, her gaze darting around the chamber, as if the walls themselves might collapse and reveal the horrors Kalen spoke of. "Then what are we supposed to do?" If this place was built to contain something like that, how are we supposed to stop it? Kalen didn't answer immediately. His eyes were locked on the altar, his mind racing as he pieced together the fragments of knowledge he had accumulated over the years. There had been whispers of this place in the ancient scrolls, tales of a fortress built not to defend the world, but to imprison a power too great to be contained by mere mortals. A force that, if released, would plunge the world into an eternal darkness. He turned to Lyra, his face pale. We need to destroy the altar. If we don't, the veil will break free, and all of this, the shadows, the creatures, the darkness, it will be unleashed. Lyra's eyes widened, and she stepped closer to the altar, studying the symbols with a newfound sense of urgency. But how do we destroy it? The markings, what do they mean? Kalen stepped forward, placing his hand on the cold stone. The runes. They're the key. They're not just for protection, they're a seal. A seal that holds the veil in place. If we disrupt the pattern, the seal will weaken, and the creature we saw earlier will be just the beginning. A low rumble echoed through the room, making the stones tremble beneath their feet. Kalen felt the vibration in his chest, a sense of impending doom settling over him. We don't have much time, Kalen said urgently. If we don't act quickly, the veil will collapse, and everything we've seen, the shadows, the monsters, will be nothing compared to what's coming. Lyra nodded grimly, drawing her blade once more. Then let's end this. Together, they began to examine the symbols on the altar, tracing the edges with their fingers, trying to decipher the puzzle that held the darkness at bay. With each movement, the rumbling grew louder, and the air around them grew thicker with tension. It was as if the very fortress was alive, reacting to their intrusion. Kalen's mind raced as he worked, trying to recall every scrap of information he had learned over the years, every fragment of knowledge that might help them in this moment. Slowly, methodically, he began to press against certain points on the altar, triggering faint glows in the markings. Almost there, Kalen muttered, his fingers moving with precision. But as the final symbol was activated, a sudden, deafening crack echoed through the room. The ground shook violently, and the orb's light flickered. The room seemed to breathe, and then, the shadows began to stir. Kalen. Lyra shouted, her voice full of urgency. It's happening. The altar's glow intensified, and the walls seemed to warp and twist, the very air around them crackling with energy. The veil was awakening. Kalen gritted his teeth, his grip tight on his sword. We're not done yet, he said through clenched teeth. We need to finish this, before it's too late. The shadows in the room grew darker, swirling with a strange malevolence. The glow from the altar flickered, sending bursts of eerie light that painted the walls with fleeting images, glimpses of something ancient, powerful, and terrifying. Kalen felt the chill creep down his spine as the very air seemed to pulse with the awakening force beneath the stone. He could hear the whisper of something far older than he could comprehend, a presence that resonated from the depths of the fortress. Lyra stood by his side, her grip tightening around her sword, every muscle in her body coiled in preparation. They had already disrupted the seal, but that was only the beginning. The true challenge was yet to come, and Kalen knew they had no choice but to face it head-on. Kalen, Lyra's voice broke through the tension. And he turned to meet her gaze. Her eyes were wide, but there was no fear there, only determination. What happens now? He swallowed, trying to steady his breath. The answer was clear, even if it was terrifying. Now we fight. The room trembled again, this time more violently. A deafening roar erupted from the walls, as if the fortress itself was screaming in protest. The symbols on the altar flared with unnatural light, and then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, the ground beneath their feet cracked open. From the abyss below, something stirred. It began as a faint tremor, a shifting of the shadows, but soon it grew more pronounced. The very air around them thickened, as if the space itself were bending under the weight of some immense force. The orb at the center of the room shone brighter, casting long, distorted shadows that crawled across the stone floor like serpents. Kalen's heart pounded as he watched, every instinct screaming at him to move, to run, but his feet were rooted to the spot. A low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness below the altar. Then, a silhouette began to rise from the crack in the floor. It was monstrous, towering above them, its form shrouded in a haze of writhing shadows. The edges of the creature's body were indistinct, constantly shifting, as if the very shape of it defied the laws of nature. Its eyes, two glowing orbs of fiery red, fixed on Kalen and Lyra, sending a chill through their spines. The air grew colder still, the shadows thickening into a tangible presence that pressed against them, suffocating in its weight. The creature's form solidified, revealing a towering, humanoid figure, but with an unsettling, otherworldly quality. It was the embodiment of darkness itself, of every nightmare ever dreamed. Its body was covered in jagged armor-like plates of shadow, its limbs long and sinewy, twisted in unnatural ways. For a moment, there was only the sound of their own breathing, ragged and heavy. The creature before them was the culmination of everything they had feared, a harbinger of the end. Kalen gripped his sword tighter, feeling the cold steel settle into his hand like a promise. "We destroy it," he muttered, his voice firm despite the growing dread that tightened around him. "It's the only way," Lyra nodded in agreement, her eyes narrowing in focus. "No retreat. We end this here." Without another word, they rushed forward, the sound of their footsteps drowned out by the growl of the creature as it took a step toward them. Its eyes blazed with hunger, and the air rippled as it swung one massive arm toward them, its movements swift and brutal. Kalen barely had time to react. He swung his sword with all his strength, the blade connecting with the creature's arm with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sent a jolt through his body. But the creature didn't falter. It turned its gaze upon him, and in that moment, Kalen felt the weight of its ancient malice. Lyra moved with the same deadly precision, her blade slashing through the air as she closed the distance between herself and the creature. She ducked under one of its wild swings, her sword cutting through the creature's shadowy flesh with a screeching sound, but it was as if the wound instantly healed, the darkness shifting and regrowing around the strike. "We can't hurt it," Lyra shouted, frustration creeping into her voice as she backed away. "It's not solid. How do we fight something like this?" Kalen didn't have time to answer. The creature howled, its voice a terrifying combination of anguish and rage. It swung its other arm, sending a shockwave through the air. Kalen and Lyra were thrown backward, the force of the impact rattling their bones. Kalen hit the stone floor hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. Lyra landed beside him, but she didn't hesitate. She sprang to her feet, her sword raised, ready to fight. Kalen. We need a plan, his mind raced. They couldn't fight the creature head-on, not with its ability to heal so quickly. It was as if the very essence of it was rooted in the shadows. But then, Kalen's eyes fell on the orb, still glowing faintly at the center of the room. A thought sparked in his mind, the orb. Kalen shouted. His voice filled with urgency. It's the key to everything. Lyra looked at him, confused. The orb, it's not just light, Kalen said, his gaze fixed on the glowing sphere. It's a conduit. If we can destroy it, we can break the creature's hold on this place. Without waiting for another word, Kalen surged to his feet, his legs weak but determined. He sprinted toward the orb, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand. The creature let out another roar, its form flickering as it shifted, but it was too late. Kalen reached the orb and struck it with all his might. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the room. The orb cracked, splitting in half, and a burst of light erupted from within. Blindingly bright. The creature shrieked in agony as the light enveloped it, its form writhing and distorting in the intensity of the glow. The shadows around the room began to dissolve, their power fading as the creature screamed in fury. The ground trembled, and Kalen could feel the structure of the fortress begin to shift. The light from the orb consumed everything, pushing back the darkness. In those brief moments, Kalen and Lyra stood at the heart of the storm, knowing that the end of the creature's reign was at hand, but even as the shadows retreated, Kalen knew this was far from over. The fortress was crumbling, and whatever darkness had been contained here was far more insidious than they could imagine. As the light began to fade, he turned to Lyra, his eyes filled with determination. "We're not done yet," Kalen said, his voice a whisper in the dying light. "The fortress is collapsing. We need to leave, now." But even as they made their way toward the exit, the walls groaned and cracked, threatening to engulf them in a final, destructive embrace. The walls of the fortress groaned as if in agony, the very stones shaking with the fury of a long-buried power now released. Kalen could feel the tremors beneath his feet, the ground beneath them rending and splitting like the earth itself was being torn apart. The light from the shattered orb faded, leaving behind only the fading glow of the moon outside, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the crumbling structure. "We have to move," Kalen shouted to Lyra, his voice barely rising above the chaos surrounding them. "The fortress is coming down." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Lyra's arm and pulled her toward the exit. The corridors they had once explored with trepidation were now even more dangerous, filled with the echoes of the collapse that was tearing through the very heart of the fortress. The air was thick with dust, and the temperature had dropped again, as if the walls themselves were weeping in the aftermath of the creature's destruction. They ran, the sound of their footsteps swallowed by the roaring noise of the collapsing stone. Above them, cracks spider-webbed across the ceiling, and pieces of stone began to fall, narrowly missing them as they dodged and weaved through the increasingly unstable passageways. Kalen's heart raced, not from fear, but from the intensity of the situation. There was no time to think. They had to escape before the entire fortress came crashing down on them. As they reached the main hall, the grand archway that had once seemed so imposing now felt like a gateway to oblivion. The structure was no longer solid, it was a trap, a dying creature ready to collapse under its own weight, the exits just ahead. Lyra called out, pointing toward the large iron doors at the far end of the hall. But even as she spoke, the doors began to creak, the hinges twisting and groaning as if the very fortress were trying to close them off. Kalen didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the doors, but as he reached for the handle, a sudden tremor struck the ground beneath him, throwing him off balance. The doors shook violently, and he barely caught himself before falling. The stone floor cracked beneath him, the fracture lines spreading toward the doors. Behind them, the creature's shriek echoed through the halls, its final roar a bitter cry of rage and defeat. But it was not the creature that Kalen feared now, it was the fortress itself. The walls were buckling, and the once imposing structure was now a death trap, threatening to swallow them whole. Kalen. Lyra's voice broke through the chaos, sharp and clear. We have to get out now. He nodded grimly and reached for the doors once more. This time, the heavy iron gave way, and with a powerful shove, they burst open. The night air rushed in, cold and biting, but it was a welcome relief from the suffocating heat of the crumbling fortress. They stumbled out into the open, the moon casting a pale light over the courtyard before them. The ground beneath their feet was soft, the grass swaying gently in the wind. For a moment, it felt almost peaceful, but Kalen knew that peace would be fleeting. Behind them, the fortress groaned its final death rattle. The sound of splitting stone and crumbling walls filling the air. Kalen turned just in time to see the great structure begin to collapse in on itself, the spires and towers crumbling like dust. A wave of debris surged toward them, and Kalen grabbed Lyra's arm, pulling her toward the nearest stone pillar for cover. They crouched behind it as the blast of falling debris swept through the courtyard. The force of the collapse was immense, and Kalen could feel the ground beneath them tremble, the air thick with dust and the smell of burning stone. The dust cloud rose high into the night, blotting out the stars, and for a moment, Kalen thought he might suffocate in the oppressive weight of it. But then, as the last of the debris settled, a sudden silence descended. Kalen risked a glance from behind the pillar, his heart pounding in his chest. The fortress was gone. The once mighty structure had fallen into ruin, its towering walls reduced to rubble. They were free. For a moment, there was only the sound of their ragged breaths, the cold wind sweeping through the ruins of the fortress. Kalen looked to Lyra, her face etched with exhaustion but also a quiet relief. We made it, she said softly, her voice a mixture of disbelief and triumph. Kalen nodded, but the relief was short-lived. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that their battle was not yet over. They had destroyed the creature, yes, but the forces they had unleashed were far more dangerous than they had realized. We've only won one battle, Kalen said, his voice low but determined. There's more to come. Lyra's eyes darkened, and she nodded in agreement. What are we up against? Kalen turned toward the horizon, where the pale moon hung in the sky like a silent witness to their struggle. His mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of everything they had uncovered, the fortress, the orb, the creature, and the deeper darkness that seemed to pulse beneath it all. I don't know, he admitted. But I feel like we've only scratched the surface. Whatever this place was guarding, whatever the creature was trying to release, it's still out there. And we need to stop it before it destroys everything. Lyra's gaze hardened. Then let's find out what we're up against. Kalen nodded, his grip tightening around his sword. They had come this far, and they couldn't stop now. The darkness they had unleashed might be gone for now, but it was far from finished. And as the cold wind howled through the ruins of the moonlit fortress, Kalen knew that their fight was only just beginning. The wind howled around them as Kalen and Lyra stood in the shadow of the ruined fortress. The moonlight bathed the broken stones in a cold, silvery glow, casting long shadows across the shattered courtyard. Their breath hung in the air like mist, a reminder of the chill that gripped the night. The silence that had descended felt unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Kalen's eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of movement, any indication that the danger had passed. But he knew better. The creature, though destroyed, was only a part of something much larger. Something far darker. The fortress had fallen, yes, but the true enemy, the force that had set this all in motion, was still out there, lurking in the depths of the earth. "We need to keep moving," Kalen said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but the weight of their situation hung heavily in the air. "The longer we stay here, the more likely it is that something else will come for us." Lyra nodded, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the ruins around them. "Agreed. But where do we go from here?" Kalen turned toward the distant woods, the dark silhouettes of ancient trees standing against the pale light of the moon. The forest was deep and foreboding, but it offered them the only shelter for miles. They had to find a place to regroup, to think, to prepare for whatever came next. "There's a village near the edge of the forest," Kalen said, his voice low. "We should make for it. We can find supplies and maybe some answers there." Lyra didn't argue. She simply nodded, her expression unreadable. Her gaze flickered toward the ruined fortress one last time before she fell in step beside Kalen. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the soft earth beneath their boots, and the only other noise was the distant rustling of the wind through the trees. As they walked, Kalen's mind raced. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The remnants of the creature's power still lingered in the air, a palpable darkness that seemed to cling to the very soil of the fortress. He could almost feel the eyes of something unseen upon them, waiting for the right moment to strike. "There's something not right about this place," Lyra said, her voice breaking through his thoughts. "I can feel it too. Like the land itself is sick." Kalen glanced at her, his eyes narrowing. "I've felt it too." The creature wasn't the source of the darkness, it was merely a servant of something much older, much more powerful. "Whatever lies beneath this land, beneath the fortress, it's not done with us." The words hung in the air like a warning, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them felt heavier now, the weight of their shared understanding pressing down on their shoulders. They weren't just fighting for their lives anymore. They were fighting against something that threatened to consume everything. The forest loomed closer as they walked, its twisted branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The trees seemed to grow in unnatural patterns, their trunks gnarled and knotted as if shaped by some unseen force. The air grew colder as they entered the forest, and the shadows deepened, stretching out from the trees like dark tendrils. Kalen felt a shiver run down his spine. The forest felt alive, but not in the way a living thing should. It was as if it had been twisted, corrupted by something dark and ancient, There's something in here, Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper. Something watching us. Lyra drew her sword, the steel gleaming in the moonlight. Stay close. Whatever it is, we're not letting it take us. They moved deeper into the forest, the path narrowing as the trees pressed in around them. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. Every step felt heavier, as if the forest itself was trying to drag them down into its depths. Kalen's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He could feel it now, a presence lurking just beyond the edges of his perception. It was like the very shadows of the trees were alive, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lyra. Kalen began, but his voice trailed off as he caught sight of something in the distance, a flicker of movement, just a shadow, but enough to make his heart skip a beat. Did you see that? He asked, his voice low and tense. Lyra stopped in her tracks, her eyes scanning the darkness. She nodded. I saw it. We're not alone. The ground beneath their feet shifted suddenly, and Kalen staggered, nearly losing his balance. The earth seemed to ripple, as if something below was stirring. Get ready, Kalen said, his voice tight with anticipation. Before they could react, the ground beneath them exploded in a burst of energy, throwing both of them to the ground. Kalen barely managed to roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the jagged rock formations that erupted from the earth. From the shattered ground, a figure emerged, tall, dark, and cloaked in shadows. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light, and as it moved, the shadows seemed to twist around it like a living cloak. Who are you? Kalen demanded, pushing himself to his feet, his sword drawn. The figure's voice was deep and hollow, as though it came from the depths of the earth itself. I am the one who has awakened the darkness. The one who calls the shadows forth. Lyra's grip on her sword tightened. What do you want? The figure tilted its head, and Kalen could feel the weight of its gaze upon them. I want nothing, but for the world to fall into the abyss. It is inevitable. Kalen's blood ran cold. The words it spoke were the same ones that had echoed in his dreams. The same dark prophecy that had haunted him since the first moment they had set foot in the fortress. This isn't over, the figure continued, its voice now rising in a low, mocking tone. This is only the beginning. The air around them grew thick with the presence of the figure, the shadows coiling tighter, wrapping themselves around their limbs like chains. Kalen knew that they were far from safe. Lyra, he said, his voice grim. We need to stop it. Now. The wind howled around them as Kalen and Lyra stood in the shadow of the ruined fortress. The moonlight bathed the broken stones in a cold, silvery glow, casting long shadows across the shattered courtyard. Their breath hung in the air like mist, a reminder of the chill that gripped the night. The silence that had descended felt unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Kalen's eyes scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of movement, any indication that the danger had passed. But he knew better. The creature, though destroyed, was only a part of something much larger. Something far darker. The fortress had fallen, yes, but the true enemy, the force that had set this all in motion, was still out there. Lurking in the depths of the earth. We need to keep moving, Kalen said, breaking the silence. His voice was steady, but the weight of their situation hung heavily in the air. The longer we stay here, the more likely it is that something else will come for us. Lyra nodded, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the ruins around them. Agreed. But where do we go from here? Kaelin turned toward the distant woods, the dark silhouettes of ancient trees standing against the pale light of the moon. The forest was deep and foreboding, but it offered them the only shelter for miles. They had to find a place to regroup, to think, to prepare for whatever came next. There's a village near the edge of the forest. Kaelin said, his voice low. We should make for it. We can find supplies and maybe some answers there. Lyra didn't argue. She simply nodded, her expression unreadable. Her gaze flickered toward the ruined fortress one last time before she fell in step beside Kaelin. The sound of their footsteps was muffled by the soft earth beneath their boots, and the only other noise was the distant rustling of the wind through the trees. As they walked, Kaelin's mind raced. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The remnants of the creature's power still lingered in the air, a palpable darkness that seemed to cling to the very soil of the fortress. He could almost feel the eyes of something unseen upon them. Waiting for the right moment to strike. There's something not right about this place, Lyra said, her voice breaking through his thoughts. I can feel it too. Like the land itself is sick. Kaelin glanced at her, his eyes narrowing. I've felt it too. The creature wasn't the source of the darkness, it was merely a servant of something much older, much more powerful. Whatever lies beneath this land, beneath the fortress, it's not done with us. The words hung in the air like a warning, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence between them felt heavier now, the weight of their shared understanding pressing down on their shoulders. They weren't just fighting for their lives anymore. They were fighting against something that threatened to consume everything. The forest loomed closer as they walked, its twisted branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. The trees seemed to grow in unnatural patterns, their trunks gnarled and knotted as if shaped by some unseen force. The air grew colder as they entered the forest, and the shadows deepened, stretching out from the trees like dark tendrils. Kaelin felt a shiver run down his spine. The forest felt alive, but not in the way a living thing should. It was as if it had been twisted, corrupted by something dark and ancient. There's something in here, Kaelin said, his voice barely a whisper. Something watching us. Lyra drew her sword, the steel gleaming in the moonlight. Stay close. Whatever it is, we're not letting it take us. They moved deeper into the forest, the path narrowing as the trees pressed in around them. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig beneath their feet. Every step felt heavier, as if the forest itself was trying to drag them down into its depths. Kaelin's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He could feel it now, a presence lurking just beyond the edges of his perception. It was like the very shadows of the trees were alive, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lyra. Kaelin began, but his voice trailed off as he caught sight of something in the distance. A flicker of movement, just a shadow, but enough to make his heart skip a beat. Did you see that? He asked, his voice low and tense. Lyra stopped in her tracks, her eyes scanning the darkness. She nodded. I saw it. We're not alone. The ground beneath their feet shifted suddenly, and Kalen staggered, nearly losing his balance. The earth seemed to ripple, as if something below was stirring. "Get ready," Kalen said, his voice tight with anticipation. Before they could react, the ground beneath them exploded in a burst of energy, throwing both of them to the ground. Kalen barely managed to roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the jagged rock formations that erupted from the earth. From the shattered ground, a figure emerged, tall, dark, and cloaked in shadows. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light, and as it moved, the shadows seemed to twist around it like a living cloak. "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, pushing himself to his feet, his sword drawn. The figure's voice was deep and hollow, as though it came from the depths of the earth itself. "I am the one who has awakened the darkness. The one who calls the shadows forth." Lyra's grip on her sword tightened. "What do you want?" The figure tilted its head, and Kalen could feel the weight of its gaze upon them. "I want nothing, but for the world to fall into the abyss. It is inevitable." Kalen's blood ran cold. The words it spoke were the same ones that had echoed in his dreams, the same dark prophecy that had haunted him since the first moment they had set foot in the fortress. "This isn't over," the figure continued, its voice now rising in a low, mocking tone. "This is only the beginning." The air around them grew thick with the presence of the figure, the shadows coiling tighter, wrapping themselves around their limbs like chains. Kalen knew that they were far from safe. "Lyra," he said, his voice grim. "We need to stop it. Now." The air crackled with unnatural tension as the shadowed figure loomed before them, its eyes glowing with an eerie light that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the night. The forest around them had grown deathly still, the sounds of the wind and creatures gone, leaving only the heavy silence that pressed against their chests like an invisible weight. Kalen's grip on his sword tightened, the cold steel of familiar comfort in his hand. But even as he steadied himself, a deep, unsettling sense of dread settled over him. The figure before them was not human, and it was not of this world. It exuded a malevolent force that made the ground beneath their feet tremble in fear. You awaken the darkness." Lyra's voice was steady, but there was a sharp edge to it, an undercurrent of both defiance and confusion. The figure did not answer at first. Instead, it seemed to draw the shadows closer, twisting them into thick, solid tendrils that slithered at the edges of the clearing. The moon above them was obscured by the ever-growing darkness, and the world seemed to grow colder with each passing second. "I did not awaken it," the figure finally spoke, its voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to reverberate in the very bones of the earth. "I am merely the keeper of it. The darkness is eternal, older than any of your kind. I have only opened the gate." Kalen's heart skipped a beat. The words echoed in his mind, and he realized with a growing sense of dread that they were far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The creature in the fortress. The power beneath the land, it was all connected. This thing before them was not just a servant of the shadows. It was something much older, far more dangerous. "What do you want from us?" Kalen demanded, his voice steady despite the fear rising within him. "We've destroyed the creature. The fortress has fallen. What else do you seek?" The figure's glowing eyes fixed on him, unblinking, and the shadows seemed to pulse in rhythm with its every breath. The fortress was never meant to be destroyed, it said, the words dripping with an ancient, bitter truth. It was a seal. A barrier that kept the darkness from flooding the world. Now that it is gone, the shadows shall consume all. Kalen's heart sank. The fortress had not just been a place of power, it had been a prison. And they had freed whatever malevolent force had been held within. We didn't know, Lyra said, her voice sharp with frustration and guilt. We didn't know what it was protecting, the figure chuckled, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves in the wind. None of you knew. That is why you were allowed to enter. The darkness chose you. You were the key to unlocking its return. Kalen's mind raced. They had thought they were simply uncovering secrets. They had assumed they were battling creatures and forces of ancient myth, but they were dealing with something far more insidious. The shadows. The creature, the fortress, it had all been part of a greater plan, one that was now unraveling before their eyes. What now? Kalen muttered, his grip tightening on his sword. We stop you. We have to. The figure's form seemed to shift, its outline becoming less defined, like smoke trailing through the night air. You cannot stop what has already begun, it said, its voice now a whisper that echoed all around them. The gates have been opened. The darkness will consume everything in its path, and soon, you will join it. Kalen felt a chill that sank deeper than the night air, an icy grip on his heart. This was no ordinary foe. It was the embodiment of an ancient force, a shadow that had always been there. Waiting for the right moment to rise again, he knew then that they had only begun to understand the magnitude of the battle they were facing. The moonlit fortress, the creature, the mysterious force beneath the earth, everything was connected, and the true struggle had yet to come. We'll see about that, Lyra said, her voice hardening with determination. She took a step forward, her sword raised in defiance. We may not be able to stop the darkness alone, but we won't let it win without a fight. The figure's glowing eyes narrowed. Foolish mortals, it hissed, the shadows writhing in response to its anger. You think you can fight the inevitable? You think you can hold back the tide of darkness? You are nothing compared to what lies ahead. Kalen stepped forward, his jaw set. He wasn't going to back down. The fear gnawing at his insides only fueled his resolve. If they were going to face this, they would do so with everything they had. You're wrong, Kalen said, his voice unwavering. We're not nothing. And if you think we'll let you bring the darkness back into the world, you're mistaken. The figure's laughter was hollow and cruel, echoing in the air around them. You cannot stop me. But you will try, and in doing so, you will lead me to what I seek. The ground beneath them trembled again, more violently this time, as if the earth itself was reacting to the figure's words. Kalen felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. But he didn't falter. He had no choice but to fight. Suddenly, the figure lunged forward, faster than Kalen could react. The tendrils of shadow lashed out, striking like whips, and Kalen barely managed to parry the first blow, the force of it sending him sliding backward. Kalen. Lyra shouted, but before he could respond, the figure was upon her. The tendrils wrapped around her sword, yanking it from her hand with terrifying strength. Lyra. Kalen cried out, but the figure's power was overwhelming. It loomed over her, its shadow stretching out like a consuming wave. Kalen's heart pounded in his chest. This was it, the moment they had feared. But he wasn't going to let it end here. Not while Lyra was in danger. With a roar, he surged forward, slashing his sword through the air. The figure's shadows recoiled at his attack, but the creature was too powerful. Its tendrils reached out again, wrapping around Kalen's wrist, pulling him off balance. This was more than a battle of strength. It was a battle of wills. Kalen could feel the darkness trying to choke the very breath from him, to drown him in the suffocating void it commanded. But he refused to give in. He would not let the darkness win. The darkness that enveloped Kalen seemed to grow thicker, more suffocating with every breath he took. The figure before them twisted and pulsed with an energy that was not of this world. As if the very fabric of reality was bending under its weight. Its tendrils wrapped tighter around his wrist, dragging him closer to the abyss that yawned at his feet, threatening to pull him into its cold, endless depths. But Kalen gritted his teeth, refusing to give in to the overwhelming force. He could feel his pulse pounding in his temples, his muscles straining against the shadow's grip. With every ounce of strength he had left, he yanked his arm free, the dark tendrils recoiling at the force of his struggle. Kalen. Lyra's voice reached him through the haze of shadows, her sword out of reach, but her eyes fierce with determination. She hadn't given up. Kalen's breath came in shallow gasps as he turned toward her. His heart pounding, but there was no time to hesitate. The figure was already preparing for another attack, its glowing eyes locked on him, its form shifting like a living nightmare. "You cannot escape," the figure's voice echoed, its tone low and mocking. "The darkness is within you. It is part of this world, and no matter how hard you fight, it will consume you." Kalen tightened his grip on his sword, the steel cool in his hand, a lifeline in this place of shadows. He forced himself to focus, to block out the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind. They had come too far to let it end like this. He would not let it end like this. "Maybe," Kalen said, his voice low but resolute. "But it's not the only thing inside me." He lifted his sword, bringing it down with a force that sent a shock of light through the air. The blade cleaved through the nearest shadow tendril, severing it with a crack that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. The darkness shrieked, recoiling, but the figure was undeterred. "You are brave," the figure hissed, its form undulating in response to the strike. "But bravery is nothing against eternity." Lyra, her face set with determination, moved to Kalen's side. Despite the odds, despite the overwhelming force of the creature before them, they were still standing. "Still fighting. Then we fight forever," Lyra said, her voice steady despite the weight of their situation. "As long as there is a breath in us, we will fight." The figure's form rippled with anger at their defiance. It raised its hands, and the shadows thickened, swirling around them like a storm, cutting off their escape. Kalen and Lyra were trapped in a sphere of shifting darkness, every edge a wall they couldn't see or touch, but could feel closing in. "We are not afraid of you," Kalen growled, stepping forward, unwilling to let this creature see any sign of weakness. He had felt the darkness creeping into his mind, trying to choke his will, but he was stronger than that. He would fight until his last breath. The figure sneered. "Afraid? You misunderstand. I do not need your fear. I need your obedience." It gestured again, and the shadows responded, rushing at them in a wave that threatened to consume everything in its path. Kalen barely had time to react as the tendrils lashed out again, this time too many to avoid. One whipped across his chest, drawing blood, and another ensnared his legs, tripping him to the ground. Lyra cried out as she lunged to help him, but she too was caught by the unrelenting force. Her sword was pulled from her grasp once more, and the darkness tightened around her, threatening to suffocate her with its oppressive grip. Kalen struggled against the tendrils, but they held fast. He could feel the energy draining from him, his strength ebbing away with each passing second. This was it. The darkness had them. It was all too much. No, Kalen gasped, forcing himself to speak, to push through the suffocating weight of despair. "We're not done yet. Not until we've stopped you." The figure paused, its form still and silent, as if considering his words. Then, it spoke again, its voice cold and detached. "You will stop nothing," it said. "The barrier is broken, the darkness is free. You may resist, but the end is inevitable. The abyss will swallow your world, and you will be nothing more than a distant memory." Kalen's pulse quickened, the words striking deep into his soul, but there was something in them that felt off. The figure's confidence, its certainty, there was a crack in it. Something that didn't quite fit. With every ounce of his remaining strength, Kalen forced himself to rise, his legs shaky, his chest burning with every breath. The shadows tried to pull him back down, but he fought them with everything he had. His mind, though clouded by the darkness, found clarity in that moment. There was a way to stop this. He could feel the energy of the earth beneath his feet, the pulse of the land beneath the weight of the shadows. It was faint, like a whisper, but it was there. The very thing that had kept the darkness at bay for centuries. The ancient magic that had bound the shadows. Kalen closed his eyes for a moment, drawing in a deep breath. He could feel it now. The energy beneath his skin, flowing through him like lightning. It was a gift from the earth itself, one that had been waiting for him to unlock. He focused on the connection, allowing the magic to fill him, to surge through him and into the sword. The steel hummed in his grip, reacting to the power he was summoning. The energy of the earth, ancient and eternal, surged through him like a torrent. Kalen. Lyra cried, struggling against her own bonds. "What are you doing? Stopping the darkness," he whispered, his voice calm despite the storm raging inside him. He thrust his sword forward, and the ground trembled in response. The shadows recoiled, but the sword, now alive with the ancient power of the earth, sliced through the darkness like a blade through silk. The figure howled in rage as the sword's light pierced its core, the shadows shrinking away from the light with a force that shook the air. The figure's form shuddered, its malevolent presence faltering as Kalen pushed forward, refusing to relent. The sword glowed brighter, an unstoppable force that was fed by the power of the earth itself. The ground beneath them cracked, and the sky above seemed to split open with the brilliance of the light, and then, with a final, deafening roar, the figure collapsed into a heap of shadows, its form dissipating into the night like smoke caught in the wind. The darkness that had enveloped them began to recede, the oppressive weight lifting as the shadows were banished back into the abyss from which they had come. Kalen fell to his knees, exhausted, but triumphant. Lyra was at his side in an instant, her hand on his shoulder as she helped him to his feet. "You did it," she said softly, her voice a mix of awe and relief. Kalen nodded, his breathing ragged, but his spirit unbroken. The fight wasn't over. There were still threats to face, still darkness to be conquered. But for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world seemed a little less heavy. They had won a battle, but the war was far from over. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and cold steel. Kalen and Lyra stood amidst the ruins of the battleground. Their bodies aching, their breaths shallow from the ordeal. The darkness had receded, but its lingering presence still hung in the air, like an invisible fog. The shadows, now retreating into the distant corners of the earth, seemed to whisper warnings in the wind, reminders that this victory was only temporary. The ground beneath them continued to tremble as though unsettled by the battle that had just occurred. The night sky above was still, almost unnaturally so, the moon casting a pale, silvery glow over the landscape. The fortress loomed in the distance, its silhouette cutting a jagged line against the dark horizon. Though they had won this skirmish, they knew the true battle had yet to begin. "Do you think it's over?" Lyra asked, her voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. Her eyes never left the darkened horizon, where the remnants of the shadowy figure had vanished. The sense of unease that hung in the air seemed to deepen with every passing moment. Kalen shook his head, his grip tightening around his sword. His body was exhausted, every muscle sore from the strain of wielding such immense power, but his mind was focused. The victory had not come without cost. The shadows had been powerful, yes, but they were not the true enemy. "Not yet, no," he replied, his voice a low growl. "This is only the beginning." Lyra glanced at him, her brow furrowed. "Then what comes next?" Kalen didn't answer immediately. His eyes were locked on the distant fortress, his thoughts swirling. There was something about the way the shadows had dissipated that unsettled him. They hadn't simply been defeated, they had been drawn into something deeper. Something darker. The figure they had faced had been but a fraction of the force behind the shadows. The true power, the one that had been manipulating everything from the very beginning, was still out there. And it was far more dangerous than anything they had faced so far. "The fortress," Kalen muttered, more to himself than to Lyra. "That's where it all began. That's where we'll find the answers." Lyra hesitated, but only for a moment. "Then we go there." The decision was made. Without another word, they turned and began their journey toward the fortress, the weight of what lay ahead pressing on their shoulders like an invisible chain. Each step was heavy, as though the very ground beneath them was resisting their passage. The world was still, and the silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft crunch of their footsteps against the frozen earth. As they neared the base of the fortress, the enormity of the structure became more apparent. The walls towered above them, made of black stone that seemed to absorb the moonlight, casting everything in shadow. It looked abandoned, forgotten, a relic of some long-forgotten time. But Kalen knew better. There was nothing abandoned about it. The fortress still pulsed with a dark energy, and it was waiting for them. The entrance loomed ahead, a massive set of double doors carved from obsidian, their surfaces covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly, like embers smoldering in the dark. As Kalen reached for the door, a cold gust of wind swept through the courtyard, carrying with it a voice, faint but unmistakable, "Do not enter." The voice echoed in his mind, a whisper of warning, but it was too late. He had already made up his mind. His hand pressed against the door, and with a heavy groan, it slowly creaked open. Inside was a vast hall, the floor covered in dust and debris. The walls were lined with strange, jagged carvings, twisted shapes that seemed to shift and change as they gazed upon them. The air was thick with the scent of decay and the faint, distant hum of something unnatural. This place had been abandoned for a long time, but not forgotten. Kaylin and Lyra stepped into the hall, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust that covered everything. The silence was deafening, each breath they took feeling heavier than the last. They moved deeper into the fortress, their eyes scanning the shadows that clung to every corner. There was something alive here, something that watched them, waiting for the right moment to strike. As they reached the center of the hall, the temperature dropped. Kaylin's breath came out in frosty clouds, his breath catching in his chest. The walls seemed to close in around them, the shadows stretching and warping, and then, out of the corner of his eye, Kaylin saw it. A figure, cloaked in shadows, stood in the doorway at the far end of the hall. It was tall, slender, its features obscured by the dark cloak it wore. The figure stepped forward, moving with unnatural grace, and as it did, the air seemed to grow even colder. "Who are you?" Kaylin demanded, his voice steady despite the rising chill in the air. He could feel the weight of the figure's gaze, even though its face remained hidden. The figure's voice was low, almost a whisper, but it resonated through the hall like a deep echo. "Come closer," it said, its voice cold, detached. "You have questions, Kaylin. Questions that you will not be able to answer until you understand the truth." Kaylin tensed, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. The figure's words were like daggers, each one striking deep into his soul. The truth. The one thing that had eluded him for so long. "Why are you doing this?" Lyra asked, her voice filled with a mix of anger and confusion. "What do you want from us?" The figure tilted its head, its movements eerily fluid. "I want nothing from you," it replied. "But you, Kaylin, you are the key. You always have been." A chill ran down Kaylin's spine. He didn't understand. He had always been the key to something, but what was it? And why did it feel as if the very foundation of his existence was being torn apart? "You have been touched by the abyss," the figure continued, its tone growing darker. "And it is only through embracing it that you can truly understand what lies ahead." Kaylin felt a surge of anger rise within him, but it was quickly smothered by the overwhelming weight of the figure's presence. There was something about it, something ancient and vast, that made him feel small, insignificant. "No," Kaylin said firmly, stepping forward. "I will not embrace the darkness." The figure's laughter echoed through the hall, its tone mocking, almost amused. "You do not have a choice," it whispered. "The abyss is already inside you, Kaylin. It always has been." With that, the figure stepped back into the shadows, its form disappearing into the darkness. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the oppressive silence returned, even heavier than before. Lyra moved to Kaylin's side, her eyes scanning the room. "What did it mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Kaylin didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, the figure's words echoing in his head. The abyss inside him, was it true? Had he always carried this darkness within him? And if so, what did it mean for the battles to come? "Let's keep moving," Kaylin said, his voice low. There's more to this place. And I need to know everything. As they continued deeper into the fortress, the shadows seemed to close in around them once more. The answers were within reach, but the truth they sought was as elusive as the darkness that hung heavy in the air, and Kaelin knew that the deeper they ventured into the heart of the moonlit fortress, the more they would uncover, and the more they would be forced to confront the darkness inside themselves. The deeper Kaelin and Lyra ventured into the moonlit fortress, the more oppressive the silence became. The hallways stretched endlessly before them, each turn more labyrinthine than the last. The fortress seemed alive, as though the walls themselves were breathing, sighing in the darkness. It was a place of ancient power, its long-forgotten corners waiting for the return of its master. Lyra moved quietly beside Kaelin, her sharp eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The shadowy figure's words echoed in her mind, unsettling her in a way that she couldn't shake. The abyss was inside Kaelin, was it truly? She had never seen him as anything other than the protector, the one who had fought beside her through countless battles. The thought of him harboring darkness within him was a concept too difficult to grasp. Do you think what the figure said is true? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. She had been holding her breath since their encounter, her nerves frayed by the eerie atmosphere of the fortress. Kaelin didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed ahead, his footsteps sure but hesitant, as if he could feel the weight of the figure's words pressing down on him, too. The abyss was already inside him. He couldn't deny the truth of it. He had always carried a darkness within him, one that had been awakened long ago by the forces he had long since tried to outrun. It had taken form in his nightmares, in the quiet moments when the world fell away, and now, it was more real than ever before. I don't know, Kaelin said after a long pause. His voice distant. But I feel it, a part of me that's always been there. A hunger, a pull toward something darker. Lyra glanced at him, her gaze softening, but she didn't speak. She understood the weight of his words. She had seen him fight against the shadows that had followed him all his life, never once giving in to the temptation to embrace them. But now, after everything they had witnessed in the fortress, she feared the very thing they had fought to keep at bay. As they walked, the path before them began to narrow, and the walls seemed to close in around them. The flickering torchlight cast long, grotesque shadows across the floor, making the air feel even heavier. Kaelin's heart raced. His senses on high alert. Something was wrong, he could feel it in his bones. They reached a large chamber at the end of the corridor, the walls lined with massive, ancient pillars that stretched toward a vaulted ceiling, lost in darkness. The air in the room was stagnant, thick with the scent of old stone and something far more sinister. In the center of the chamber was an altar, a black stone slab that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow. It was as if the altar itself was alive, breathing, waiting. What is this place? Lyra asked, stepping forward, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her blade. Kaelin stepped toward the altar, his steps heavy as though the ground itself were resisting him. He could feel it now, the pull, the whisper of the abyss calling to him. His thoughts were clouded, his resolve shaken. The figure had told him that the darkness was inside him, but standing here, in this room, he could feel it more clearly than ever before. This is where it all began, Kaelin whispered. His eyes locked onto the altar, and for a brief moment, It felt as though he were seeing beyond the physical world, into the very heart of the fortress. Suddenly, the room seemed to shift. The shadows that had been clinging to the walls began to stretch toward the altar, coiling around the pillars like serpents. A low hum filled the air, resonating deep in Kalen's chest, as though the very foundation of the fortress were alive with energy. Lyra's hand tightened on her sword, her senses screaming that something was wrong. "Kalen," she said urgently, "we need to leave. This place, it's not right." But Kalen didn't move. He was frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the altar. The pulsing glow from the stone slab seemed to grow brighter, casting eerie shadows across his face. His mind was a whirlwind, torn between the desire to step closer to the altar and the fear that it might consume him. "What if this is the key?" he murmured, his voice distant. "What if this is the way to stop all of it?" Lyra stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him in the present. "Kalen, listen to me," she said firmly. "We don't know what that altar is, but we can't trust it. The abyss is already inside you. We don't need more power, it's control we need." But Kalen's eyes were wide, and his hand slowly reached out toward the altar. "I don't think I have a choice." The moment his fingers brushed the cold stone, a shock wave of energy shot through the room. The floor trembled beneath their feet, and the shadows in the room twisted and writhed, as if awakening to something long dormant. A deafening roar echoed through the chamber, and the ground beneath them cracked open, revealing a swirling abyss of dark energy. Kalen stumbled backward, his mind flooded with images, visions of battles, of ancient gods, of power beyond comprehension. His body trembled with the weight of it all. He could feel the darkness within him stirring, answering the call of the abyss. "No," he whispered, his voice ragged. "I won't give in." But the energy from the altar seemed to consume him, pulling him closer to its grasp. Lyra's voice was distant, but she reached for him, trying to pull him back from the edge. "Kalen," she shouted, her voice filled with desperation. "We need to fight it." The world around them seemed to distort, the shadows coalescing into a monstrous figure, towering over them. Its eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and its voice was like thunder in the air. "You are the key," it bellowed. Its voice a horrible amalgamation of all the darkness that had ever existed. "Embrace the abyss, and you will be one with it. Your destiny is inevitable." Kalen's heart pounded in his chest as the figure loomed over him, its presence suffocating. He could feel the abyss pulling at him, its grip tightening with each passing second, but as he stood there, teetering on the edge of his own destruction, a flash of clarity pierced through the fog in his mind. He knew what he had to do. With a guttural cry, Kalen tore himself away from the altar, his body shaking with the effort. The shadows recoiled, and the figure's form seemed to falter. The ground beneath them began to stabilize. The crackling energy slowly ebbing away. Lyra stood by his side, her eyes fierce, her grip on her sword unyielding. "You're not alone, Kalen," she said softly, her voice full of conviction. "We'll face this together." The shadows hissed, retreating into the depths of the fortress. Kalen and Lyra stood in the center of the chamber, panting, their hearts still racing. They had averted disaster, for now. But the battle was far from over. Kalen looked at Lyra, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and regret. "We can't stop now," he said, his voice low. "The abyss won't rest until it's claimed everything." And as they moved toward the next chamber, the fortress seemed to respond, the very walls whispering their dark secrets in the night. The path of gentle winds, in a distant corner of the world, where the hills rolled like waves beneath the endless sky, there lay a village known for its tranquility. It was a place where the wind always seemed to blow softly, carrying the scent of wildflowers and fresh grass, and where the trees swayed in rhythm with the breath of the earth. The villagers called it the meadow's edge, a name that spoke of both their home's beauty and its peaceful nature. Among the villagers was a young woman named Lyra, whose spirit was as gentle as the winds that danced through the meadows. With long, dark hair that rippled in the breeze and eyes that sparkled like the morning sky, she seemed as much a part of the land as the flowers that bloomed beneath her feet. Lyra had always been drawn to the wind, the way it whispered through the trees and tugged at her hair, as if it carried secrets from far-off places. For years, she had lived in harmony with the world around her, helping her people with their daily tasks, tending to the gardens, weaving baskets, and offering guidance to those in need. But there was something inside of her that longed for more. It was a quiet yearning, a feeling that the winds carried a message just for her, a call to venture beyond the familiar hills and see what lay beyond the horizon. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the fields, Lyra stood at the edge of the village and listened to the wind. It was gentle, as it always was, but tonight, it felt different. There was a subtle strength in it, a whisper that seemed to beckon her toward the unknown. "Lyra," a voice called from behind her. She turned to see her grandmother, who had been the village's elder for many years. Her silver hair was tied in a loose braid, and her weathered face was lined with the wisdom of ages. "Grandmother," Lyra said, her voice soft. "Do you hear it? The wind, it's calling to me." The elder nodded, her gaze distant as she looked toward the distant mountains, their peaks just visible in the fading light. "I have felt it, too. The wind has always carried its messages, but tonight, it seems different. The winds are restless, Lyra, and they are calling you." Lyra's heart quickened. But what does it mean? Where will it lead me? Her grandmother placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch gentle but firm. "The wind is a guide, Lyra. It will take you on a path, but the journey is yours to make. There are things you must learn, places you must see. The winds will show you the way, but only if you trust them." Lyra looked out toward the horizon, her mind swirling with questions and possibilities. She had always known that she was meant for something more than the peaceful life she had led in the village, but she had never imagined that the winds would be the ones to show her the way. "I will follow the wind," Lyra said, her voice steady. "Wherever it leads me." Her grandmother smiled softly, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "Go with my blessing, Lyra. The world is waiting for you." As the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the cool breeze on her skin. The wind wrapped around her like a familiar embrace, and for the first time in her life, she felt as though she were truly ready to step into the unknown. With a final glance at her grandmother, Lyra turned toward the path that led beyond the village, where the hills met the vast expanse of the world. The wind whispered through her hair, urging her forward, and she stepped onto the path of gentle winds. Ready to discover the secrets it held, Lyra's feet carried her softly over the familiar hills, the village now a distant memory behind her. The path before her seemed endless, winding and meandering through forests, across streams, and over valleys, but the wind, her guide, was never far from her side. It swept through the tall grass, caressed the branches of the trees, and whispered promises of the journey ahead. Each step she took felt like she was being drawn deeper into the embrace of the world itself. For days, she traveled, allowing the wind to guide her, following its whispers and its gentle tug. The further she went, the more she felt the sense of peace she had known in her village, a peace that had once been content but now felt like a distant echo. The world beyond her home was vast, filled with new landscapes and people, each with their own stories to tell. But the wind, it seemed, was always carrying her in one direction, toward the distant mountains, where the skies were darker and the wind stronger. On the fourth day of her journey, Lyra found herself in a valley surrounded by towering cliffs. The air here was thick with the scent of pine and the sound of rushing water from a stream that wound through the valley floor. The wind here was different. It carried with it a sense of urgency, almost as though it was warning her. She paused at the edge of the stream, kneeling down to drink from its cool waters. As she cupped her hands and brought the water to her lips, she caught a glimpse of something strange, a shadow flickering in the corner of her eye. Turning, she saw nothing but the rustling of leaves and the faint motion of the wind. Yet, the sensation of being watched lingered, like an invisible presence hovering just beyond the edges of her perception. Lyra's heart beat a little faster, but the wind, ever her companion, brushed against her skin, comforting her in a way that only it could. "You are not alone," she whispered softly, the words more for herself than anyone else. She had always felt connected to the earth and the wind, but now, in this strange land, she began to wonder if there was something more to her journey, something that reached deeper than the soft whispers of the breeze. As evening approached, she decided to set up camp by the stream. The sky above began to darken, and the wind shifted again, this time colder, more insistent. It wasn't long before the first hints of a storm began to form on the horizon, a heavy cloud bank rolling in from the west. Lyra worked quickly to prepare her camp, pulling out her blankets and making sure everything was secure. The wind had grown strong, and as the first raindrops began to fall, she took shelter under a canopy of trees, listening to the storm's fury as it washed over the land. The wind howled through the trees, bending them low, but Lyra remained calm. She had always found peace in the storms, knowing that the world needed both the calm and the chaos to exist in balance. As she settled down for the night, the wind seemed to soften again, its fury dissipating into a steady hum that echoed through the valley. The storm passed quickly, and as the clouds cleared, the stars emerged, their light shimmering like silver dust across the vast sky. Lyra closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling with questions. Why had the wind brought her here? What was waiting for her in the distant mountains? And most importantly, what had she been chosen to find? In the quiet of the night, as the last remnants of the storm faded into the distance, she felt a sudden pull, an unmistakable tug within her heart, drawing her toward the mountains. The wind had spoken to her again. Though in its own way, through the rustle of leaves, the rhythm of the stream, and the flicker of shadows. It was time to move forward. The next morning, Lyra packed up her things and set her sights on the towering peaks ahead. The wind was once again at her back, gentle but firm, urging her onward. She felt a deep sense of purpose growing within her, a purpose she couldn't yet fully understand but knew was hers to fulfill. With each step, the landscape began to change. The lush valley gave way to rugged terrain, the trees becoming sparse as the air grew thinner. The wind, still guiding her, seemed to carry a new energy, as if it knew what was waiting for her at the journey's end. As the sun began to set on the second day of her ascent, Lyra found herself standing at the base of a great mountain. The wind howled around her, stronger than ever, as though the mountain itself was alive, speaking in a language only the wind could understand. The path ahead was steep and treacherous, but Lyra felt no fear. She could hear the whispers of the wind, now clearer than ever, urging her to climb. "Trust me," the wind seemed to say. "I will guide you." With resolve in her heart, Lyra began her ascent. The path was difficult, the air cold and thin, but the wind was always there, lifting her spirits, coaxing her forward with each step. She felt an unspoken promise that whatever lay ahead, she was meant to face it. And so, with the winds of the world at her back, Lyra climbed, knowing that the path she walked was hers alone to follow. The climb was slow and grueling. The mountain loomed above her like a silent sentinel, its rocky face jagged and imposing. Yet, the wind, ever constant and unyielding, seemed to encourage her at every turn, lifting her spirits when doubt threatened to creep in. It swirled around her, teasing her hair, pulling her forward as if guiding her steps towards something unknown, something vital. By the third day of her ascent, the air had grown thin and biting. Lyra's breath came in shallow gasps, and the wind was colder now, sharp against her skin. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Something deep within her told her that the summit was close, that the answers she sought were waiting just beyond the next bend. As she neared a narrow ridge, the wind began to shift, its whispers becoming more distinct. The sound wasn't just a rush of air anymore, it was as if the wind was speaking to her in words, its voice like a distant murmur, soft but clear. "The path is not easy, but you are not alone," the wind seemed to say, its voice carrying a warmth that contrasted the chill of the mountain. "What you seek is not in the distance, but within you." Lyra paused, her hand resting against the cold stone of the ridge. The words sent a shiver through her. Not from the cold, but from a deep sense of knowing. She had always believed the wind carried messages, but now it seemed as if the wind was speaking directly to her heart. "Within me?" she murmured, more to herself than to the wind. What could that possibly mean? The wind answered with a soft gust that brushed her face, ruffling her hair like an affectionate touch. For a moment, Lyra closed her eyes, letting the wind's presence fill her, feeling its strength and grace. Suddenly, a strange feeling washed over her, something akin to a memory, but not one she could recall. It was as though the mountain itself was calling her, beckoning her to remember something deep within her soul. She couldn't understand it, but she felt the truth of it, the weight of it pressing gently against her chest. With renewed determination, she continued to climb. As she neared the top of the ridge, the air grew colder still, and the wind began to howl in earnest, a fierce gust that whipped around her with an intensity she had never felt before. Her breath came faster, her muscles aching, but still, she pushed forward. There was no turning back now. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing, Lyra reached the top. She stood there for a moment, gasping for breath, looking out over the vast expanse before her. The mountain stretched on in every direction, the world below her nothing more than a blur of green and brown. The sky above was a deep, midnight blue, and the stars sparkled like scattered jewels, but it wasn't the view that caught her attention, it was the figure standing before her, a figure cloaked in flowing, silver robes, their face hidden beneath a hood. They stood at the edge of a cliff, as though waiting for her. The wind seemed to swirl around them, lifting their robe and brushing against their face, yet they remained still, unyielding, as if they were part of the mountain itself. Lyra's heart pounded in her chest, her feet frozen to the earth beneath her. She had not expected this. She had thought the mountain was just a physical challenge, a test of endurance. But now, standing before this figure, she realized that her journey had always been something more than she had known. "Who are you?" Lyra called out, her voice barely audible against the wind's howling. The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, they turned, their face still hidden beneath the shadow of their hood. For a moment, there was silence, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. Then, finally, the figure spoke, their voice low and steady, like the rumble of thunder in the distance. "I am the keeper of the winds," the figure said. "And you, Lyra, have come far. But the path is not yet finished. There are lessons you must learn, truths you must embrace." Lyra's heart raced, a mix of excitement and uncertainty filling her. "What truths? I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The keeper of the wind stepped forward, their presence commanding, yet calm. The wind swirled around them like a dance, as if the very air was responding to their movements. "It is not what I want from you, Lyra. It is what you must find within yourself. The wind has guided you here, not by chance, but because you are destined to carry its message. You are the one who will carry the winds of change to the world below." The words hung in the air, like a weight that Lyra couldn't fully comprehend. Her mind raced, and her heart felt as if it might burst from her chest. "I don't understand," she whispered, almost pleading. "I'm just a girl from a small village. I don't have the power to change anything." The keeper of the winds raised a hand, and in an instant, the wind stilled, quieting around them as if in reverence. "The power is not in you alone, Lyra. It is in the wind, in the earth, in the balance of all things. You must learn to listen, to truly hear the wind's voice, to understand its language. Only then will you be able to carry its message and restore the balance the world has lost." Lyra stood still, her mind struggling to grasp the enormity of what she was being told. Restore the balance. But how? "I don't know what to do." The keeper smiled, though the smile was soft and knowing, as if they could see something in her that she could not yet see in herself. "The wind will teach you, Lyra. Trust it. And trust yourself." With that, the keeper of the winds turned, their robes flowing like liquid silver in the breeze. They walked toward the edge of the cliff, and for a moment, Lyra thought they might disappear into the wind itself. But then, as though in response to her unspoken question, the keeper paused and turned back toward her. "The journey does not end here. It is only beginning. You must go further, deeper. The answers lie within the heart of the wind, and only by embracing its power can you restore what has been lost." And with that, the figure disappeared into the night, leaving Lyra alone at the summit, with only the whispering winds and the weight of their words to guide her. The wind began to shift once again, as though acknowledging the gravity of the keeper's words. Lyra stood at the summit, her breath still heavy from the climb, but her heart was now filled with something else, an unsettling mix of awe and uncertainty. The keeper had said that she would restore the balance of the world, that she was somehow connected to the wind in a way she could not yet understand. But how? And why her? She looked out over the vast expanse of the mountain range, the dark sky above now twinkling with countless stars. The wind was still, almost as though waiting for her next move. Lyra closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to center herself. She had come so far, and there was no turning back now. The wind had called her here, and the keeper had given her a task she didn't yet fully grasp. But there was one thing she was certain of: she couldn't do it alone. The thought brought her focus back to the wind. It had always been with her, gentle, guiding, mysterious, and now it seemed like a constant companion, waiting for her to understand its language. The mountain was silent, save for the occasional rustle of the trees below. She could feel the wind picking up again, a soft current that began to brush against her skin, urging her to move forward. She started down the path that the keeper had pointed to, the wind now at her back, whispering in her ear. She trusted it, as she always had, but now she could sense that the wind was trying to communicate something deeper, something more profound. The path was rough, winding through jagged rocks and sparse trees, and the further she descended, the more intense the wind became. It howled through the valley like a voice in the night, but this time it felt different. There was an urgency to it. She didn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Something was wrong. The balance the keeper had spoken of was in danger, and the wind was warning her. Hours passed as she descended, but it felt as though time itself was bending around her. The wind seemed to grow stronger, the air thinner, until she reached a small plateau. The landscape had changed once again, no longer the jagged rocks of the mountain, but a dense forest, dark and silent, stretching out before her like a forgotten realm. The air here felt thick with energy, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something. Lyra hesitated at the edge of the forest, the wind tugging at her cloak, urging her to enter. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, the soft earth beneath her feet giving way to the thick underbrush. The silence of the forest was unsettling, but the wind remained with her, its whispers guiding her through the trees. She walked deeper into the woods, the shadows lengthening as the sun sank behind the mountains. The wind was now calm, as if it, too, was waiting. It swirled around her, brushing the leaves of the trees, urging her to keep moving. The deeper she went, the more it felt like the forest was alive, like it had a pulse, a heartbeat. The trees stretched high above her, their gnarled branches twisting and reaching as though they were watching her every move, and then, in the stillness, she heard it. A faint whisper in the wind, so soft it was almost imperceptible. But it was there. Her heart raced as she strained to hear it, the words just beyond her comprehension. "Find the heart of the forest," the voice murmured, barely audible against the rustling leaves. "It is there that the answer lies." The words sent a chill down her spine. The heart of the forest. What did that mean? Lyra's gaze swept over the trees, but all she saw were endless shadows, stretching out into the unknown. The wind picked up again, more insistent now, like a tug on her very soul. She had no choice but to follow it. She continued deeper into the forest, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grew colder, the shadows darker, and the silence was suffocating. And then, as if in answer to her unspoken question, the wind parted the trees before her, revealing a small clearing. At the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches stretching out like fingers toward the sky. Its bark shimmered faintly in the dim light, and a strange, soft glow emanated from its roots, casting an eerie light across the ground. Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. The wind was still, as if waiting for her to approach. There was something powerful about this tree, something ancient. As she approached, the wind seemed to hum around her, and the air grew thick with energy. She reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against the glowing bark. The moment her hand touched the tree, the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, and the world around her blurred. In an instant, she was no longer standing in the clearing, but in a vast, open space. The sky was dark, and the stars shone brightly overhead. She was standing at the edge of a great chasm, its depths unfathomable, stretching out before her like an endless abyss. At the center of the chasm stood a figure, tall, cloaked in robes of deep midnight blue, their face hidden beneath a hood. The wind, unlike any wind she had ever felt, swept around the figure, its force intense and powerful, yet there was a strange peace about it, as though this was where the winds of the world converged. Lyra's voice caught in her throat as she stared at the figure. This place, this vision, felt familiar, yet she had never been here before. The figure turned slowly, their presence commanding. The wind around them swirled and twisted. And for the first time in her journey, Lyra understood the words that the wind was whispering. "You have come far, Lyra," the figure said, their voice echoing in the vast emptiness. "But the path is not yet complete. You must choose. Will you walk the path of the winds, or will you return to the world you know?" The question echoed through her mind, and the wind seemed to pause, holding its breath. Lyra stood frozen, unsure of how to answer. She had come so far, and yet the choice before her felt impossible. Lyra stood at the edge of the chasm, her heart racing in her chest, her mind swirling with confusion and doubt. The figure cloaked in midnight blue loomed before her, their presence both commanding and calming. Like the wind itself. The question they posed echoed through her mind, reverberating in the very air around her. Will you walk the path of the winds, or will you return to the world you know? The wind, which had once whispered gently, now roared around her, as if urging her to make a decision. Yet, in the midst of this whirlwind, Lyra felt a strange sense of peace, a stillness within her, as though the answer was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. The figure remained silent, their dark hood hiding their face, leaving Lyra to confront the choice that had been placed before her. Her gaze fell on the chasm before her, its depths endless and dark, an abyss that seemed to stretch out forever. It was as though the chasm symbolized the uncertainty that lay ahead, vast, mysterious, and unknown, but she also saw something else, the wind. It swirled around her, guiding her, whispering its secrets, as though it had always known the path she was meant to walk. Lyra closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The wind had always been with her. It had guided her through the trials of the mountain, led her to the heart of the forest, and now, it was offering her a choice, she thought of her village, her home, and the life she had left behind. Would it be easier to return to the familiar, to live a life she understood, free from the weight of responsibility? Or was there something more? Something greater, waiting for her on this path she was so reluctant to embrace? As she pondered the choice, the wind seemed to grow still, as though it, too, was waiting for her to choose. There was no hurry. There was no judgment. Just the steady, patient rhythm of the world, waiting for her decision. Lyra's mind turned to the keeper of the winds, the first figure to speak to her on this journey. You are destined to carry the winds of change to the world below. Those words had haunted her since she had first heard them. She had not understood them then, and she still didn't fully understand them now, but deep inside her, she felt a stirring. The wind had brought her this far for a reason. Perhaps she was meant to carry its message after all. The figure before her stepped closer, their presence heavy and powerful, but still calm. You are not the first to stand at this crossroads, Lyra, they said, their voice low and soothing. The path of the winds is not an easy one. It is filled with challenges, sacrifices, and uncertainties. But it is also a path of wisdom, of growth, of discovering your true self. You must decide whether you are ready to embrace it. Lyra looked up at the figure, her heart swelling with a mixture of fear and determination. She had been afraid to leave her village, afraid to step into the unknown, but every step she had taken had led her here. To this moment, what will happen if I choose to walk this path? She asked, her voice steadied despite the uncertainty that swirled within her. The figure did not immediately answer. Instead, they raised a hand, and the wind calmed around them, swirling gently at their feet. The air grew thick with a sense of anticipation, and for a moment, Lyra felt as though she were standing at the very edge of a precipice, staring into the unknown. If you choose this path, you will become one with the wind, the figure said, their voice soft but firm. You will learn its language, its secrets. You will carry its messages to those who need to hear them. But the path will not be without its trials. The winds are capricious, and they do not always blow in the direction we desire. The wind around Lyra shifted then, pulling at her cloak and swirling her hair. It was almost as though it was speaking to her, urging her to listen, urging her to understand. The choice lay before her, clear and undeniable, and deep inside her, something stirred, a deep, resonant truth. She thought of the keeper's words again. You are the one who will carry the winds of change to the world below. The winds of change. What did that mean? Was she really ready to take on such a responsibility? The figure before her waited patiently, their hood still shadowing their face, but their presence was gentle. The wind no longer howled, it whispered, as if it, too, was waiting for her decision. Lyra stepped closer to the chasm, peering into the abyss. She felt the pull of the wind, urging her to step forward, but at the same time, she felt a deep hesitation, a fear of what might lie ahead. Yet, even in her fear, she felt a sense of purpose rising within her, a quiet knowing that this was her path, her journey to walk. With a final deep breath, she turned back to the figure, her resolve solidifying within her. I will walk the path of the winds, she said, her voice steady and sure. The figure nodded, a soft, approving smile appearing beneath their hood. The wind, as if in response to her decision, surged around her, lifting her hair, brushing her face with a gentle, reassuring touch. Then, "Lyra, you are ready," the figure said. "The winds have chosen you, and you have chosen them. The path begins now." And with those words, the world around her shifted once again. The chasm faded, the stars above her grew brighter, and the wind whispered its secrets in her ear, guiding her forward. Lyra took a step, and then another. The path of the winds was before her, and she was ready to walk it. The air shifted once more as Lyra took her first step onto the path of the winds. It was a gentle push against her back, as if the world itself were offering her encouragement. She felt a lightness in her heart, a quiet joy mixed with the uncertainty of what was to come. But it was a joy that resonated deeply with her soul, like the softest of whispers on a cool breeze. As she walked, the world around her seemed to blur and shift. The familiar forest, the ancient tree, and the chasm, all faded behind her, leaving only the open sky and the vast horizon ahead. It felt like stepping into an entirely new world, one where the wind carried the weight of her thoughts and the whispers of the earth echoed in her ears. The wind swirled around her as if eager to share its secrets. It tugged at her cloak, brushed against her face, and wrapped around her like an old friend guiding her steps. Lyra closed her eyes. Letting the wind speak to her, it sung a mixture of ancient voices and forgotten stories. The path ahead was no longer a physical trail but a journey through the wind itself. The earth beneath her feet seemed to melt away, and she felt herself lifted on the currents of air, carried effortlessly forward. It was as though she had become one with the wind, fluid, free, and weightless. As she traveled, strange and beautiful sights began to unfold before her. The sky above her shifted in color, from soft blues to deep purples and golds. The wind carried with it the scent of distant places, salt from the sea, the earthy aroma of rain-soaked soil, and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. The air was thick with magic, each breath bringing with it a deeper understanding of the world she was now a part of. But even in this vast, open space, Lyra could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful, something that watched over her as she journeyed. The wind was her guide, but it was also something more, an extension of herself, a force that was both a part of her and beyond her comprehension. She could sense that the path ahead would not always be gentle. The wind, though kind now, had a wildness to it, a raw, untamed energy that hinted at the challenges she would face. But she was ready. She had chosen this path, and now there was no turning back. Hours passed. Or perhaps it was days. The concept of time seemed to have little meaning in this place. Lyra walked on, her feet light, her heart steady. The wind whispered to her, offering guidance when needed, and in return, she listened. She understood now that the wind spoke not in words, but in feelings, in moments of clarity that would rise from the depths of her being. As she traveled deeper into this strange world, she began to encounter others. At first, they were mere shadows, figures on the edge of her vision, moving in harmony with the wind. Then, as the days passed, the figures became clearer, more distinct, until she could make out their forms fully. They were other travelers, each walking their own path, but all bound by the same force, the wind. Some were solitary, their faces veiled in mystery, while others moved together in groups, sharing in the rhythm of the breeze. There was a quiet peace in their presence, as though they, too, had embraced the wind as a part of themselves. Lyra approached one of the travelers, a woman with silver hair that shimmered in the light of the setting sun. She moved with the grace of a dancer, her feet barely touching the ground as the wind lifted her onward. The woman turned to her as Lyra approached, her expression serene, as if she had been expecting her. "The wind has brought you here," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of years spent walking the path. "You are not the first to walk this journey, nor will you be the last. But you are the one the wind has chosen." Lyra hesitated, unsure of what to say. "I don't understand," she admitted. "I've only just begun, and yet it feels as though the wind has been with me for a lifetime." The woman smiled, a gentle curve of her lips. "The wind has always been with you, Lyra. It has guided you, protected you, and now it will teach you. But to truly understand the wind, you must learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your heart." The words resonated deeply within Lyra. She had always known the wind, had always felt its presence, but she had never truly listened. She had taken it for granted, as if it were a constant companion that simply existed. But now, she realized that the wind was more than that. It was a force, a living energy, and it had much to teach her. "Where does the path lead?" Lyra asked, her voice full of wonder and curiosity. The woman's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the wind carried the last light of the day. "The path leads to the heart of the world," she said. "But to reach it, you must first learn the ways of the wind. It will test you, challenge you, and push you to your limits. But in the end, it will bring you to the truth you seek." Lyra nodded, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. She was ready. She had chosen this path, and she would see it through. The woman stepped back, her form dissolving into the wind as she was carried away, leaving Lyra alone once more. But this time, she was not afraid. She was not lost. The wind whispered softly in her ear, urging her to continue, and Lyra obeyed, stepping forward into the unknown. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, but now she felt a deep connection to it, a sense that she was exactly where she was meant to be, and so, with the wind at her back, Lyra continued her journey, knowing that each step brought her closer to understanding the true power of the winds, and the path that lay before her. The wind whispered, its soft voice carrying through the trees, rustling the leaves as though telling secrets only the earth could understand. Lyra continued walking, her heart steady and calm as she followed the path laid before her. The journey had only just begun, and already, she felt herself changing. The world around her seemed more alive, more connected, as if every gust of wind, every ripple in the air, was a part of something much larger than herself. As the days passed, Lyra found herself walking in rhythm with the wind. She learned to listen deeply to its messages, its subtle shifts that guided her forward. At times, it would push her toward new paths, encouraging her to take risks, while at other times, it would slow, almost as if urging her to pause and reflect. But despite the peace the wind brought, there were moments of doubt. There were times when the path seemed unclear, when the wind itself seemed to lose its way, as if caught in a storm of uncertainty. During these moments, Lyra would stop and listen closely, grounding herself in the stillness, remembering the promise she had made to walk the path. One evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Lyra came upon a clearing. It was small, encircled by tall, ancient trees whose branches seemed to reach for the heavens. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous stone, worn smooth by time and weather. It shimmered faintly in the fading light, as if it held a secret that had yet to be uncovered. Drawn by a quiet pull in her heart, Lyra approached the stone. The wind stirred, swirling around her as if in anticipation. She reached out and placed her hand upon the stone's surface, feeling a coolness that contrasted with the warmth of the air around her. As her fingers touched the stone, a soft vibration pulsed through her, resonating deep within her chest. The wind, which had been gentle, suddenly grew still. The trees stood in perfect silence, as though holding their breath. The world around her seemed to wait, and then, from the stone itself, a voice emerged. It was not spoken aloud but felt inside her, as though the very earth were speaking directly to her soul. "You have come far, Lyra," the voice said, its tone warm and deep. "But to truly understand the wind, you must first understand the balance of the world. The wind does not act alone. It is part of a delicate dance with the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire." Lyra's breath caught in her throat as she listened to the voice, feeling both awe and curiosity flood through her. She had come to understand the wind, to hear its whispers, but she had never considered that it was part of something greater. The stone beneath her hand seemed to pulse again, and the voice continued, "The wind is the messenger, the one who carries change, but it is not the only force that shapes the world. The earth holds the memory of the past, the sky holds the dreams of the future, the waters hold the wisdom of time, and the fire holds the strength of transformation. To walk the path of the winds, you must learn to walk in harmony with all four elements. Each one holds a lesson, each one will challenge you, and each one will guide you in its own way." Lyra stood in silence, absorbing the weight of the words. She had always known the wind, but she had never considered that it was part of a greater cycle, a symbiotic relationship with the other elements of the world. The wind, it seemed, was only one thread in a much larger tapestry. The voice paused, allowing Lyra to reflect. Then, it spoke again, its tone softer now, as if offering her guidance. "Your journey will take you through the earth, through the skies, to the waters, and to the heart of fire itself. You will need the strength of each element to face the challenges ahead. But it is not enough to simply walk with the wind. You must learn to listen to the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire. They, too, will teach you the way forward." The wind stirred once more, a soft breeze that wrapped around Lyra, as though urging her to move on. But Lyra remained still, her heart full of questions. "How will I know where to go next?" she asked softly, her voice barely a whisper in the stillness of the clearing. The stone pulsed one final time, and the voice replied, "The wind will guide you. Trust it, but trust yourself as well. The path is not always clear, but if you listen closely, you will hear the call of each element. It will be up to you to follow." With that, the voice faded, leaving Lyra standing alone in the clearing. The wind, now a gentle, constant presence, urged her to move. She took a deep breath, looking at the stone one last time before turning away. Her journey was far from over, and now she understood that it would take more than just the wind to guide her forward. She would need to connect with the earth, the sky, the waters, and the fire, each one offering a piece of the puzzle. As she walked on, the wind picked up once more, its whispers now carrying a new urgency. The path ahead was uncertain, but Lyra felt a deep sense of purpose stir within her. She was ready to learn the lessons of the elements, to become part of the greater cycle of the world. The days stretched on, each one bringing Lyra closer to the next lesson she had to learn. The wind, though ever present, began to change in its tone, like a teacher gently coaxing her forward. It whispered more clearly now, guiding her not just with the flow of its breeze, but with a quiet insistence, as if beckoning her towards something unknown. The journey had already taken her through forests where the wind rustled through the trees, across vast meadows where the breeze whispered like a lullaby. But Lyra could feel that the challenges ahead would be unlike anything she had faced before. The path was growing more rugged, the wind more forceful, as if testing her resolve. One morning, after a night spent under the stars, Lyra awoke to a change. The winds had become heavier, their whispers tinged with a sense of urgency. The sky was overcast, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed from the distant mountains. The air itself seemed to hum with an electric charge, as if the world were holding its breath. Lyra knew that the time had come for her to face the first element, the earth. She had seen the earth before, felt it beneath her feet, but today it was different. The ground beneath her seemed alive, alive with the ancient power that had shaped the world for millennia. The wind, gentle but firm, guided her toward a rocky path leading into the mountains. The earth here was harsh, unforgiving, and as Lyra began her ascent, she felt the weight of the journey ahead. As she climbed, the wind picked up, swirling around her like a wild force. It tugged at her cloak, pushing her forward, but the mountain seemed to resist, as if testing her strength. The ground beneath her feet was rocky, uneven, and the path narrowed with each step, forcing her to climb higher and higher. The earth felt ancient, as though it held the memories of all who had walked upon it before. There were cracks in the stone where moss clung, as if the earth itself were showing her the way. The wind was no longer just a guide, it was a challenge, a force that pushed her onward, but also a reminder that she was not alone on this journey. The earth, too, had its lessons to offer. Hours passed as Lyra ascended, the path becoming steeper, the rocks more treacherous. But with each step, she felt herself growing stronger. She had always known the wind, had always listened to it, but now, with each firm grip of the earth beneath her, she felt a deeper connection to the land. The wind was teaching her resilience, but the earth was teaching her strength. As the sun began to set, casting the mountains in a golden light, Lyra finally reached a plateau. She stopped to catch her breath, feeling the earth beneath her as though it were a part of her. The wind, now a calm breeze, wrapped around her, its soft whisper a reminder that she had not yet completed the lesson. It was then that she noticed a shape in the distance, something rising from the earth. It was a stone monument, ancient and weathered by time. The wind carried her toward it, urging her forward, and as she approached, she could feel the energy of the earth pulsing through the stone. It was a place of power, a place where the forces of nature had gathered to speak. The stone was carved with symbols, intricate and beautiful, but Lyra could not yet understand their meaning. She placed her hand on the surface, and as she did, a deep vibration filled the air. The earth seemed to breathe beneath her, and the wind swirled around her in a soft dance. The air was thick with magic, the kind of magic that only the earth could offer. The voice of the earth, soft and ancient, filled her mind. "You have learned to listen to the wind," the voice said, its tone deep and resonant. "But now you must learn to listen to the earth. The wind moves freely, but the earth is rooted. It teaches you patience, grounding, and the strength to endure. It is time for you to stand firm, to connect with the land beneath you." Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the earth's words to settle deep within her. She felt the energy of the mountain beneath her, steady and constant. The wind, though it still danced around her, was no longer her only guide. The earth, too, was a teacher, offering her the lesson of stability, of finding her roots even when the world around her seemed to shift. The voice continued, "To walk the path of the wind, you must learn to stand as the earth stands, unwavering, strong, and enduring. The wind may change its course, but the earth remains constant. Now, you must learn to carry this strength with you as you move forward." Lyra nodded, a sense of understanding settling in her heart. The wind had shown her freedom and movement, but the earth was showing her stability and strength. She was learning balance, a balance that would allow her to move through the world with the grace of the wind and the strength of the earth. The wind stirred once more, its voice a gentle reminder, "Now, you must continue your journey. The earth has given you its strength. But there are other lessons to learn. The sky waits for you, as does the water and fire. Each will offer its challenge, but only by learning to walk in harmony with all the elements will you understand the true path." Lyra stepped back from the stone, feeling the weight of the earth beneath her, and the wind at her back. She was ready to continue, ready to face the next element. The earth had given her its strength, and now she would carry that strength with her as she walked forward, toward the sky. With a final glance at the stone and the wind that carried her forward, Lyra began her descent. The mountain was behind her now, but its lesson would remain with her, grounding her as she continued on the path of the gentle winds. The days that followed Lyra's encounter with the earth were filled with a quiet resolve. The lessons of the land stayed with her, the deep, steady strength of the mountains now a part of her spirit. The wind, though still guiding her forward, now seemed to carry a different tone, as if acknowledging her newfound stability. It swirled around her gently, a reminder that, though she had learned to stand firm, she still had a long way to go. As the days passed, the terrain began to change once more. The mountains gradually gave way to rolling hills, and the earth beneath her feet grew softer, the path winding through vast fields of tall grasses that swayed in the wind like waves on the ocean. The air had a new quality to it, lighter, fresher, as if she were drawing closer to a new lesson, one that would require her to look beyond the solid ground beneath her and into the vastness above. The wind, as always, seemed to sense what she needed and urged her forward. Her journey was not one of rest, but of progression. She had learned the strength of the earth, and now it was time to learn the expansive nature of the sky. One evening, as Lyra camped beneath the wide open sky, the first stars began to appear, their light twinkling faintly in the growing dusk. The wind had died down, leaving only the soft whisper of the world as it settled into the quiet of night. Lyra felt the pull of the sky, as if it was calling her, its vastness stretching out before her like a canvas waiting to be painted. It was here, in the stillness of the evening, that she heard the voice of the sky. It came not from a stone or a monument, but from the very air around her, light and airy, almost as if the clouds themselves were speaking. "You have learned the strength of the earth," the voice said, its tone soft but unmistakable. "Now, you must learn the freedom of the sky. The earth is solid and constant, but the sky is ever-changing. It is not bound by the same rules. It flows, it moves, and it holds no limits." Lyra gazed upward, her eyes tracing the path of the stars above her. She could feel the air stirring once more, the breeze rising gently, lifting the strands of her hair. There was something about the sky that felt infinite, its boundless expanse both a comfort and a challenge. The voice continued, "The sky offers freedom, but it also offers uncertainty. The wind carries with it the promise of movement, of change, but you must learn to trust it. To trust that it will carry you to the places you need to go, even when the path ahead is unclear." Lyra nodded, her heart calm but full of questions. The sky seemed so vast, so limitless, and she could feel its invitation to surrender to its flow. She had learned to trust the wind before, but now she was asked to trust something even greater, the ever-changing. "Limitless sky, the sky holds the potential of all things," the voice said, "but it also holds the challenge of uncertainty. There are storms that pass through, and sometimes, the winds will be fierce. But just as the sky changes, so too will your journey. The key is to learn to move with it, to let go of the need for certainty, and instead, to embrace the unknown." The wind around her picked up, stronger now, as if demonstrating the lesson itself. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the breeze wash over her. She could feel the sky's energy, its expansiveness, urging her to release her hold on what she knew. It was time to let go, to trust in the journey, even when the path ahead was not clear. The sky was teaching her a new kind of wisdom, not the grounded stability of the earth, but the freedom that comes with surrender. It was a lesson of fluidity, of openness, and of trusting that the winds would guide her forward, even if the destination was unknown. "You must learn to rise with the wind," the voice said softly. "To follow it where it leads, without fear. Trust that the sky will not take you where you are not meant to go. The wind is the guide, and you are its partner. Together, you will soar to new heights." The air around her was alive now, swirling with energy, lifting her spirit as it carried the promise of freedom and discovery. Lyra stood, feeling the vastness of the sky above her, the boundless potential that lay before her. She no longer felt the weight of the earth beneath her as she had before, but instead, she felt light, as though the sky was lifting her into its embrace. For a long moment, Lyra closed her eyes and allowed herself to feel the sky's presence. She felt its vastness fill her, its freedom, and its unpredictability. She felt her own spirit, once anchored to the earth, now rising with the wind, as though she were part of something much greater than herself, and in that moment, she understood. The earth had taught her strength, but the sky was teaching her how to soar. When she opened her eyes, the first light of dawn was breaking on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The wind had died down, leaving only a soft breeze to carry the last whispers of the night. The stars had faded, but the sky remained, vast and endless, a reminder of the freedom that awaited her. She smiled softly to herself, feeling the wind once more, gentle and guiding. It was time to move forward. With a final glance at the sky, Lyra began to walk again, ready for the next challenge, the next lesson that would come with the earth, the sky, and the elements that awaited her. Lyra's heart was light with the lessons she had learned from the sky. The freedom, the fluidity, and the trust she had cultivated in herself and the wind seemed to fuel her steps as she moved forward on her journey. The earth beneath her feet was solid, and the sky above her vast. Now, she needed to discover what the water would offer. The path ahead began to change once again. The winds carried with them a new scent, a fresh and earthy fragrance mixed with the faintest hint of salt. Lyra could feel the shift in the air, and she knew that water was near. The land was growing softer now, with streams winding through the meadows, their gentle babbling like an invitation. As she walked, the sound of water grew louder. Soon, she found herself standing at the edge of a great river. The water flowed calmly, its surface shimmering with the reflection of the sun. It was peaceful and beautiful, but Lyra could sense that this element, while serene in appearance, held deeper lessons beneath its surface. The wind seemed to settle around her, its whispers gentler now, as if awaiting her to understand the water's message. She knelt beside the river, watching the steady flow, the way it moved with such ease, twisting and turning around rocks, slipping through valleys and hills, never fighting the path it was given. Then, the voice came, just as it had from the earth and sky. This time, it was softer, flowing like the water itself, gentle and constant. The earth is your strength, the sky is your freedom, but the water is your flow. It teaches you the art of moving with the world, of finding your way through obstacles. Not by force, but by surrender. You must learn to trust the flow, to understand that sometimes, you cannot control the journey, but you can learn to move with it. Lyra stood slowly, her gaze still fixed on the river. It was so simple, yet so complex. The water did not struggle to find its way, it simply flowed, adapting to the terrain it met. She understood the lesson: water was not about resistance, but about acceptance. The world would present obstacles, but by moving with grace and surrender, the water could navigate any challenge. The voice continued, now filled with a gentle wisdom: the water does not fight the rocks it meets. It moves around them, over them, under them. But it never stops. The rocks, the earth, the wind, they are all part of the journey. But the water shows you that no matter how difficult the path may seem, if you flow with it, you will find your way. You must not hold on too tightly, not to the past, nor to expectations. Let go, and trust in the flow. Lyra closed her eyes and allowed the river's energy to wash over her. The lesson of the water was clear: surrender, adaptability, and trust. The water never rushed, but always moved, always found its way. It didn't resist, it simply followed the course laid out for it, carving its path gently but steadily over time. As she stood there, contemplating the river's message, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, stirring the surface of the water into ripples. It reminded Lyra that though water could be calm, it could also be powerful, capable of reshaping the very earth it flowed over. She smiled softly. The water was not passive, it was patient, but also fierce in its own way. She stepped closer to the river, dipping her fingers into the cool stream. The sensation of the water's touch was refreshing, invigorating. The flow was constant, but there was a deep peace within it. The water did not rush to the ocean, it simply flowed, allowing itself to become part of the greater whole. learn from the river, Lyra, the voice of the water said, its tone soothing yet firm. Learn to move with the currents of life. To trust the path, and to flow, not against it. The wind and the sky may call you to soar, but the water will show you how to find your way, even through the deepest of valleys. Lyra nodded, feeling the water's wisdom settle deep within her. She had already learned to be grounded like the earth, free like the sky, and now, she was learning to flow like the water. It was a lesson of patience, of trust, and of surrender. The river, in all its calm and quiet power, was showing her the way forward. And just as the water adapted to its environment, she too would have to adapt to the twists and turns of her journey. Some challenges would require her to rise, others to be patient and flow. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, the water's surface glowed softly in the fading light, shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. Lyra stood there for a while, taking in the stillness, the peace, and the wisdom of the river. She had come to understand that no matter how the journey changed, she could trust herself to move with it. The wind, now gentle and warm, seemed to agree. It whispered through the trees, encouraging her to continue her path, to continue learning, to continue growing. With a final glance at the river, Lyra turned away, the lessons of the earth, sky, and water now deeply embedded within her. The path ahead was unknown, but with the strength of the earth beneath her, the freedom of the sky above her, and the fluidity of the water within her, she was ready to face whatever would come, and so, she moved on, the wind carrying her forward, as the river's lessons flowed gently through her heart. The days that followed were filled with a quiet anticipation. Lyra had learned the strength of the earth, the freedom of the sky, and the fluidity of the water. Each element had taught her something vital, something that was now woven into the fabric of her being. Yet, deep within her, she knew there was still one more lesson to be learned, a lesson that would complete her journey, one that would require her to face the heart of her own spirit, fire, as the path before her continued to unfold. The air began to shift once again. The wind carried with it a new scent, sharp, warm, and tinged with the unmistakable smell of smoke. Lyra paused, sensing the change. She knew the time had come. The elements were guiding her to her final lesson. Ahead of her, she could see the distant glow of a faint fire. It was not the wild, unpredictable blaze that one might expect. No, this was a steady, controlled flame, flickering softly in the twilight. The fire called to her, its warmth inviting, but also intimidating, like the core of her own being waiting to be revealed. The wind, though gentle, seemed to urge her forward, pushing her toward the flames. She had learned to trust its guidance. And so, with a steady breath, Lyra walked toward the fire. As she approached, the glow of the flames grew brighter, casting long shadows on the ground. The fire itself burned within a small clearing, surrounded by stones that seemed to hold it in place. It was beautiful, its colors dancing in the night, the reds, oranges, and yellows flickering like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The fire spoke, not in a voice as the other elements had, but through its very presence, its warmth, its energy. It crackled and popped, sending sparks into the air, but it did not threaten her. It was steady, as if waiting for her to come closer. Lyra stood before the fire, feeling its heat on her skin. She felt both drawn to it and cautious, aware of the power it held. Fire was unlike any other element. it could both nurture and destroy. It could give warmth and light, but it could also burn and consume. It was the very embodiment of transformation, change, and passion. The fire spoke through the crackles and whispers in the air. You have learned the lessons of the earth, sky, and water, it said, its voice deep and resonant, yet soft, as though it had been waiting for her. But now, you must learn to embrace the flame within you. You must understand the power of your own spirit, the fire that burns at your core. Only when you learn to control this fire, to harness it, can you truly understand your path. Lyra's heart stirred with recognition. She had always known that her journey would lead her to this moment. The fire was not an external force, it was her own inner strength, her own will, her desires and passions. It was the spark that had carried her through every challenge, the light that had illuminated her darkest moments. But it was also something she had yet to fully understand or control. The fire crackled again, its flames rising higher, casting a dance of shadows across the clearing. The fire can warm you, Lyra, but it can also burn you. It can give you the strength to face the world, but it can also consume you if you are not careful. You must learn to balance the heat within, to use it with intention. The fire does not ask for control, but for understanding. Lyra stepped closer, feeling the intensity of the flames. The heat seemed to reach deep inside her, igniting something that had long been dormant, her inner desires, her passions, her dreams. She had always carried a fire within her, a flame that had fueled her journey, but she had not yet learned to manage it. It was wild and untamed, burning brightly but without direction. The fire is not something to fear, the voice continued, but something to nurture. You must understand that it is part of you, not separate from you. The flame is both the force that drives you and the energy that sustains you. Embrace it, but also respect it. If you do not, it will burn everything in its path, leaving you with nothing but ashes. Learn to contain the fire, and it will lead you to your true purpose. Lyra closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, allowing the fire's energy to settle within her. She could feel it now, the heat that was always present, the drive that had pushed her forward. But she also felt its intensity, its unpredictability. She had always been afraid of the fire's power, afraid that it might consume her, that it might burn her out, but now, standing before it, she understood. The fire was not to be feared, but respected. It was her energy, her passion, and her drive. It was what had kept her moving when the path was uncertain. What had given her the courage to face the challenges of the earth, sky, and water. The fire was not something to control, but to channel, to allow it to guide her without overwhelming her. Slowly, she raised her hands, feeling the warmth of the flames in the air. She took a deep breath, letting the fire's energy fill her. It was not an external force, it was within her, burning bright and steady. She could feel its rhythm, its pulse, like the beat of her own heart. It was both calming and powerful, as though the fire had become a part of her, and she, a part of it. Now, you are ready, the fire whispered, its voice like a soft whine through the trees. The path ahead is yours to walk. Guided by the earth, sky, water, and now, your own fire. Walk with balance, with purpose, and the world will open before you. The elements are not separate, they are one, as you are one. Trust in them, trust in yourself, and you will find your way. With a final glance at the fire, Lyra stepped back, feeling its warmth lingering within her. She understood now. She was not merely a traveler of the world, she was part of it, shaped by the elements, connected to them in ways she had never fully understood. Her journey was not about mastering the elements, but about learning to flow with them, to trust them, and to embrace the fire that burned within her. The wind, ever present, picked up again, swirling around her as if to carry her forward. She turned, ready for the next step in her journey, knowing that with the fire in her heart, and the wisdom of the elements at her side, she was ready for whatever lay ahead. The wind was softer now, its whispers gentler, as if it too had sensed the completion of Lyra's journey with the elements. The fire within her heart burned steady, calm but powerful, like a beacon guiding her forward. The earth beneath her was firm, supportive. The sky above was vast and full of promise. The water flowed within her, tranquil yet unyielding. She had become one with the elements, each teaching her its wisdom, each transforming her into someone new. Someone whole. As Lyra walked forward, the path began to change once more. No longer did she tread through meadows or climb rugged hills. Now, the land before her was wide and open, a vast plain stretching into the horizon. In the distance, she could see the first glimmers of a rising sun, casting soft golden light across the landscape. The air was filled with the sweet scent of new beginnings, and the world seemed to awaken with her. She felt a deep sense of peace within, but also an understanding that her journey was not yet complete. The elements had given her their gifts, but it was up to her to carry them forward. The fire, the earth, the sky, and the water were not just lessons, they were her companions now. Always with her, part of who she was. As she walked, Lyra felt a shift in her heart. There was something deeper calling to her now, something beyond the elements, something greater than her own understanding. It was as if the world itself had opened up to her, revealing a path she had not seen before. The wind grew stronger, sweeping around her, lifting her hair in a gentle dance. It was as if the breeze was beckoning her forward, urging her to follow, to listen. She closed her eyes, trusting the wind's guidance, and soon, she found herself standing before a great stone archway. The arch was ancient, its stones weathered by time, but it still stood tall and proud, a symbol of endurance and resilience. The air around the arch was charged with an energy she had not felt before, an energy both ancient and alive. She knew that beyond the archway lay something important, something that would shape the rest of her journey. The wind whispered in her ears, urging her to step through. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the archway. As she did, she felt a rush of energy surge through her, filling her with a sense of purpose she had never known. It was as if the very land itself was welcoming her, embracing her, as if the universe was aligning around her in that moment. Beyond the archway, the landscape transformed. The plains gave way to a lush forest. Its trees towering above, their leaves shimmering in the soft light of the rising sun. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds singing, leaves rustling, and the distant murmur of a stream. It was a place of peace, but also of mystery. A place where the elements seemed to come alive, where every rock, tree, and breeze held a story waiting to be discovered. Lyra took a step into the forest, feeling the cool earth beneath her feet and the fresh scent of pine filling the air. It was here that she understood. This was the place where she would begin to weave the lessons of the elements into the fabric of her own life. The journey was not about the destination, but about how she would walk this path. How she would use the wisdom of the earth, sky, water, and fire to shape her future. The wind swirled around her once more, this time not urging her forward, but dancing in celebration. It was as if the wind itself was rejoicing in the fulfillment of her journey, as if it knew that Lyra was ready for whatever lay ahead. As she walked deeper into the forest, she felt the power of the elements within her, each one guiding her in its own way, each one a reminder of the lessons she had learned. The fire in her heart, the strength of the earth beneath her feet, the freedom of the sky above, and the flow of the water within her, they were all now a part of her, like an intricate weave of light and energy that would guide her through every challenge, every triumph, and every moment of stillness. The trees ahead opened up into a small clearing, where the sun's rays shone through the branches, casting dappled light on the ground. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface worn by time but still sturdy and resolute. Upon the pedestal lay a crystal, glowing with an inner light, its facets reflecting the sunlight in dazzling patterns. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, as if calling to her. Lyra approached the pedestal slowly, drawn to the crystal's light. She felt a deep sense of knowing as she stood before it, as if this moment had been waiting for her all along. The fire within her heart flickered in recognition. And she reached out, her hand hovering just above the crystal. "This is the heart of the path you have walked," a voice whispered, not from the crystal itself, but from the very air around her. It was the voice of the elements, all of them speaking in harmony, guiding her to this moment. "You have learned the lessons of the earth, sky, water, and fire. But now, you must learn to listen. To listen not just to the world around you, but to the world within you. The path ahead is not about mastery, but about balance, understanding, and trust. You are the weaver now, the one who takes the threads of the elements and weaves them into a life of your own." Lyra stood still, her hand now gently resting on the crystal. The light from within the stone seemed to flow into her, filling her with a sense of completeness, a deep sense of peace and purpose. She understood now, this was not the end of her journey, but the beginning of a new chapter, one where she would weave the lessons of the elements into her life, creating something beautiful and harmonious. The wind, the fire, the earth, and the water, they were no longer separate forces to be understood. They were part of her journey, and now, part of her life. And with that, Lyra smiled, knowing that she was ready to begin again, to create a life filled with balance, peace, and the wisdom of the elements. As the light of the crystal continued to fill Lyra, she felt the last pieces of herself settle into place. The weight of the journey no longer felt heavy. In fact, it was as though she had been carrying something lighter all along. Each step along the path had been a shedding of the old, of fears and uncertainties, until now, when she stood in the fullness of her truth. The elements were not just her guides, they were part of her, woven into the very fabric of her soul. The forest around her seemed to respond, the trees standing tall as if in silent applause, their leaves rustling with a soft, reverent whisper. The breeze caressed her face with a gentle touch, almost like a kiss from the wind itself, acknowledging the balance she had now found. Even the earth beneath her feet felt more alive, as though it recognized her growth, but something still lingered in the air, a soft hum, a call that had not yet been answered. she knew it wasn't over. Her journey, though deep and profound, had opened a door, not closed it. There was more to understand, more to experience. And it wasn't just for her alone, it was for the world, for others she had yet to meet, for the lives that could be touched by the harmony she had found. The crystal's glow began to fade, but it left a lasting imprint on Lyra's heart. She carefully stepped back from the pedestal, feeling the weight of her new understanding settle within her. With each step, she could hear the subtle whispers of the elements. Still present, still guiding, still urging her forward, the path ahead now seemed endless, stretching into the unknown. And yet, in that vast unknown, Lyra felt more certain than ever. The path would no longer be one of searching, it would be one of sharing. Of weaving the lessons she had learned into the world around her, helping others find their own balance, their own connection to the elements, and to themselves. Her heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the earth, the sky, the water, and the fire. She had learned the way of the wind and had let it carry her forward. She had understood the stillness of the earth beneath her, the vastness of the sky above, the flowing water inside her, and the fire that burned within her spirit. Now, it was time to return to the world, to the people, to the places where these elements could make a difference. Lyra knew her journey would take her to distant lands, to new faces, to struggles and joys she had yet to encounter. But she also knew that wherever she went, she would carry the lessons of the elements with her. The balance she had achieved was not just for her own peace, it was a gift to be shared, a wisdom to be passed on, a flame to be kindled in others. As she turned to leave the clearing, a familiar voice called to her. The wind, soft and tender, carrying the words of the forest. "Lyra," it whispered, "you are ready now. The world is waiting. The wind has guided you, the fire has fueled you, the earth has supported you, and the water has cleansed you. Now, it is time to share your truth, to walk with purpose, and to spread the wisdom you have gained. But remember, true strength lies in balance. Walk gently, walk with love, and remember that you are never alone." With a final nod to the forest, Lyra stepped forward, leaving the clearing behind her. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustling of leaves, the sound of the world awakening to her presence. She walked with new purpose, each step imbued with the wisdom of the elements, each breath filled with the promise of what was yet to come. She could feel the wind at her back, pushing her gently forward. The fire in her heart blazed steadily, lighting her way. The earth beneath her feet was firm, always supporting her. And the water within her flowed smoothly, connecting her to the deeper currents of the world. As she walked, she passed through the forest, the trees opening up to reveal a valley below, bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The valley was dotted with villages, small homes nestled among fields of crops and wildflowers. The people were beginning their day, tending to their gardens, preparing their homes, and carrying out their work with quiet purpose. And yet, in the midst of their busy lives, Lyra felt that they, too, were waiting for something, though they did not yet know what it was. She knew now. They were waiting for her to share the knowledge she had gained, to bring the elements back to life in a way that would touch their hearts and guide their hands. The lessons she had learned were not just for her, they were for all who were ready to listen, to embrace the balance of the world, and to find their own connection to the elements. As Lyra made her way down the winding path toward the valley, she looked up at the sky once more. The sun was now fully risen, casting its golden light on the land, illuminating the path ahead. The journey has only just begun. She whispered to herself, knowing deep in her soul that this was true. The world was vast, and the path was long, but she was no longer walking it alone. The elements walked with her, and she, with them, and so, the gentle wind carried her forward, into the unknown, with the promise of discovery, of sharing, and of spreading the wisdom of the elements wherever she went. Lyra's first steps into the valley were marked by a gentle stillness that seemed to embrace her. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of earth and morning dew, and the distant sounds of village life echoed softly in the background. As she walked, she could feel the rhythm of the world around her, the way the wind played through the trees, the way the earth held steady beneath her, and the way the sun's warmth seemed to spread peace across the land. Everything felt alive, connected, and in harmony. She made her way toward the heart of the village, where the cobblestone paths wound through simple homes and gardens, each one a testament to the people's care for the earth. The villagers, busy with their morning chores, paused to look up as Lyra passed by. Some smiled, some simply nodded, but all seemed to sense that she was different. There was an air about her, an energy that carried with it an unspoken understanding, a knowing. The children, in particular, were drawn to her. Their laughter filled the air as they ran up to her, their eyes wide with curiosity. It wasn't just her appearance that intrigued them, it was something deeper. The way she carried herself, the calm aura she exuded, the way the world seemed to respond to her presence. They sensed the quiet power she had gained on her journey, and they were eager to understand it, to learn from her. Lyra knelt down to meet them, her eyes warm and kind. "What is it you seek, little ones?" she asked, her voice gentle and inviting, yet filled with a wisdom that went beyond her years. One of the children, a small girl with wild, curly hair, looked up at her with wide eyes. "We want to know what makes the wind blow, and why the flowers bloom," she said. Her voice filled with wonder. Lyra smiled softly, her heart swelling with a deep, knowing love. "The wind blows because it carries stories from distant lands, stories of the sky, of the earth, and of the stars. It blows to remind us that nothing stays still, that all things move in harmony, flowing from one moment to the next." She stood and gestured to the flowers that bloomed nearby. "And the flowers bloom because the earth embraces them, nurturing them with the love of the sun, the rain, and the soil. They bloom to remind us that we, too, are nurtured by the world around us, that we are part of a cycle of growth, of change, and of renewal." The children gazed at her, absorbing her words, their eyes full of awe and understanding. Lyra could feel their hearts opening, their minds beginning to awaken to the quiet truths of the world. They did not need to understand everything at once. The seeds of wisdom had been planted, and in time, they would grow, just like the flowers they loved. As Lyra stood, she noticed the villagers watching her from a distance, their faces thoughtful. There was a quiet respect in their gaze, as though they, too, felt the deep connection she had to the world around her. They were waiting, not for her to teach them in words, but for her to show them through her actions, through the way she lived, the way she walked the path she had chosen. The path of gentle winds was not one of force or dominance. It was a path of patience, of quiet guidance, of showing others the way through example, not through command. And Lyra knew that this was her true purpose now, to help others remember their own connection to the elements, to the earth, to the sky, and to themselves. The village elder, a woman with silver hair and a weathered face, approached Lyra, her footsteps slow but steady. "You have brought something with you, child," she said, her voice soft but carrying a weight of experience. "I see it in your eyes, in the way the wind follows you, in the way the earth welcomes your touch." Lyra looked at her, sensing the wisdom in the elder's words. "I have only brought what I have learned," she said quietly, "but I hope that it is enough to help this village find its way, to reconnect with the balance of the elements, to live in harmony with the world around us." The elder nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "It is enough," she said. "But there is more to do. The world is changing, and the winds are shifting. We must be ready." Lyra felt a quiet stirring in her heart, a sense of urgency that had not been present before. The elder's words resonated deeply within her, and she knew that the journey she had undertaken was not just for herself, but for the world at large. There were more lessons to be shared, more wisdom to be passed on, and more souls to awaken to the truth of the elements. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Lyra stood tall, her heart open and ready. The world was calling, and she was ready to answer. The days that followed Lyra's arrival in the village were filled with small, quiet moments of transformation. It wasn't dramatic or sudden, but there was a shift, subtle, almost imperceptible, yet undeniable. The villagers, though accustomed to their routine, began to notice the change in themselves and in the land around them. The wind seemed to carry a new song, the soil felt richer beneath their hands, and the flowers bloomed in ways they had not seen in years. Even the air seemed to hum with possibility. Lyra spent her days walking through the village, talking to the people, listening to their stories, and gently guiding them toward a deeper understanding of the elements that shaped their lives. She did not teach in the way of a scholar, but in the way of a gardener, planting seeds of wisdom and allowing them to take root in the hearts of those who were ready to listen. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the valley, Lyra found herself by the edge of the river that wound through the village. She had often come here to sit and meditate, allowing the flowing water to carry away the weight of the world, to refresh her spirit. Today, however, the river seemed different. Its waters sparkled as if they held the light of 1,000 stars, and its gentle current whispered in a language she had come to understand, as she sat by the riverbank. She noticed the villagers gathering in the distance. They were coming together in the clearing near the village center, where a large oak tree stood, its branches stretching high into the sky. The elder had called for a gathering, and the people were responding, drawn by the quiet power of the wind, the earth, the fire, and the water, each element calling them together. Lyra stood, her feet moving almost instinctively toward the gathering. She could feel the energy in the air, a current that was both familiar and new. As she approached, the villagers fell silent, their eyes turning to her. The elder stood at the center, her silver hair glowing in the fading light. "You have come to teach us," the elder said, her voice steady, but laced with a quiet reverence. "But you have also come to learn," Lyra nodded, understanding the weight of the elder's words. "We all teach and learn, in our own way," she replied. "I have shared what I have learned, but I, too, am learning from you all, your wisdom, your connection to the land, and the way you live in harmony with the world around you." The elder smiled, her eyes glimmering with a knowing light. Then, Together, we will walk the path of balance, she said. For it is not only your wisdom that is needed. It is the wisdom of the people, the wisdom of the land, and the wisdom of the elements. Only when we all understand this will we truly be free. The villagers gathered closer, forming a circle around the elder and Lyra. The wind stirred, gentle but insistent, and the trees around them seemed to lean in, listening. The fire in the center of the gathering flickered with a quiet intensity, and the earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with life. Lyra felt the connection between them all, the way the elements wove their lives together, each one playing its part in the greater whole. The water, flowing through the land, brought life and movement. The earth, steadfast and nurturing, held them all in place. The fire, warm and bright, gave them courage and strength. And the wind, soft and persistent, carried their dreams, their hopes, and their stories. The elder raised her hands, and the people followed suit, forming a united, sacred circle. We must honor the elements, the elder said. We must remember the balance between them, for only in balance can we find peace, purpose, and strength. Lyra closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the moment to wash over her. She could feel the wind on her face, the warmth of the fire, the solidity of the earth beneath her, and the steady flow of the river beside her. Each element was alive, present, and conscious, and together, they formed a harmony that resonated in every living thing. It was this balance that she had come to understand, and now, she could see it reflected in the eyes of the people around her. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the villagers were standing taller, their faces filled with newfound clarity. The children, who had once asked questions with wide-eyed wonder, now stood with a quiet confidence, as though they, too, understood the path that lay ahead. The elder spoke again, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. The time has come for us to share this wisdom with the world. The balance is fragile, but if we walk in harmony with the elements, we will be ready to face whatever challenges come our way. We will teach others, not through words alone, but through our lives, our actions, and the way we live in unity with all that is. Lyra smiled, a deep sense of peace settling in her heart. The world was vast, and there was still so much to learn, but she no longer felt as though she was walking alone. The path of gentle winds had brought her here, and it was now time to share what she had discovered. The journey ahead would not be easy, but it would be a journey of love, of balance, and of connection. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting its last golden rays over the village, Lyra knew that the winds had carried her here for a reason. The world was ready to listen. The world was ready to change. As the seasons passed, the winds that once whispered softly through the valley began to carry a stronger message. The village, under the guidance of Lyra and the elder, had begun to transform in ways that were both profound and subtle. What had once been a small, isolated community was now becoming a beacon of balance and harmony, a place where the elements were not only understood, but respected and honored in every action. Lyra continued to walk the village's paths each day, her presence a quiet reminder of the journey they were all on. She no longer needed to speak the teachings she had shared, instead, her life had become the teaching. The way she moved through the world, the way she listened to the wind, felt the soil, watched the stars, had become the story that everyone around her was eager to learn from. One morning, as the sun broke through the mist, casting its golden light over the valley, Lyra stood by the river once again. The water had shifted, flowing with a new clarity, as though it, too, had heard the call of change. The trees along the banks were fuller now, their leaves a deeper green, their branches reaching higher into the sky. The air was crisp with the promise of new beginnings. The elder joined her by the river, her footsteps steady as ever. "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with knowing. Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with the energy that surrounded them. "The balance is shifting," she said. "The elements are speaking to each other in ways they haven't for a long time. I can feel it in the earth, in the air, in the waters. It's as if everything is waking up, remembering its purpose." The elder smiled, her eyes full of quiet pride. "And so it should. The land has always known the way, but it has been waiting for the people to listen. You have helped them hear the call, Lyra. You have shown them that it is not just about receiving the gifts of the elements, but about honoring them, respecting them, and living in harmony with them." Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the river's current carry her thoughts. "But there is more to do, isn't there?" she asked, her voice quiet but filled with determination. The elder nodded, a knowing expression crossing her face. "Yes. The balance is not complete. There are still places in the world where the elements have been forgotten, where the winds no longer carry the stories of the earth, where the waters are no longer clear, where the fires burn too hot and the soil has lost its richness. The world is in need of the balance you have found here." Lyra opened her eyes, her gaze steady and focused. "Then it is time to share what we've learned," she said softly. "It is time to help others remember." The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch warm and grounding. "The winds have carried you here for a reason, child. You are not meant to stay in this valley forever. You have learned what you need, and now you must spread that knowledge to the farthest reaches of the land." Lyra felt a weight settle in her chest, but it was not a burden. It was a calling, a sense of purpose that had grown within her over time. The path of gentle winds had guided her to this place, and now it was time for her to step beyond the village, to carry the wisdom of the elements to others who were ready to listen. That night, as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, the village gathered once again by the oak tree. The fire crackled in the center, its light dancing across the faces of the villagers, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lyra stood before them, her heart full of both peace and determination. "I have walked this path with you," she began, her voice calm but filled with the strength of the winds. "And now, I must walk it further. The balance we have found here is not for us alone. It is a gift for the world, a gift that must be shared." The villagers listened, their hearts open to her words. The children, who had once asked innocent questions, now stood with quiet understanding, their minds ready to carry this wisdom into the future. The elder, standing beside Lyra, spoke next. "Each of us must carry the message of balance," she said. "Each of us must live in harmony with the earth, the water, the fire, and the air. And we must show others how to do the same. The path ahead is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one." Lyra stepped forward, feeling the weight of her decision, but also the lightness of her heart. "I do not know where the winds will take me," she said, "but I know that I am ready. The path of gentle winds is not one of force, but of grace. It is not about changing the world with power, but about changing it with love, with understanding, and with patience." With those words, she turned and began to walk toward the open road that lay beyond the village, the wind gently guiding her forward. The villagers watched her go, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. They knew that the world was ready for the balance that had taken root here, and that Lyra would carry it far and wide. The wind picked up as Lyra walked, its gentle currents lifting her hair and carrying her thoughts to distant places. The journey ahead would be long, and the road would be filled with challenges, but she knew that the elements were with her. And as long as she stayed true to the path of gentle winds, she would find her way. Lyra's journey beyond the village was quieter than she had imagined. The road stretched ahead, winding through rolling hills and dense forests, where the wind whispered through the branches like a soft lullaby. Yet, with each step she took, her heart felt lighter, as though the winds themselves were lifting her spirit, guiding her with a steady hand toward the unknown. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra encountered many towns and villages, each with its own rhythm, its own way of life. In some places, the elements were still respected, the balance maintained through generations of careful stewardship. In others, however, she found the land and people weary, as though they had forgotten the old ways, the ways of harmony, the ways of balance. The winds here did not sing the same song. The waters were muddied, the earth dry and cracked. The fire, once a symbol of life and growth, now burned too fiercely, consuming everything in its path. Lyra knew she had arrived at a crossroads in her journey. She could turn back, return to the village, and live out her days among the people she had come to love. Or she could continue onward, spreading the message of balance, of respect for the elements, and helping the world rediscover what it had lost. The decision was not an easy one. There were days when doubt crept into her heart, whispering that perhaps her message would fall on deaf ears. But every time she stood before a community, sharing the wisdom of the winds, the stories of the earth, the teachings of the fire and water, she saw the flicker of understanding in their eyes. It was enough to keep her going. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Lyra found herself standing at the edge of a small village. The people here had gathered in the central square, their faces tired, their shoulders heavy with the weight of years spent struggling against the elements. The crops had failed, the animals were sick, and the river that once nourished them had dried up, leaving behind only cracked earth. Lyra approached the village elder, an old woman whose face was weathered by time and hardship. The elder looked at her with tired eyes, but there was a glimmer of hope in them, a flicker that suggested she knew something had to change. "I have heard of you," the elder said, her voice frail but steady. "You are the one who speaks of the balance between the elements." Lyra nodded. "I am. And I have come to offer what I have learned, to help restore the harmony that has been lost." The elder's gaze turned to the parched fields in the distance, where the soil cracked open in dry fissures. "It may be too late for us," she said softly. "The wind no longer brings us life, and the water no longer nourishes our land. What can balance do for us now?" Lyra stepped forward, her feet grounded in the earth beneath her. "The balance is not just a gift for the land," she said. "It is a gift for the people. When we honor the elements, when we live in harmony with them, we unlock the power of the world itself. It is never too late. But it must begin with us, each and every one of us." The elder studied Lyra for a long moment, as if weighing her words. Then, with a slow nod, she spoke. Show us. Show us how to listen again." And so, Lyra began. She guided the villagers through a series of simple, yet profound practices. They started by sitting together in silence, listening to the wind as it moved through the trees. Lyra spoke softly of the ancient rhythms of nature, the way the wind carried the songs of the earth, the way the water followed the path of the stars, the way fire could heal as easily as it could destroy. The villagers, though uncertain at first, began to feel the shift within themselves. The quiet whispers of the elements, once lost to them, slowly began to reach their ears. The next day, Lyra took them to the riverbed, where the water had long since disappeared. She asked them to stand in silence, their feet in the dry earth, and to imagine the river flowing once more. "Close your eyes," she instructed. "Feel the earth beneath you, the air around you, and in your hearts, remember what it felt like to drink from the river, to bathe in its waters. Now, imagine that life returning." For hours, they stood there, silent, patient, open. The sun set, and the first stars began to twinkle above. When they finally opened their eyes, the wind was blowing gently across the riverbed, and the air felt cooler, fresher. It was as if the world itself had exhaled, releasing the tension it had held for so long. The next morning, a change began. A soft mist rose from the ground, and the first trickles of water began to flow once more, slowly but surely. It was as if the land, waking from its long slumber, had begun to remember its connection to the elements, to the cycle of life that had once nourished it. The villagers watched in awe as the water returned, flowing gently but steadily. They had done nothing except listen. Nothing except remember, and with the return of the water came the return of the balance. Lyra watched this unfold with a quiet smile on her face. She knew that this was only the beginning. The winds were calling her forward, to other villages, to other lands where the balance had been lost. There would be many more challenges ahead, and the road would not always be easy, but for the first time, she felt a deep certainty in her heart. She was on the right path. As the villagers celebrated the return of the river, Lyra stood apart, her eyes on the horizon. The path of gentle winds was long, but it was a path she was ready to walk, with every step carrying the wisdom of the earth, the fire, the water, and the air. The village had come to life again, the land no longer parched, the skies no longer heavy with despair. The people moved with new purpose, their hearts filled with gratitude, and their hands ready to work in harmony with the earth. Lyra stayed for a few more days, helping the villagers establish a new rhythm, one that honored the land, the wind, the fire, and the water. They built new wells, planted fresh crops, and even held a ceremony of thanks under the canopy of the stars, a ritual of renewal and respect for the elements that would now guide their lives. The return of the river had been a miracle of sorts, but Lyra knew that it was not magic. It was simply the power of connection, of remembering the ancient ways of balance. The elements had never been gone, after all, they had only been waiting to be acknowledged once more. One quiet evening, as the stars began to glitter above the village, the elder approached Lyra with a knowing look in her eyes. She had seen the way the people now walked with a lighter step, the way their laughter flowed as easily as the newly returned river. "You have done what was needed here, Lyra," the elder said, her voice a soft whisper in the cool night air. "But there are still many places where the elements remain forgotten. The winds still cry in silence in many corners of the world. You must continue your journey, Lyra nodded, feeling the pull of the winds once more, tugging at her heart. She knew it was time to leave. The village had learned what they needed to, but there was much more to be done. The winds carried her forward, whispering of lands beyond where the balance had been broken and forgotten. She had heard the stories from the villages she had passed through, stories of lands ravaged by drought, by fire, by hunger. Places where the elements no longer whispered, but screamed in desperation. As she packed her things, the villagers gathered one last time, their faces filled with gratitude and sorrow. They had come to love Lyra as one of their own, and the thought of her leaving stirred something deep within them. But they knew, just as Lyra knew, that her path was not meant to end here. She had shared the message of balance, and now it was time for the winds to carry her further. Lyra stood before them, her heart swelling with both sadness and hope. "I will carry the wisdom of this village with me," she said, her voice steady, "and I will share it with the world. The winds will guide me, and I will listen to them, as I have listened to all of you." The elder placed a hand on her shoulder, her touch light but filled with strength. "Go with our blessing, child," she said. "May the winds always be gentle, and may your heart remain steady. The world is in need of the balance you carry, and it will find it through you." And so, with the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, Lyra set off once more. The road ahead was uncertain, but the winds were with her, and she knew she was not walking it alone. As she left the village behind, the sounds of the river and the laughter of the people faded into the distance, but their lessons remained etched in her heart. The path ahead was long, and the challenges would be many, but Lyra was ready. She knew the winds would show her the way, and that she could trust them to carry her toward the places that needed her most. She traveled for weeks, crossing mountains, walking through forests where the trees whispered secrets and along rivers that glowed under the moonlight. Each village she visited, each person she spoke to, brought new lessons, new understanding. The wind spoke of places where the balance had faltered, where the fire burned too brightly, where the earth was barren, where the water had vanished, leaving only dust. But in every village, Lyra found hope. She found people who were willing to listen, to remember, and slowly, very slowly, the world began to change. The winds, once quiet, began to sing again in harmony with the earth. The water flowed more freely, the soil grew rich with life, and the fires burned with a warmth that nourished rather than destroyed. It was not an easy journey. There were setbacks, and moments of doubt. Lyra faced days when the winds seemed still, when the world felt heavy, when the people she met resisted the teachings she offered. But each time she felt the weight of uncertainty, she would sit quietly, listen to the whispers of the earth, and feel the winds pick up again, guiding her forward. As the months passed, Lyra's message spread far and wide. She was no longer just a traveler, she had become a symbol of balance, of patience, of the power that comes from living in harmony with the elements. And as she continued her journey, she realized that the path of gentle winds was not just a road to walk, it was a way of life. By the time she reached the great valley where she had once begun her journey, she was no longer the young woman who had left all those months ago. She had seen the world change, seen the winds carry her message far and wide. She had learned that the balance was not something that could be imposed, it had to be shared, understood, and embraced by all. The valley was quiet when she returned, but it was not the same. The fields were lush with crops, the river ran clear and strong, and the wind carried the songs of the earth, the water, the fire, and the air. The people who had once been uncertain had become the guardians of the balance, each one playing their part in the symphony of life. Lyra stood in the center of the village, her heart full. The winds had brought her here, and now they whispered of new paths, new journeys ahead. But for the first time, she felt at peace. The winds would always be there to guide her, but for now, she knew that the path of gentle winds had led her to the place where it all began, and where it was meant to be. Lyra stood quietly at the edge of the village, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the mountains met the sky. The winds whispered in her ears, carrying with them the distant echoes of other lands, other places where the balance was still waiting to be restored. Yet, for the first time since she had started her journey, she felt no urgency in her heart. The winds had guided her here, and now they were still, as if giving her the space to breathe, to be present in the moment. The village had flourished, its people strong and united, their connection to the elements restored. The fields were abundant with crops, the rivers ran clear and full, and the air felt fresh with the songs of the wind. It was a place of balance, a place where the wisdom of the earth was honored every day. The lessons Lyra had shared with them had taken root. And now the villagers carried that knowledge forward, teaching their children and their children's children the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. But even as the winds had guided her to this place of peace, they were not silent. They whispered of other lands, other people who still suffered from the chaos of imbalance. The fire that consumed the earth in one place, the water that flooded another. There were still so many who had forgotten the ancient rhythms of nature, so many who still lived without the wisdom of balance. Lyra turned from the village and walked toward the heart of the valley, where the river flowed with a steady, tranquil song. She knelt by its edge, dipping her fingers into the cool water and watching the ripples spread out in all directions. The river, like the winds, was always moving, always changing, yet it remained the same, a constant in the ever-shifting world. "Do you think it is time to rest, my friend?" she asked softly, her words carried away by the breeze. "Or is there more for me to do?" The river answered with a quiet murmur, its current gentle but sure. The winds picked up then, lifting the scent of wildflowers into the air, and for a moment, Lyra closed her eyes, letting herself listen to the world. The message was clear. There would always be more work to do. There would always be more lands to visit, more people to teach, more balance to restore, but for now, the winds were not urging her to leave. They were urging her to stay, to rest, to remember that peace was not a destination, it was a way of being. And so, she sat by the river, letting the sun warm her face, letting the sounds of nature fill her ears. There was no rush anymore. The path would unfold when the time was right. As the days passed, Lyra remained in the village, her presence a quiet reminder of the journey that had brought her here. She helped the people tend their gardens, shared stories by the fire, and listened to the winds as they spoke of the world beyond. But she also took time for herself, resting in the quiet moments, letting the balance settle deep within her own soul. One afternoon, as the sun began to set in a blaze of colors across the sky, the village elder approached Lyra, her steps slow but steady. She had been the first to welcome Lyra when she arrived, and now, she had become a close companion on the journey of renewal that had transformed the land. "The balance is strong here," the elder said, her voice calm. "But you have always been a traveler, Lyra. It is in your nature to seek, to move, to share what you have learned." "What will you do now?" Lyra smiled, looking out over the valley that had become her home for this moment in time. "I will stay," she said, her voice quiet but filled with certainty. "For now, this is my place. I will rest in the stillness of the winds and listen to the earth. And when the winds call me again, I will answer. But for now, I will be here, with all of you." The elder nodded, understanding the depth of Lyra's words. She had seen the winds carry Lyra far, across many lands, but she knew that the true path of balance was not always one of constant movement. Sometimes, the greatest wisdom came from stillness, from being present in the moment, from letting the world unfold in its own time, and so, Lyra stayed. She became a part of the village, not as a teacher, but as a fellow traveler on the path of balance. The winds, though still calling her outward, now seemed to pause, allowing her to sink deeper into the roots of the land, into the heart of the people. As the seasons shifted, the village continued to thrive. The people lived in harmony with the elements, their lives shaped by the teachings Lyra had shared. They had learned the rhythm of the earth, the quiet hum of the winds, the fire's warmth, and the water's flow. They had learned that the balance was not just something to be sought after, it was something to be lived, and Lyra, though still a traveler at heart, had learned the greatest lesson of all, that sometimes, the path of gentle winds is not one of endless motion, but one of quiet reflection, of listening deeply, and of finding peace in the stillness. The winds would always guide her when the time was right, but for now. They whispered softly, allowing her to rest, to savor the beauty of the world she had helped to heal. Lyra woke to the soft rustling of the leaves in the early morning light, the first rays of the sun casting long, golden fingers across the valley. The air was cool, and the scent of wildflowers mingled with the fresh earth, carrying with it a sense of quiet possibility. The village was still, the sounds of the waking day only just beginning to rise from the quiet homes, the distant murmur of the river a constant reminder of the life flowing through the land. She had spent many weeks here, learning to find comfort in the stillness, to embrace the simplicity of a life lived in harmony with nature. It was a rhythm she had never known before, a rhythm that had woven itself into her being, like the winds themselves, shaping her soul with every passing breeze. The villagers had welcomed her, yes, but it was the land itself that had truly taught her. She had come to understand the cycles of the earth in a way she had never imagined possible, the slow, steady growth of the crops, the quiet unfolding of flowers as the days passed, the steady rhythm of the river's flow. There was wisdom in this simplicity, a deep knowing that the world would continue to turn, that life would always find a way to persist, if only humans were willing to listen. Lyra had come to know the faces of those around her, old and young. Each one of them carrying a quiet story of their own. She had listened to the laughter of children as they played by the river, to the conversations of the elders as they sat under the great oak tree in the village square. And in every exchange, she found more to learn, more to absorb, but even as the village grew stronger, more vibrant with every passing day, Lyra felt a pull, a soft whisper on the edges of her thoughts, as if the winds were beckoning her once more. She had known this feeling before, the call of something beyond, the knowledge that her journey was not yet complete. The winds that had guided her all this time had never ceased, only paused, waiting for the right moment to carry her forward. It was one evening, as she sat beside the river, that the winds returned to her with renewed strength. The rustling of the trees grew louder, the air thick with the scent of pine and salt. It was a call that she could no longer ignore. She stood up slowly, the earth firm beneath her feet, and looked back at the village. The people were still, each of them going about their daily tasks, each of them carrying the wisdom that she had helped to awaken within them. But now, her heart whispered the truth: it was time to move on. The winds had shown her that there were still other lands, other people who needed the message she carried. With a final look at the village, Lyra walked toward the edge of the valley, the cool breeze lifting her hair as she moved. She knew it would not be easy to leave the peace she had found here, but she also knew that her path was one of constant change, of constant movement, of bringing balance to the places where it had been lost. The winds had carried her through many lands, and they would carry her again, to the places where the imbalance was still too great to ignore. As she walked, the familiar sound of the river fading behind her, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for this place, for the lessons it had taught her. She had come to this village as a stranger, but she was leaving as a part of it, a part of its history, a part of its rebirth. The wind spoke softly, as though offering her a quiet blessing, and Lyra smiled. She had learned the most important lesson of all, that balance was not something to be achieved once and for all, it was something to be lived, day by day, moment by moment. The winds would always guide her, but it was the choices she made, the way she listened, that would shape her path, and so, she continued on, the winds at her back, carrying her toward new horizons, toward new challenges. There was much still to do, many places yet to visit, many hearts yet to awaken. But as she walked, she felt no fear, only peace. The winds would guide her, as they always had, and in their gentle whispers, she knew she was never truly alone. The winds had always been her guide, but now they were like a soft hum beneath her skin, urging her forward in a direction she couldn't yet see. Lyra walked for days, the world around her unfolding in quiet beauty. The forests that once felt wild now seemed to greet her, the trees bending their branches toward her as if to whisper their secrets. The rivers, once rushing and demanding, now flowed with a gentleness that mirrored her own heart. As she traveled, the landscape shifted from the peaceful valleys to towering hills, where the air grew thinner and the winds more restless. The birds that had once sung with a carefree joy now seemed to call her with urgency, their voices carrying over the hills in a manner that felt like a warning. A reminder that her journey was not finished. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land, Lyra reached a quiet clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, the stones weathered by time and the elements but still standing firm, reaching toward the heavens. She stepped into the circle, feeling a strange sense of familiarity wash over her. This place felt like a memory, something distant yet close, like a dream she had once had long ago. Lyra knelt beside one of the stones, her fingers brushing its surface. The air around her seemed to hum with an energy that was both ancient and alive, a pulse she could feel in her bones. She closed her eyes and listened. The winds were there, yes, but they were not the only voice. There was something else, a deep, resonant sound, like the beating of a heart, like the world itself was speaking to her. Her breath slowed as she focused on that pulse, that rhythm. The winds whispered, but now they spoke of something different. The balance she had restored, the peace she had brought, it was not enough. The world was still shifting, still on the edge of something great. The winds, once gentle and guiding, were now full of a deeper, more urgent call. Lyra stood, her heart heavy with the knowledge that her path was far from over. The winds that had carried her here now spoke of a greater imbalance, one that lay beyond what she had seen before. It was not just the earth or the sky that needed healing, it was something more, something woven into the fabric of the world itself. She could feel it now, in the air, in the pulse of the stones beneath her fingers. It was an ancient magic, a force long forgotten, and it was stirring once more. The voice of the wind grew louder, more insistent. "You must seek the heart of the earth," it whispered. "The time has come to heal what was broken long ago. The path is hidden, but you must find it." Lyra's heart raced. The heart of the earth. She had heard the name before, whispered on the winds, spoken in the stories of the elders. It was said to be the source of all balance, the pulse that connected all life. But it was lost, hidden away by time and forgotten by all but the oldest of beings. She took a deep breath and let the wind carry her forward, leaving the stone circle behind. The path before her was uncertain, but the winds had never failed her before. If the heart of the earth was real, she would find it. And when she did, she would restore the final piece of balance that the world so desperately needed. The journey would not be easy. The winds spoke of challenges yet unseen, of dangers that lay ahead. But Lyra was no stranger to hardship. She had walked the path of gentle winds for so long, had listened to the lessons of the earth and sky, that now she felt herself becoming one with the rhythm of the world. There was no fear in her heart, only a deep sense of purpose. As the night settled around her, Lyra made camp beneath the stars. The winds were quieter now, their call no longer urgent but patient, as if they, too, were awaiting the next step. She lay on the soft earth, her eyes tracing the constellations above, wondering what awaited her in the days to come. She had always known that the journey would lead her to something greater, but now she understood that this was not just about balance, it was about healing the very heart of the world itself. And with that realization, Lyra slept, the wind singing softly in her dreams, carrying her toward a destiny she had yet to fully understand. Lyra awoke to the stillness of the morning, the air cool and crisp as the first light of dawn crept across the sky. The winds were soft again, their presence subtle yet reassuring, like the breath of the earth itself. She had slept well, the deep rest of someone who had accepted the weight of a journey long begun. And yet, beneath that calm, there was a quiet urgency in her heart, a sense that the moment had arrived for her to move forward, to seek the heart of the earth. As she packed her belongings, the wind tugged at the edges of her cloak, as though eager to lead her toward the next step. Lyra stood, stretching her arms above her head, letting the cool breeze fill her lungs. The world seemed to pause with her, as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to begin. She felt the pull of something deep within her, a connection to the ancient force that now called her. The journey ahead would be unlike anything she had faced before, but she knew, deep within her, that she was ready. The path ahead was uncertain, the land unfamiliar, but she trusted the winds. They had always guided her true, and they would do so again. As she walked, the landscape began to change, the gentle hills giving way to jagged cliffs and shadowed valleys. The air grew thicker, the winds more restless, as though the very earth was aware of her quest. She could feel the pulse of the land, a rhythm that vibrated in the stones beneath her feet, in the very air she breathed. The days passed quickly, the journey both serene and filled with a quiet tension. The further she traveled, the more she felt the weight of the task before her. The heart of the earth was no mere legend, it was a living, breathing force that had once kept the world in balance. But it had been lost to time, hidden away, and now it was up to her to find it. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Lyra found herself standing before a great chasm, a deep rift in the earth that seemed to stretch on forever. The wind howled through the canyon, the air thick with the scent of ancient stone and moss. It was here that the winds had led her, to this place of power, this place of forgotten magic. Lyra stepped forward cautiously, her senses heightened, every part of her attuned to the pulse of the earth. She could feel it now, the faintest whisper beneath her feet, a hum that seemed to resonate with her very soul. She knelt by the edge of the rift, her fingers brushing the cool stone, and closed her eyes. "Show me the way," she whispered into the wind. For a long moment, nothing happened. The wind fell silent, and the air around her seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, a faint glow appeared at the base of the chasm, a soft blue light that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth. Lyra's heart raced as she watched the light grow stronger, brighter, until it illuminated the entire rift. The winds began to swirl around her, the air thick with magic. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and Lyra knew, with absolute certainty, that she was standing at the threshold of something ancient and powerful. The light intensified, and the winds lifted her hair, caressing her face like a long-lost friend. The earth itself seemed to call to her, its voice low and resonant. "The heart lies within," the winds whispered, their voices merging with the hum of the earth. "But it is guarded by the ancient ones. Only those who are pure of heart and strong in purpose may enter." Lyra stood tall, her eyes fixed on the glowing light. She felt the weight of her journey pressing upon her, the significance of this moment clearer than ever before. The heart of the earth was not just a physical place, it was a force that could heal or destroy, depending on the hands that sought it. "I am ready," she said softly, her voice steady. "I have walked this path for the balance of the world. I will not falter now." The wind seemed to pause, as though waiting for her to speak her truth. Then, with a final gust, it swept her forward, pulling her toward the light. Lyra took a deep breath, feeling the energy of the earth surge through her, and stepped into the rift. As she descended into the chasm, the world around her shifted. The air grew cooler, the ground beneath her feet uneven and jagged. The light ahead beckoned her forward, a promise of the heart that lay hidden deep within the earth. But she could feel the presence of something ancient watching her, something that would test her resolve, her strength, and her heart. The journey ahead would not be easy. The ancient ones would not simply allow her to pass. But Lyra had come too far, learned too much, to turn back now. She was the one the winds had chosen, the one who would restore the balance that had been lost, and so, with the winds at her back and the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, she continued deeper into the chasm. Ready to face whatever trials awaited her in the heart of the world, the air grew colder as Lyra descended further into the chasm, the light ahead guiding her steps like a distant star. The walls of the rift towered high above her, smooth and dark, like the walls of an ancient temple. The wind had quieted, leaving only the sound of her footsteps and the faint hum of the earth. It was as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when she would cross the threshold into the unknown. The deeper she went, the more she felt the weight of the earth pressing in around her, as though the very ground beneath her feet was alive with ancient knowledge, holding secrets that had been forgotten by time. She could hear whispers now, faint and distant, like the voices of the ancients calling to her, urging her forward. The energy around her grew thicker, more palpable, as though the air itself was charged with the magic of ages past. As Lyra moved forward, her thoughts focused on the task at hand. She had come this far, and she could not afford to falter now. The heart of the earth was within her reach, but she knew that it would not reveal itself easily. The ancient ones, the guardians of this place, would not allow her to pass without testing her. She could feel their presence, as though they were watching her, assessing her every step, every breath. The path before her narrowed, the walls of the chasm closing in on either side. The air grew even colder, and she could see her breath misting in front of her. The light ahead grew brighter, but with it came a sense of unease. She could sense the pulse of the earth growing stronger, the hum of magic vibrating through her bones. It was as though the very land was alive, aware of her presence, and it was preparing for what was to come. And then, as she rounded a sharp corner, she saw them, the ancient ones. They stood before her, tall and imposing, their forms made of stone and shadow, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Their presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, as though they were both the guardians and the keepers of the very earth itself. Their faces were etched with ancient markings, their bodies adorned with symbols of power and wisdom. They did not speak, but their gaze was heavy, as though they were silently judging her. Lyra stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of their gaze, the pressure of their judgment pressing down on her. The wind, which had been so still, began to stir once more, swirling around her in a whirlwind of energy. She could feel the power of the earth coursing through her veins, and for a moment, she wondered if she was strong enough to face whatever trial they would set before her. One of the ancient ones stepped forward, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "You have come far, child of the winds," it said, its voice deep and resonant, carrying the weight of centuries. "But you have yet to prove your worth. The heart of the earth is not for the faint of heart. It is a force that requires strength, wisdom, and a pure soul. Are you ready to face the trials that lie ahead?" Lyra stood tall, her breath steady. She had come this far, and she would not turn back now. She had been called to this path for a reason, and she would prove herself worthy. "I am ready," she said, her voice steady and sure. "I have walked this path to restore the balance of the world. I will face whatever trials you set before me." The ancient one nodded slowly, its eyes gleaming with approval. "Very well," it said. "The first trial is one of heart. You must confront your deepest fears, the shadows that lie hidden within you. Only when you face them will you be able to move forward." Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. The shadows within her. She had always known they were there, lurking in the corners of her mind, the doubts and fears that she had pushed aside. But now, they would be brought to the surface. She had faced many trials before, but this was something different. The very core of her being would be tested. The ancient ones raised their arms, and the air around Lyra shimmered with energy. The world seemed to shift, the walls of the chasm blurring as though they were dissolving into mist. The ground beneath her feet vanished, and she found herself standing on the edge of a vast, dark abyss. The wind howled around her, and the whispers of the earth grew louder, more frantic, and then, from the darkness, her fears emerged. They were not the fears of a child, nor the fleeting doubts that passed through her mind in moments of weakness. These were the deepest parts of her soul, the dark reflections of herself that she had long buried. The fear of failure. The fear of never being enough. The fear that her journey had been in vain, that she was simply chasing a dream that would slip through her fingers like sand. She could see them now, these shadows of her own making, standing before her in all their twisted forms. They loomed over her, their eyes full of judgment, their voices full of doubt. They whispered her failures, her mistakes, the moments when she had faltered. They reminded her of every time she had thought herself unworthy, unfit for the path she had chosen. Lyra's heart raced, and for a moment, she felt herself shrink back, the weight of her fears pressing in on her. But then, she remembered the winds. She remembered the calm that came when she embraced the journey, when she listened to the quiet voice within her. The path had always been uncertain, but she had walked it with strength and purpose. She had not faltered, and she would not falter now. Taking a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward. "I am not afraid of you," she said, her voice firm and resolute. "You are but reflections of my doubts. You have no power over me." The shadows wavered, and with each word, they seemed to shrink back, fading into the ether. The fear was still there, but it no longer held her in its grip. Lyra had faced her deepest fears and had not been consumed by them. She was stronger than she had ever known. As the shadows disappeared, the ancient ones stepped forward once more, their eyes gleaming with approval. "You have passed the first trial," they said. "The path forward is now open to you. But beware, the trials ahead will be even greater. Prepare yourself. For the heart of the earth is not given freely." With those final words, the chasm seemed to shift once more, and Lyra felt the ground beneath her feet solidify. She had passed the first test, but the journey was far from over. The heart of the earth was still ahead, and the trials would continue. But now, she was ready. The chasm before Lyra seemed to stretch on forever, but as the ancient ones stepped back into the shadows, a new light began to glow in the distance, soft, ethereal, and beckoning her forward. The air was still, the silence profound, save for the faint whisper of the earth beneath her feet. She could feel the pulse of the land again, steady and calm, like the heartbeat of the world itself. The first trial was behind her, but she knew that the hardest challenges still lay ahead. The first test had been one of heart, forcing her to face the fears she had long buried deep within herself. Now, the next trial would demand something else, a test of her mind, her wisdom, her understanding of the world around her. Lyra took a steadying breath and stepped forward, feeling the pull of the path as it led her deeper into the rift. The walls of the chasm narrowed again, the light growing dimmer with each step. She could feel the weight of the earth above her, as though the very stones were watching her, judging her every movement. the air grew thick with magic, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with ancient energy. As she walked, the whispers of the earth began to grow louder, forming words, though she could not understand them at first. They were not in any language she knew, but somehow, they were familiar, like a distant memory stirring from the depths of her mind. Lyra closed her eyes for a moment, letting the voices wash over her. She reached out with her senses, trying to understand what the earth was trying to tell her. And then, as if a veil had been lifted, the words became clear. The second trial is one of wisdom, the voices whispered. You must prove your understanding of the world, the balance of all things. The forces of the earth are intertwined, and only when you see the connections will you be able to move forward. The ground beneath her shifted again, and she felt herself sinking into the earth. She was not falling, but being drawn downward, as though the earth itself was guiding her. The path ahead blurred as a mist rose around her, obscuring her vision. The air grew colder, and the light that had once guided her was now hidden, lost in the thick fog. Lyra paused, her senses heightened. She could feel the energy of the land swirling around her, the wind tugging at her cloak, but there was no clear direction. The mist had swallowed the path, and she was surrounded by an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. She had to find a way through, but how? And then, a thought came to her, an image of the winds. The delicate threads that connected all things. The wind was not a force that acted on its own, it was part of a larger whole, intertwined with the currents of the world, the earth, the sky, and the sea. Everything was connected, a web of balance and harmony. Lyra closed her eyes and breathed deeply, centering herself. She felt the air around her, listening for the subtle shifts, the faintest movements. The wind, once again, began to stir, its direction shifting ever so slightly. She reached out, letting the currents guide her, sensing the invisible threads that connected everything. The land, the sky, the very breath she took, all were part of the same intricate dance. The mist began to part. Slowly at first, revealing a path ahead. The walls of the chasm began to reappear, but they were different now, etched with ancient symbols and patterns that seemed to pulse with life. The wind grew stronger, its force now guiding her, carrying her forward along the path that was slowly unveiling itself before her. As Lyra moved deeper into the mist, she felt a growing sense of clarity. The voices of the earth spoke again, not as whispers this time, but with a deep resonance, like the sound of a great bell ringing across the land. You have seen the threads that bind all things, they said. But now you must understand the balance. Everything in this world is connected, but it is the choices we make that tip the scales. The heart of the earth is not just a power to be wielded, it is the embodiment of balance itself. It can heal or destroy, depending on the hands that hold it. Will you choose wisely, Lyra of the winds? Lyra's heart swelled with understanding. The winds had guided her this far, and now, the earth itself was speaking to her, revealing the deeper truth, the true nature of balance. She was not here to wield power, to force change or control the world. She was here to restore harmony, to ensure that the delicate threads of nature remained intact. The realization filled her with purpose. She could feel the weight of it now, the magnitude of her journey. The heart of the earth was not just a place or an artifact, it was a force that needed to be respected. A power that could only be understood through wisdom, patience, and compassion, the mist continued to dissipate, and the path ahead grew clearer. The ancient markings on the chasm walls seemed to glow faintly, revealing a door, a great stone door, etched with the symbols of nature's cycles, the sun and moon, the stars and the seasons. The door itself seemed alive, pulsing with a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the earth. Lyra approached the door, her mind focused, her heart steady. She knew what she had to do. She had to choose, to embrace the balance that connected all things and step into the next phase of her journey. The door would not open by force or power. It would open when she understood. Truly understood, the weight of the decision before her. With a deep breath, Lyra placed her hand on the door. She could feel the energy of the earth flowing through her, the winds of wisdom guiding her, and the pulse of the land urging her forward. Only those who see the balance may pass. The ancient voices whispered once more, the stone door creaked, the earth groaning in response, and slowly, it began to open. The door groaned open with a sound that echoed through the chasm, reverberating deep within the earth. A soft light spilled through the crack, illuminating the path beyond. Lyra stepped forward, her heart steady with the knowledge she had gained. The second trial was behind her. But she knew that this next phase of the journey would test her in ways she couldn't yet imagine. Beyond the door lay a vast cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering veins of crystal that pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. The air here was different, fresher, lighter, almost like a breath of wind after a long storm. It was as though she had entered a space untouched by time, a place where the land itself held its breath in reverence. The path ahead was illuminated by the soft glow of the crystals, which seemed to pulse in rhythm with her every step. There were no signs of life, no animals or birds, only the quiet hum of the earth beneath her feet. The deeper she ventured, the more she felt a strange sense of calm. It was as if the land was at peace here, a sanctuary of balance and stillness, but she knew better than to think this place was without its trials. The earth had already shown her that it was full of secrets, and each trial had come with its own set of challenges. She had passed the trial of the heart, confronting her fears. She had passed the trial of wisdom, understanding the interconnectedness of all things. But what would the next trial bring? The cavern stretched out before her, its end obscured by shadows, and as she moved forward, she sensed that something was watching her, something ancient and powerful, waiting for her to arrive. Her senses were on high alert, and she felt a stirring in the air, a shift in the very fabric of the space around her. The earth was alive here, aware of her presence, and it was waiting to reveal its next challenge. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. The crystals around her began to glow brighter, casting shifting patterns of light across the walls. She stopped, her hand instinctively reaching for the winds, but the air was still, as though the winds themselves had been stilled by the power of this place. Then, from the shadows, something stirred, a figure appeared, stepping out from the darkness. It was tall and ethereal, its form shifting between the solidity of stone and the fluidity of wind. The figure's face was hidden in shadow, but Lyra could sense the weight of its presence. It was not an enemy, but a guardian, like the ancient ones she had encountered earlier. This was another test, another trial, but one of a different nature. The figure spoke, its voice echoing softly, like the sound of a distant breeze. "You have come far, Lyra of the winds," it said. "You have passed the trials of heart and wisdom. But now, you must face the final trial, the trial of spirit. This trial will test your very essence, your connection to the soul of the earth. It will reveal your true nature. Lyra felt a chill run down her spine. The trial of spirit. What did it mean? She had already faced so much. And now it seemed as though the earth was asking for something deeper, something more profound. The figure raised its hand, and the air around Lyra shimmered. The ground beneath her feet shifted once again, and she felt herself falling, though she was not afraid. She was floating, suspended in a void, with no sense of up or down. The world around her was a swirling maelstrom of light and shadow, the winds of the earth pulling her in every direction. She could hear the faint voices of the ancients again, like whispers carried on the breeze. The trial of spirit is not one that can be fought with strength or intellect, the figure's voice echoed in the swirling winds. It is a trial of the soul. You must look within and face the deepest truth of who you are. Only by embracing this truth can you continue on your path. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the maelstrom around her, the shifting winds tugging at her soul. She could feel the weight of her own doubts, the questions that had followed her throughout her journey. Was she truly worthy of the heart of the earth? Was she capable of restoring balance, of fulfilling the purpose she had set out to achieve? The winds howled around her, but she did not resist. She had already faced her fears, already confronted the doubts that had threatened to hold her back. This was something different. This was not about confronting an external enemy or solving a puzzle. It was about understanding herself, her true nature, her connection to the earth, and the role she played in the grand design of the world. In that moment, Lyra understood. The path she had walked had always been one of connection, not just to the winds, the earth, or the skies, but to herself. She had been guided by a purpose, yes, but that purpose had always been intertwined with her own growth, her own understanding of her place in the world. She was not just a traveler, a seeker of the heart of the earth. She was part of the earth itself, a living thread woven into the fabric of the world. And the true essence of her journey was not to wield power, but to restore balance, not just in the world, but within herself. The winds began to settle, the maelstrom calming as the figure's presence faded into the ether. The shadows receded, and Lyra found herself standing once more in the glowing cavern, the ground firm beneath her feet. She was no longer suspended in the void, she was grounded, whole, and at peace. The figure reappeared before her, its form now clearer, more solid. It nodded, its eyes glowing with approval. "You have passed the trial of spirit," it said. "You have found your true self, and in doing so, you have found the strength to move forward. The path ahead is now open to you." The figure extended a hand, and before Lyra stood a portal, a shimmering door that led deeper into the heart of the earth. It was the final step, the final test. But Lyra knew now that she was ready. With a steady breath, Lyra stepped forward, the door opening before her. Lyra stood before the shimmering portal, her heart steady, her mind clear. The final trial was behind her, and now, as she gazed into the gateway that awaited, she felt an overwhelming sense of completion and anticipation. The earth had tested her in ways she could never have imagined, each trial pushing her further, asking her to reach deeper within herself, to understand her true place within the grand tapestry of the world. But now, it was time. The portal glowed softly, beckoning her onward. It was not a door of stone or wood, but a living thing, formed from the very essence of the earth, woven together by unseen threads, as if the world itself had reached out to guide her. She could feel the pull of it. A gentle but insistent tug that seemed to echo the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. Without hesitation, Lyra stepped forward. As her foot crossed the threshold, she was enveloped in light, and for a brief moment, it felt as if the very essence of the world itself was flowing through her. She was no longer just Lyra, the wind weaver, or the seeker of the heart of the earth. She was part of something much greater, part of the rhythm of the earth, the pulse of the wind, the flow of time itself. The light dimmed as quickly as it had appeared, and when her eyes adjusted, she found herself standing in a vast, open space. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a place both familiar and foreign. Timeless and yet alive with energy. The sky above was an endless expanse, its colors shifting from soft lavender to deep indigo, and the stars twinkled in patterns she had never witnessed before. The air felt different here, too, warmer, more vibrant, as though it had a life of its own, infused with the power of the earth and the heavens. Lyra stepped forward, her feet light on the ground, and as she did, the land beneath her seemed to respond, shifting and changing, forming a path that led deeper into the expanse. The wind, once again, whispered around her, its voice familiar and comforting, as though it had always been with her, guiding her. Ahead, in the distance, she saw a figure standing beneath a great, ancient tree. Its bark was twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the sky like the arms of an old, wise guardian. The figure stood still, its back to her, but Lyra could sense the presence of something immense, something ancient, powerful, and familiar. As she drew closer, the figure turned to face her, and for a moment, Lyra's heart stopped. It was her, but it was not the version of her she knew. This figure was older, wiser, its eyes filled with the depth of centuries. There was a quiet power in its gaze, a calm strength that spoke of lives lived and lessons learned. It was her, and yet it was not. It was a reflection of what she could become, a version of herself that had embraced her true calling and the balance of the earth. The figure spoke, its voice a soft echo of the winds. "You have come far, Lyra of the winds," it said, its voice resonating within her soul. "You have passed the trials and embraced the path. But now, you must face your final choice." Lyra stepped forward, her heart racing, but her resolve unshaken. "What choice?" she asked, her voice steady. "I have come to restore balance, to find the heart of the earth. I have done everything the earth has asked of me. What more is there?" The figure's eyes softened, a quiet sadness in them. "You have not come for power, Lyra. You have come to restore balance, yes, but the heart of the earth is not a thing to be wielded. It is a force, a living presence that flows through the world. A part of all things. To possess it would be to disrupt that flow, to break the balance you seek to restore. The heart of the earth is not something to be taken. It must be released, allowed to return to the world from which it came, Lyra's mind world. She had thought that finding the heart of the earth would be the culmination of her journey, the final step in her quest. But now, the figure before her spoke of releasing it, of letting go of the very thing she had sought so long. "But if I let it go, what will become of me?" Lyra asked, a thread of fear creeping into her voice. What will happen to the balance I've worked so hard to restore? The figure smiled gently, its eyes filled with understanding. You are not alone in this, Lyra, it said. The earth does not need a single hand to carry its heart. It needs the hearts of all who walk its path. You are part of the balance, but you are not its sole keeper. The heart of the earth is not a burden, it is a gift that flows through all who seek harmony with the world. Lyra stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of the figure's words sinking deep into her heart. She had always thought of the heart of the earth as something to be found, something to be protected. But now she understood that it was not a possession to be held, but a force to be shared, a force that lived within all things. The figure raised its hand. And the ground beneath Lyra's feet began to tremble once more. The great tree before them began to shimmer, its bark shifting and flowing like the winds, its branches swaying with the energy of the earth. Release the heart of the earth, Lyra, the figure said, its voice both a command and a blessing. Let it return to the world, where it belongs. And with it, let the winds of change carry you forward. For the balance you seek is not something that can be owned, it is something that must be lived. Lyra nodded, understanding now. She had not come to take or control, she had come to be a part of something much greater than herself. The heart of the earth was not hers to hold, but it was hers to understand, to honor, and to help return to the world. With a deep breath, Lyra closed her eyes and lifted her arms, feeling the winds gather around her, the earth beneath her feet, the sky above her. She released the heart of the earth, letting it flow back into the land, returning to the place it had always belonged. As she did, the energy of the earth surged through her, and for a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped, the world holding its breath in anticipation. Then, with a great rush, the energy settled. The winds shifted, the earth calmed, and Lyra felt a deep, peaceful connection to the world around her, a connection she had always known, but had only now fully understood. The figure before her smiled, and as it did, it began to fade into the light of the tree, its form dissolving into the wind. You have found the true balance, Lyra of the winds, it said. Now, the path ahead is yours to walk. Remember always that the heart of the earth lives within us all, and that balance is not something to be found, but something to be lived. And with that, Lyra stepped forward, the winds of change guiding her, as the path ahead opened wide and free, waiting for her to walk it, as a part of the world, forever. The world around Lyra seemed to breathe in harmony, as though the earth itself exhaled with her. The winds whispered softly, and the stars above continued their eternal dance across the sky. The ancient tree behind her shimmered with the last remnants of its energy, the figure now nothing more than a memory, its words echoing in the depths of her soul. She took a step forward, her feet light upon the earth, her heart full. The air around her felt different now, more alive, as though the balance she had so long sought was not just an idea, but a living force that thrived in the spaces between her breaths. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, the gentle sway of the trees, the whispers of the winds that caressed her skin. Her journey had brought her far, and each step had been one of discovery, not just of the world, but of herself. She had faced the trials of heart, wisdom, and spirit. She had embraced the winds, the earth, the elements themselves. And through it all, she had come to understand that balance was not something to be achieved, but something to be nurtured, something that flowed through every living thing. Now, as she walked through the vast, open landscape, she felt a quiet sense of fulfillment, not because she had completed her quest, but because she had found her place within it. The earth no longer seemed like an external force to be controlled or understood. It was a part of her, as integral to her being as the very breath she drew. As she continued along the path that seemed to open before her, Lyra's thoughts drifted back to the heart of the earth. She had not taken it, not claimed it for herself, but in releasing it, she had become one with it. She had learned that the heart was not an object or a treasure to be hoarded, but a force of nature, a force that flowed through all things, uniting them in a delicate, ever-changing balance. To possess it would be to disrupt that flow, to break what had always been. She stopped at the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the vast landscape below. The wind tousled her hair, and for a moment, she felt as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to move forward. Far below, she could see the winding rivers, the mountains that reached toward the sky, and the forests that seemed to stretch on forever. It was a world full of life, full of possibility, and it was all interconnected. Lyra's journey had brought her to this moment, and though the path behind her had been long and filled with trials, she felt a quiet joy in knowing that it had all been necessary. Every step, every decision had led her to this understanding, that balance was not something to be won or lost. It was something to be lived, nurtured, and shared. How will I walk forward? Lyra whispered to the winds, her voice soft and contemplative. What does it mean, now, to live this balance? The answer came not in words, but in the feeling that washed over her, a sense of knowing, deep in her soul, that she was already walking the path she was meant to. The winds, once again, stirred around her, as if in answer, carrying with them a song that resonated through her, lifting her heart, lightening her steps. She turned and began to walk again, feeling the earth beneath her and the wind in her hair. Her purpose had not been to find an ending, but to understand a beginning. Each step now felt different, as though the world itself was inviting her to move with it, to be a part of its endless dance. The road ahead was not clear, but Lyra was no longer worried. She had found her place, her balance, and in that, she had found the peace she had long sought. She walked for days, weeks, or perhaps longer, the passage of time seeming to lose its meaning as she moved deeper into the heart of the world. And wherever she went, she felt the same steady rhythm, the pulse of the earth, the whisper of the winds, the harmony of all things that lived and breathed in this world. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of gold and violet, Lyra came upon a quiet glade. In the center stood an ancient stone, its surface carved with intricate symbols and patterns, symbols that seemed familiar, as though she had seen them before in her dreams. She approached the stone, her fingers brushing gently over its surface. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, and for a moment, she felt a deep connection to the land, as though she were standing at the very center of the world. In that moment, Lyra understood. The journey she had undertaken had not been just about the trials or the destination, it had been about the connections she had made along the way. The winds had whispered to her, the earth had spoken to her, and in each of those moments, she had learned something new about the balance that existed within and around her. And now, standing before this stone, she realized that the journey was not over, it was just beginning. The winds picked up around her, swirling in a gentle dance. The world, it seemed, was waiting for her to continue, to walk in harmony, to share the balance she had found, to be the living embodiment of the winds, the earth, and the sky. Lyra smiled, her heart light, and she stepped forward, knowing that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with the same steady heart and open spirit that had guided her thus far. For she was no longer just Lyra, the wind weaver, she was part of something greater, something timeless. She was the balance, and she would carry it with her wherever she went. Lyra walked steadily forward, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the earth beneath her feet. The stone in the glade, its intricate carvings still fresh in her mind, seemed to have unlocked something deep within her, a new understanding of her place within the world. She was no longer simply a seeker of balance, she had become a part of the balance itself. As she continued her journey, the wind carried whispers of new paths, of places she had not yet seen, of challenges that would shape her understanding even further. But for now, the path was quiet, serene, as if the world was offering her a moment of peace after all the trials she had faced. For days, Lyra traveled through forests that hummed with life, across meadows where the grass swayed in time with the song of the wind, and by rivers that sparkled with the reflection of the setting sun. The land was alive with energy, each step she took deepening her connection with the earth and the forces that moved within it. Yet, even in this peaceful moment, Lyra could feel the stirring of something more, something that called to her from beyond the horizon. From beyond the quiet glades and the gentle winds. It was subtle, but unmistakable. A sense that her journey was not just for her own growth, but for the world itself. The winds had been her guide, the earth her teacher, and now the sky seemed to call her forward, urging her to continue. One evening, as the stars began to appear in the sky, Lyra found herself atop a high hill, overlooking a vast valley. The air was cool, and the wind whispered around her, carrying with it a sense of anticipation. In the distance, she could see a dark silhouette, a mountain range, its peaks lost in the clouds. The winds had guided her this far, but now, they seemed to shift, as if pointing her toward the mountains. There was something there, something she needed to understand, something she had to face before she could fully step into the role she had been given. With a deep breath, Lyra made her decision. She would follow the call of the winds, no matter where it led her. The mountains were not far, and though the journey might be difficult, she knew she was ready. Her connection with the world had deepened, and she was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. The balance she had come to understand was not something that could be maintained in stillness. It was dynamic, ever-changing, and sometimes, it required a shift, a challenge to the status quo. The next morning, Lyra set out toward the mountains. The path was steep, winding through thick forests and rocky terrain. The winds, always at her side, seemed to guide her steps, gently nudging her forward, even when the path became treacherous. She climbed higher and higher, her body aching with the effort, but her spirit remained steady. The higher she climbed, the more she could feel the pulse of the world around her, the deeper the connection to the earth and sky. As she approached the base of the mountains, the winds began to grow stronger. They howled through the trees, swirling around her like a tempest. But Lyra did not falter. She knew that this was not a storm to fear, it was a storm to embrace. The winds were testing her, challenging her to trust in the strength she had gained from her journey. The air grew colder as she ascended further, and the mountain landscape became more rugged. But just as she reached the edge of a cliff, a sudden gust of wind blew toward her, and with it, a voice, Lyra. The voice was not a whisper, but a call, strong and commanding, yet gentle all the same. Lyra paused, feeling the weight of the words in her heart. She had felt the presence of something greater for a long time now, but this voice was different. It came from the mountain itself, from the very earth beneath her feet. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the distant peak. The voice came again, clearer this time. "Come, seeker of balance. The time has come for you to understand the true nature of the winds. The heart of the earth has been restored, but the winds still carry their own secrets." The wind swirled around her, a soft, steady hum. Lyra closed her eyes and let the voice wash over her, feeling the power and mystery in its call. It was as though the very essence of the mountain was speaking to her, urging her to step further into the unknown. With a deep breath, Lyra began to climb once more, following the path that led her up the mountainside. The winds howled around her, but she was not afraid. She had learned that the winds were not her enemy, but her guide, her companion. And now, they were leading her to something greater, something she needed to understand. As she reached the top of the mountain, she found herself standing on a narrow plateau, the view stretching out before her in every direction. The wind was fierce here, but it did not push her away. Instead, it wrapped around her, caressing her skin, lifting her hair, and then, as if the mountain itself had opened up to her, a great wave of energy surged through her, a surge of clarity and understanding. The winds were not just a force, they were a living, breathing entity, a manifestation of the earth's breath, a reflection of the life that flowed through all things. Lyra stood there, eyes closed, her arms outstretched, as the winds enveloped her. She understood now, truly understood, that the winds were not separate from the earth, nor were they separate from her. They were one with her, just as she was one with the earth, just as she was one with the sky. The winds had brought her here, to this moment of clarity. And in this moment, Lyra knew that her journey was not just about seeking balance, it was about becoming part of it, living it, sharing it with the world. With a deep breath, she let the winds carry her forward, knowing that her path was not yet complete, but that she was ready for whatever lay ahead. As Lyra stood on the plateau, the wind surrounding her like a symphony of nature's breath. Something within her shifted. The winds weren't just a guide, a force to help her along her journey. They were a living expression of the earth's pulse, of the very spirit of the world itself. She felt the deep, ancient energy that flowed through them, an energy that connected all things. The winds whispered the secrets of the world to her, not in words, but in feelings, in fleeting glimpses of truths she could barely grasp. She closed her eyes and let herself be swept away in the rhythm of the winds, feeling their power course through her, as though they were both a part of her and something much larger. She was no longer a traveler on a path, but an integral note in the eternal song of the world. The voice of the mountain, then, just as the wind seemed to settle into a soft hum around her, the voice returned, a deep, resonating sound, as though the mountain itself were speaking. "Lyra, seeker of balance," the voice called, a gentle yet commanding presence in the air. "You have walked far, through the trials of heart, wisdom, and spirit. You have embraced the winds and the earth, and now, you must understand the true nature of the air you breathe." Lyra's heart quickened. She had heard the wind speak before, but now, it felt as if the very soul of the earth was communicating with her. The mountain's voice seemed to call not just to her, but to the world itself. The winds are the breath of the earth. The voice continued. They carry with them the stories of every living thing, the whispers of the trees, the songs of the rivers, the laughter of the skies. But they are also the voice of change. The winds are not stagnant, they are forever moving, forever shifting, carrying with them the seeds of transformation. You, Lyra, have come to understand the earth, the balance of the elements, but now you must learn how to walk with the winds, not just as a guide, but as a force of creation and destruction. Lyra took a deep breath, her gaze lifting to the horizon. The mountains stretched endlessly before her, their peaks cloaked in mist, their presence timeless and unyielding. The winds howled, pulling at her hair and clothes, and for a moment, she wondered what it would mean to truly walk with them. The winds are not just your companions, they are the messengers of change, the voice continued. What you have learned about balance is true, but it is only one part of the equation. True balance is not stagnant, it is in constant motion, as are the winds. Change is not something to fear, but something to embrace. Embracing change, Lyra stood still, feeling the weight of the mountain's words, and yet, something inside her stirred. The winds, the earth, the sky, they were not just forces to be respected, they were invitations to live fully, to embrace each moment with an open heart and mind. She had always sought balance, the delicate equilibrium of the world. But now, she understood that balance was not a destination, it was the dance of the forces, a constant flow of energy. The winds were not there to take anything from her, they were simply offering the possibility of transformation, of growth. With a soft smile, Lyra closed her eyes once more, feeling the winds rush through her. She felt no fear, only the gentle urging to step forward. She had learned that change was inevitable, and the winds were there to carry her through it, just as they carried the stories of the world. She was no longer simply the seeker, but a part of the wind's eternal journey. Walk with the winds. The mountain's voice urged. And in doing so, you will learn the deeper truths of the world, those that are hidden in the spaces between moments, in the changes that sweep through the land, in the breath of the earth itself. Lyra took another step, feeling the winds shift with her movements, guiding her toward a new horizon. The journey was not over, but she no longer felt the weight of the unknown. The winds, the earth, and the sky, they were with her, every step of the way, a new path. As she began her descent from the mountain, the winds at her back, Lyra felt a sense of peace that had eluded her for so long. The world was full of unknowns, yes, but it was also full of endless possibilities. She had learned that the winds were not there to be controlled, but to be embraced. They were the force of creation, of renewal, and of destruction. They were the voice of the earth itself, urging her to grow, to change, and to live fully in every moment. She did not know where the winds would lead her next. The path ahead was unclear, but she no longer feared it. With the winds at her side, she felt ready for anything. As she walked down the mountain, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting the landscape in golden light. The world seemed to stretch out before her, an infinite expanse of beauty and possibility. And with each step, Lyra knew that she was walking not just for herself, but for the winds, for the earth, and for all the lives that would come after hers. She had become part of the dance, part of the flow of life itself. Lyra's footsteps were light as she descended the mountain, the winds whispering softly around her, as if offering her a blessing for the journey ahead. The earth beneath her feet felt more alive than ever, as though it recognized the changes within her. The winds had carried her to a new understanding, a deeper connection to the world around her. But even as she embraced this newfound wisdom, she knew that her path was far from over. With each step, the landscape shifted before her eyes. The rolling hills below the mountain were vast and untamed, their golden grasses swaying gently in the wind's rhythm. In the distance, the forest's edge beckoned, where the trees whispered their own secrets in the language of leaves and branches. The sky, too, seemed to open up before her, its endless expanse inviting her to journey further, to explore the mysteries that lay beyond. But it wasn't the horizon that held Lyra's attention now. It was the presence of the winds, the way they moved with her, as if they were not just a force of nature, but a living companion, guiding her forward. She could feel the winds shifting, not just in the physical world, but in her own spirit, as if they were preparing her for something even greater, the meeting of the spirits. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the winds grew gentler, the trees closing in around her, their ancient trunks standing like silent sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the song of distant birds echoed through the stillness. Lyra felt at peace here, as though the forest itself was welcoming her, offering her the rest she had longed for. But even in the quiet of the woods, the winds did not cease their whispers. They seemed to carry a message, one that was just beyond her reach. And then, as if the forest itself had opened a doorway, a figure appeared before her. The figure was cloaked in shadows, their face hidden beneath a veil of silver light. The air around them shimmered with an ethereal glow, as though they were part of the forest itself, both present and distant, solid and shifting. Lyra paused, her heart beating faster, her instincts telling her that this was no ordinary meeting. The figure spoke, their voice soft yet powerful, as if it carried the weight of the wind itself. "Lyra," the voice whispered, "you have walked the path of gentle winds, and you have learned their lessons. But now, you must learn the final lesson of the wind, the one that comes only when you are ready to understand the true nature of your spirit." Lyra stepped forward, her heart open, ready for whatever came next. The figure's presence was calming. Yet there was a depth to them that spoke of ancient wisdom, of truths that span time itself. The final lesson, the winds, the figure continued, are not just a force in the world, they are the breath of the universe, the pulse of life itself. Everything that lives, that grows, that changes, is connected through the winds. But the final lesson of the winds is this: true balance is not just about embracing the changes that come to you, but about becoming the change. It is not about following the path laid before you, but about creating the path as you walk. Lyra's mind raced, the weight of these words settling into her chest. To become the change. It was a concept she had never fully grasped before. And yet, now, it seemed as clear as the sky above her. The figure's form shimmered, their presence flickering like the winds themselves. "You are a part of the winds now, Lyra. You are the keeper of their secrets, the channel through which they move. But in order to fully understand your place in the world, you must accept that you are both the wanderer and the guide, the one who learns and the one who teaches. The winds do not simply blow through the world, they are shaped by every soul they touch. And in turn, they shape the souls they meet." The figure stepped closer, their presence wrapping around Lyra like a warm embrace. You are not separate from the winds, Lyra. You are one with them. And as you walk, you carry the winds within you. They will carry you to places you cannot yet imagine, and in turn, you will carry them to those who need their guidance. The winds of change. Lyra closed her eyes, feeling the wind rush past her, carrying with it a sense of freedom, of possibility. She understood now. The winds were not just external forces, they were a reflection of the inner journey, of the transformation that took place within the heart and mind of every seeker, to become the change. To shape the winds as they shaped her. This was the final lesson, the key to understanding her place in the world. She was not just a traveler, she was a creator, a weaver of paths. A bringer of winds. As the figure began to fade, their form dissolving into the mist of the forest, they left Lyra with one final thought: walk the path you have created, Lyra. Trust in the winds, but trust also in yourself. For the winds will always be with you, as long as you remain true to the breath of the earth. Lyra stood alone in the forest, the winds now swirling around her with a renewed energy. She was no longer just a wanderer on the path, she had become part of the very fabric of the world. The winds were her guide, her companion, but now, they were also her voice, her strength, and her purpose. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped forward once more, her heart light and her spirit full. The winds carried her onward, and she was ready for whatever came next.